Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have a special treat for you, if you will. We're going to do catch up on day 21 starting now, and then we're going to catch them live for day 22, which is today. Exactly. So we're going to start with day 21, which was yesterday, and then it should be about 4 to 5 hours, and then we will definitely be able to catch them live, probably around lunchtime. We'll catch them live. So yesterday was pretty good. We had, I got my trusty little sidekick here, cruising by. Something caught her eye.
The kittens are barking around outside.
Kittens are doing stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday was really interesting, you guys. We had Jessica Sementilli, Jessica Sementilli testified. So that was the daughter of Fabio and Monica Tilly. What did I say, Monica Tilly? Anyway, let me just be quiet and let's just get to day 21. Monica Sementilli. Oh wait, who's with us? All right, get your act together, Chris. Drunky the Bear, good morning to you. Dreama Baka, Will Johnson, Fala, good morning to you. Julie, working and lurking, Cajun Bayou Queen, thank you for being with us today. Shirley Roth, hello. Therapist good morning, Cupcakes. Ken Rosenberg, I'm in the studio this morning working on my newest album. Oh, this morning. Cool. You're a musician as well? Do tell. Go on. That's pretty cool. Yeah, tell us more about that. Lily Wayne, hello to you. Brett, good morning to you. Only fan, good evening to you. All right. I think Marley Mum, hello to you. And she was a Monica Mini-Me, Widespread Panic, yes. And hello to you. Yeah. Jessica, I think, was like a little Mini-Me. I agree with that 100%. All right. So I didn't think that when I first started this trial, right? Day one, started all fresh and stuff. And then there's 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages, 4 pages. And now I'm running into Megan Boswell over here. Right? So I've got and then Zachary Hughes. So we got to jump ahead. Todd Mullis, we got to jump ahead because this trial has been going on for so long. All right, we jump ahead to day 21. Kathy Smith, how are you? All right, let's get to it. Day 21, California versus Monica Sementilli. What is going on over here? Don't want that. All right.
Jury and alt have now joined us. Good morning. Ms. Sementilli, you are still under oath. Defense may continue with their cross-examination.
Very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning.
I believe when we spoke on Friday, we talked a little bit about the relationship between your father and your mother. And you described it. I think that's as good as you had ever been hopeful, something like that.
Yes, correct.
Was that the case even when you were getting those text messages from Bella and your mom and yourself when she would go out after your father had died?
Yes.
And you explained, I think, what your feeling was about that?
Yes.
You cleared that up with Bella?
Yes.
And you were on good terms with your mother?
Yes.
Did there an issue come up, Jessica, involving the cars in terms of how Monica and the family would deal with the car situation once Fabio was dead?
Yes.
Now, the car that she had been driving was the Ford 150 black truck, is that correct?
Correct.
And did she try to continue on with that lease?
Yes.
Was she unable to do so because it was not in her name but in Fabio's name?
Correct.
And then, correct me if I'm wrong, she would have had to buy the truck back at a very high price, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
How low?
To my knowledge, yes.
So do you recall what she had decided to do regarding the truck?
No, she just came home with the Mustang.
And told you what about it?
That is
Objection, hearsay.
Same.
Well, they've got into all of Ms. Sementilli's comments about the truck, the other
Okay,
truck.
is on 356? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so as a result, and you're right, we've had a lot of testimony from car dealers and so forth. Ended up, she wasn't able to keep the truck, correct?
correct.
And in place of that, she bought the Mustang, correct?
Correct.
Now, who was driving the family cars at that time? What were you driving?
I was driving the red Mustang, my mother the F-150, then the other Mustang. Isabella was driving the Fiat.
Okay. And what about the Porsche? Did anyone want to keep the Porsche after it had been the scene of the murder?
No, because it was sticks, so none of us could drive it.
So was that sold back to the dealership? Or
I-
turned in?
I'm not sure what happened.
But it was turned in?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know when it was turned in, whether there was a lease payment or any other payment due because it was turned in?
Correct.
Now, the Mustang you were driving, just so it's clear, what year-old Mustang was that?
2007.
So by this time it was 10 years old, is that correct?
Correct.
So you got the worst part of the three, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Did something happen after that to the Fiat that Bella was driving?
Yes, there was an accident.
With Bella?
Correct.
She was okay?
No, the airbag hurt her arm. She was in a sling for a little bit.
Approximately how long did that occur after your father's death?
Not very long after, a few months.
And what happened to the vehicle, the Fiat?
It was totaled, and insurance, I believe, paid for, or helped pay for another one.
Okay. So now she was driving a newer Fiat, is that correct?
Same model.
Same model. Okay. And that was the result of the insurance company having covered the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, during this time period, before the arrest of your mother, the family, that is Fabio's family, was being very helpful and consoling you and your sister and your mom throughout this. Is that correct?
Before the arrest, yes.
And did Morella ever come out and speak over after your father was killed?
Yeah, we had the whole family came, and everyone was staying with us.
How long were they staying with you?
I'm not sure. I know Morella did come a separate time, just her.
And again, to help and be of whatever assistance they could be to deal with this.
Correct.
At some time when they were there, and the rest of the family at times was there as well, Luigi and others, correct?
Correct.
There were other cousins you had, children, prior children of Fabio. Can you describe who was there from the family?
Luigi, my cousins Vanessa, Daniel, Anthony, Morella.
Who were those three? Angel, you said?
And Anthony, Daniel. They're the children of Loredana, and Vanessa is the child of Morella.
Okay, so these were Fabio's first marriage and other relatives?
The ones I just mentioned are Fabio's nieces and nephews. Luigi's the only child of Fabio's prior marriage.
Very well. And at some time, did you see your mother Up in the closet or the bedroom area where Fabio slept and she and Fabio lived, and let those cousins and so forth have a choice if they wanted to keep any of Fabio's clothes as a memento to them, a reminder of him. Can you tell us how that worked?
Yes, we were all standing in the hallway of the bedrooms, and everyone was going through my dad's drawers and taking things like sweaters and shirts to give away to them for memories.
There were little tools up there, were there?
No, the tools were in the garage.
And what about, were you aware that your father owned a Rolex watch
Yes,
that was not taken in the robbery and murder?
correct.
And who got that?
Luigi.
Did he request that?
I'm not sure.
But was it given to him?
Yes,
And did he, for any reason, not want to have it?
not to my knowledge.
He was happy that he was getting it as a memento from his father. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes, I believe so.
Let's turn now, if we could, Jessica, to the issue of the burial of your father. Came up in some of the testimony we've had previous. Was there a decision that had to be made as to whether your father would be cremated or not?
Yes.
Objection. We discussed this.
Let me see it kind of set it on.
Jessica, was there a time when a decision had to be made on whether Fabio was going to be cremated or not?
Yes.
Do you recall how that decision was made?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
Yes, it was a conversation between myself, my mother, my sister, and my brother. Luigi, correct.
And was that because the issue had arisen? How did it come that you were the ones who were making that decision?
I don't believe there was an issue that arose. It was just, talking to each other and seeing what we agreed on, if we wanted him buried or cremated, and we decided on cremation.
And was there a specific reason you recall?
Yes, because my dad always would mention, when I'm gone one day, I don't want to rot in the ground. When I'm gone one day, I don't want to be buried with my hands across my chest. And he would say these in passing.
So was your belief, speaking of yourself, that he preferred to be cremated rather than buried without being cremated?
Objection, evidence.
Yes.
And was that agreed upon by the four of you?
Yes.
And in fact, was Fabio cremated?
Yes.
And his remains were, however, taken back to Canada. Is that correct?
Yes, he remains in Canada.
And where are his remains now?
In a cemetery in Vaughan, Ontario. I'm not sure what it's called.
Okay. But it's in a place where you can go and visit and honor him. Is that correct?
Correct.
There's been some conversation about the song "My Way." Did you know whether or not your father liked that song or not?
Yes, it's one of his favorite songs.
How did you know that?
Because he had albums of Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, and Elvis Presley, and every time we did karaoke in the backyard, my dad sang "My Way."
As a result of that, do you recall your mother ever singing that song or portions of it at one of the events that took place following Fabio's death?
Yes.
Do you recall which occasions that was?
Yes, it was a Lifetime Achievement celebration
Where was that?
in Toronto, I believe.
Were you there?
No.
How did you become aware of that performance?
My family sent me videos of it.
And at that performance, did your mother sing "My Way"?
Yes.
And was Morella there?
Yes.
And how was she reacting, if you saw in the video, to the singing of "My Way"?
She's smiling and crying in happiness, happy tears.
And clapping?
Objection, speculation.
Happy tears will be stricken.
She was seen clapping and smiling.
Yes.
everyone up on the stage was clapping and smiling.
Yes.
Did you ever hear any criticism by anyone of Fabio's family or anyone else to your mom singing My Way at that time?
No.
Did she sing it on one other occasion here or locally in California?
Not to my knowledge that I can remember right now.
Your mom had a sweatshirt that belonged to Fabio, is that correct?
Correct.
For how long did she wear that sweatshirt after he died?
Months. She carried that around with her everywhere.
Is it fair to say then that up to a certain point, the family, your family, Fabio's family, were all grieving together over the loss of your father?
Yes.
Was there some time when that changed?
Yes.
What happened?
The day my mother was arrested, in the leading days after that, there was lots of fights and arguments.
You know
Because,
what they're about?
well, one of them was about my father's property at his office and them wanting it, but it wasn't my decision to make, and it became a huge fight.
Who wanted it?
Morella.
Go on.
It became a huge fight, and tensions arose between all of us, and I understood their anger, not their actions, and that's why we stopped talking.
Anything else?
Yes.
What?
Morella called me a bitch and a cunt.
What did you say to her? She asked you any questions about your father and his death?
Sorry.
Did she ask you any questions how you felt about your father's death?
Yes, it seemed as she insinuated I was not as hurt as she was about my father's death.
Did she ask you how you felt about your mother being arrested?
No, never.
Did you tell her whether or not you believed your mother was innocent or not?
Yes,
What did you tell her?
that I believe she's innocent.
And how did that react to the family?
I don't know how they all reacted, but Morella was irate with anger.
Because you felt you stood by your mother.
Yes.
How did that play out?
Just lots of fighting, and we just stopped speaking to each other.
Is that still to this day?
Yes,
So that's lasted how long?
8 years.
Have you reached out in any way to try to heal some of those wounds?
To my brother.
And to any effect?
Yes.
So you and your brother now are on speaking terms?
Yes.
But what about Morella and the rest of the family?
Objection relevance.
No.
Can I have 1 minute, John? I know this has been difficult for you. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
You're doing it?
Yes.
So, Jessica, as the defense has been asking you questions, you've been talking to them now for 7-8 years, right?
Correct.
Did you talk to them after you testified?
Yesterday?
When you testified on Friday?
Oh, sorry. No.
After court, on the weekend, you never had any conversation with them?
After court, we talked about my phone number being leaked, but that was it.
Okay. So some of these things that you're bringing up, though, you've never told the police any of this. And first about, in fact, you've never stated that anywhere about the cremation that you just testified to, right?
Correct.
So you knew that that was part of some testimony that came out during this trial, that your dad had not indicated he wanted to be cremated.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So did you know that your dad, through the trial, it came out in testimony that your dad had indicated he did not want to be cremated?
No, I did not know that.
All right. So that topic then, when was the first time you told anyone this story about your dad and sitting with family members wanting to be cremated?
Years ago, when we retained Leonard, when they were first asking us questions.
So you reviewed the reports that they gave you, but it's nowhere in there?
No, I don't know.
Would you like to see their reports?
Sure.
Okay. And do you know which time that was? Because you interviewed with them on August 29th, 2017. You interviewed with them October 15th, 2021, and you interviewed with them January 6th, 2022. Do you know which one?
No.
Okay. I'll let you take a look at those then. That refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So it's nowhere in these reports.
Correct.
Okay. But you have a memory of some time telling the defense that,
Yes.
but you don't know when.
I don't know when.
Same topic of your dad loving this song, I Did It My Way. When did that come up?
Over the years of us talking
You talking with who?
with the defense.
Okay, and that's nowhere in any of these reports either.
No.
Okay, but your testimony today is that was one of your dad's favorite songs?
Yes.
And you sat with your family members, Luigi there as well. Luigi was part of that conversation?
To my knowledge, yes. That I remember.
When did that happen?
When Dad first was killed.
Okay, so with Luigi, you talked about the fact that he wanted to be cremated, and Luigi was there.
Yes, to my knowledge.
And then Luigi was also familiar with that I Did It My Way was one of your dad's favorite songs.
I don't know if he was familiar with it or not.
But again, that was the conversations with the defense at some time not documented anywhere.
Yes.
Then at the Lifetime Achievement Award, you didn't go to that one. That's the one that was in Toronto, correct?
Correct.
But you watched a video of it.
Correct.
And your interpretation of that video is that everyone was clapping and smiling and happy when your mom sang, I Did It My Way.
Yes, and you could see that.
You could see that, because at that point your mom hadn't been charged yet with the murder of your dad.
Correct.
So people were happy hearing that song that she sang, I Did It My Way. Did you ever hear or see your mom sing that song after she was charged with murder?
No, maybe.
Maybe?
This is a really weird question, I think.
Well, did you visit your mom over the years, routinely in custody?
Yes.
You went and visited her?
Yes.
Okay, did that ever come up again, that song?
Not
Object, Your Honor, that's irrelevant.
So ruled.
not that I can recall.
And when you visited your mom in jail, were a lot of these conversations, did you update your mom about this divide that started happening between the family?
Of course.
And you felt that you weren't being treated fairly by Fabio's side of the family? Is that
Treated
fair to say?
unfairly, yes.
Okay, were you angry at them as well?
Of course.
And is it fair that if Morella said things to you, you were saying things back?
Of course.
Okay, so, and that was because you're standing with your mother?
Yes, and I was 18 years old.
That's fine.
Yes.
You were standing with your mother, and you still stand with your mother.
Yes.
And you don't want to believe that your mother killed your father.
Correct.
And it was hard for you then.
That's argumentative, Your Honor. Call for conclusion.
It's overruled.
So was it difficult for you to see your brother and your father's side of the family not believing your mother anymore? That was hard for you.
Yes.
Okay, so that caused a big divide, and to this day you still have this divide.
Correct.
And it affected your relationship with your brother as well.
Yes.
Your mother's side of the family, that's Anna and then your grandmother, you're still close with them.
Yes.
Okay. And the three of you over the years visited your mother while she was in custody.
Yes.
And is that on a regular basis?
Yes. Well, them no, but my sister and I, yes.
Okay. But they went and visited your mom as well?
Yes, but not regularly, but yes.
When they were in town?
Yes.
Also, your mom's other friends, Elise, Faye, you ended up not liking them anymore as well, right?
Right, because they're slandering my mom online.
And you didn't like anything that they were saying on Facebook or Instagram. It was upsetting you as well.
Correct.
All right. Now, when we talked yesterday, a little bit about, you touched on, I just wanted to go back. The time that you found Rob in your bed, you had testified that I think you thought you were out of high school, but were you actually in high school at that time?
I'm going to object. This was not raised on cross-examination factor.
I'll allow this.
If it was 2016 in the summer, I don't remember when this happened, but if it was in the summer, then I had graduated already.
All right. Back then, though, did you tell the officers that you were in high school when this happened?
I don't remember.
We're looking at a transcript, refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And this is the February 21, 2017 interview, page 81 through 82. Let's let you take a read here from line 13 to the bottom and go into the next page. Okay. Is that where?
Yes.
So you were in high school at the time?
Yes.
And I'm talking about the time when you found Rob in your mom's bed.
Correct.
And that was also the time, as you testified, that your dad was out of town.
Correct.
Did you tell Deborah Obad that your mom told you not to tell your dad what you had found?
Objection.
Overruled.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you have a conversation with Deborah Obad and tell her that your mom told you not to tell your dad that you had found Rob in her bed?
I don't remember.
Do you remember Rob coming to the wake or the memorial that was at your house 6 days later, January 29th, 2017?
Software after.
I'll allow counsel to reopen on this area.
Did you see Rob at the wake at your house or the memorial at your house January 29th, 2017?
Yes.
Did you see him out of place there?
No, there was a bunch of other friends and stuff that were there.
And did you have friends there?
Yes.
I believe my next in order is
232.
232. If I may mark a photograph, friends and family photo gathered January 29, 2017.
Very well.
Is this photo then, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
And what is that photo?
That's my sister, my cousin Vanessa, myself, my best friend Haley, and my other friend Selena eating In-N-Out at our kitchen table.
Okay, is that you in the middle then?
Yes.
And that is on January 29, 2017.
Yes.
And you guys are all wearing In-N-Out hats and have burgers. Did you have a separate food there than the rest of everybody?
Probably, yeah.
All right. Do you remember anything about Rob Baker being at that memorial?
Not really. I was with my friends.
Do you remember him when he came or when he left or anything of any significance?
No.
Moving to the date of the murder earlier in the day, if I may mark as People's 233, it is an individual text change starting with ha-ha from Jesse.
All right.
And your number's been redacted. This text chain then with your mother, we went through some previously on Friday, but this was previous to that at 3:40 and 29 seconds. Is that the text your mom sent you, don't be late for babysitting?
Yes.
And then you responded, I won't, LOL, at 3:41.
Yes.
So that timing, then you left right after that to go babysit Deborah Obad's child, Max.
Yes.
Previous to this text that your mom saying don't be late for babysitting, did she call you?
I don't remember.
All right, I have it. If I may mark as People's 234, it is a page from the Celebrate report starting at line 475.
Very good.
And showing you this then, again, here's your text on line 480 where your mother says don't be late for babysitting and you said I won't, LOL. Right before that, at 3:37, before your mother sent that text, she called you.
Okay.
Does that spark your memory that she gave you a call?
I don't really remember.
All right, well, there's no answer, so you didn't answer, but do you remember receiving a missed call from your mom prior to you going to babysit?
I mean, I see that it's here, but personally, I didn't remember.
So she was just reminding you then to be out of the house and make sure you made it to babysit.
Because I was always late.
Okay. She didn't want you to be late.
Correct.
And you think you were babysitting at around 4?
Yeah.
And the final topic, when the defense had asked you some questions about when you got to the scene, when you first got there, you testified on Friday that a fireman told you that your mom had, that your dad had been killed, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell the police that you actually didn't know until you got in the house and your mom and sister told you?
I know on the transcript that I said that, but I remember it differently. I remember the fireman, before I even walked in the door, saying that. And then immediately when I got in the door, my mom and my sister are saying the same thing. So it was a traumatic day, and I don't remember what happened first.
Okay. I got it. When you interviewed with the defense team on August 29th, 2017, you walked through again what happened that day when you first walked in, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what your mom said to you when you walked in the door?
No.
Did you tell the defense team in your report, August 29th, 2017, that your mom said they killed him?
Yes.
Who was they? Who did you think they were?
The knock-knock burglars that the detectives were telling us.
Okay, well, the detectives hadn't met with you guys yet, right?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, my mom thinks it's strangers, so they as in she doesn't know.
So when you walked in and your mom said they killed him, you didn't know who they was, right?
Correct.
So you didn't know anything about knock-knock burglars, correct?
Correct.
Your mom had not been told about, to your knowledge, about any knock-knock burglars. This just happened, right?
Correct.
But she used the plural, they killed him.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I have no more questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Before you got to your mom, first of all, you were notified by Deborah Obad to get over there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what she said?
She said go home.
And when you went home, who did you first come in contact with?
To my knowledge, the firefighter.
Okay. And you spoke to the firefighter?
I didn't speak to him. He just said that your father's dead, and I walked inside.
And then who did you speak to?
Isabella and my mom.
And who did you speak to first, Isabella or your mom?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And there was a lot of blood and a lot of wounds there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You were asked questions about what was in the notes that we had taken of our interviews of yours. You remember that?
Yes.
And the question was, why wasn't cremation brought up? Remember that?
Yes.
Well, isn't it true that at the time, nobody thought cremation was going to be an issue in this case, correct?
Correct.
You thought everyone understood that it was going to be cremation,
Yes.
correct? You didn't know that coming into this trial, people would testify for the prosecution from the other side of the family that he didn't want cremation and it was never his decision. Remember that?
Yes.
And then we brought it up with you here on testimony here today, correct?
Yes.
And did you tell us the truth about whose decision it was?
Yes.
And was it true that it was yours and your sister's and Luigi's decision?
Yes.
Along with your mom?
Yes.
That there was no dispute about that or argument about that?
That's to my knowledge.
As far as this text from your mom, were you often late going to Deborah's house to babysit?
Yes.
So on this occasion, you got a text message from her saying don't be late, is that right?
Yes.
And then you didn't get any phone calls from her, did you?
Not that I remembered.
And what was shown to you, if I could have that. If you look at this, there's an outgoing call here that is at 3:37:59, and it's got 000 at the top. You see that?
Yes.
You know what that means?
I didn't answer.
Correct. So as far as you know, you didn't get another call from your mother, or any call from your mother, correct?
Objection states the testimony.
So,
You got a text saying don't be late, meaning you were in your house still, correct?
Yes.
And you were going to Deborah's. How long were you at Deborah's?
I think an hour and a half.
Were there times when you would go to Deborah's and only babysit for a short period because she just needed you to watch the child while she ran an errand or something?
Correct.
Was there any set time, length, minimum that you would go there for or stay there for?
No, not really a set time.
Was it all random?
Yeah.
So there's no way of your mom having known that when you went there to babysit, when you would finish and come back.
Correct.
And at no time then did she call you and actually speak to you on the phone and try to find out if you were still there, did
Correct.
she? And your phone was on, you could have easily been reached, is that correct?
Yes.
In the same way with the song My Way, until we got to trial here, did you think there was going to be any controversy concerning the song My Way?
No.
Had it always been your dad's favorite song?
One of them, yeah.
And was that why it was sung a few times after his death at various events?
I believe so.
Did anybody from the family complain about that to you or anybody else?
No.
So the only problems occurred when after she was arrested and you made it clear that you were standing by her and didn't believe she was guilty.
Correct.
Everything changed then.
Yes.
Thank you, Anna.
anything further?
No.
Thank you. You are excused. We have Detective Roberts back on the stand. The team may continue with their direct examination.
Jail mail letters from the defendant to Robert Baker, may they be marked collectively as Peoples 235.
They may.
Showing you the first one dated August 14th, where it starts out, I will see you in a few hours. Once again, is this one of the letters that was recovered from the defendant's cell or from Mr. Baker's after this night?
Yes.
And in this particular letter, again, does the defendant talk about going, taking a bus to Van Nuys? To you? Yes?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did this case start out in the Van Nuys courthouse for the first couple of appearances?
Yes, it did.
And once again, does this letter appear to contain lipstick prints, along with the same type of codes we saw last week, ride or die, on my mind, with the signature Mrs. Robert Baker.
Correct.
Looking at the next one, which appears to be 11 pages in length and is dated August 9th. It looks like maybe and 10th.
Yes.
Starting out again with that same type of code, LOML.
Yes, love of my life.
And further down, does the defendant talk about that she's going to change her name from Sementilli?
Yes, she does.
And is that something that you also overheard in jail conversations or lockup conversations between the defendant and Robert Baker?
Yes.
Once again, on the 11th page, at the end, does the defendant sign this letter, yours eternally, Monica / Madonna Baker?
She does.
Showing another letter that appears to have an envelope that is addressed to the defendant from something Baker in Cascade. Is that the same location where the North County Correctional Facility is located that we talked about last week?
Yes, and I recognize as well the booking number after Baker, 5016213.
This one here?
Correct.
And the defendant's booking number?
That's correct.
And in the course of this letter that was sent to the defendant recovered from her cell, did Mr. Baker again indicate the protocols
That we and everyone has in place.
keeps us from remotely accessing or discussing this craziness, correct?
Yes, correct.
Another letter that is 6 pages in length. This one appears to have the date of August 8th at the top. Again, in this letter from the defendant to Robert Baker, does she use again the term "my baby" that we saw in some of the other letters last week,
Yes,
with the same type of codes that we talked about last week?
correct.
And further down on the front page, what's highlighted, did the defendant indicate, "I'm crazy about you and I will go to the ends of the earth to feel your kiss again"?
She did.
And on the last page, again, do we see that same code for ride or die and the other phrases, love Monica Baker for eternity?
Yes.
A 4-page letter from Robert Baker to Mrs. Baker, soulmate, saint, bestie.
Yes.
Is this again one of the letters that was recovered from the defendant's cell?
Either Robert Baker's or Monica Sementilli's, I don't recall.
And here, does Robert Baker indicate you may be the happiest
Proudest.
and proudest man in this world when you accepted me as your true man, even husband.
Your husband.
Your husband. Thank you. And on the last page, right above the signature line, where it's highlighted, did he indicate to her, you are my love of my life, my all, my wife for all time, love you with all
Yes.
your H.
Correct. Correct.
Are these a sampling of many such letters that were recovered from either the defendant's cell or from Robert Baker's cell as examples of kites passed to one another?
I'm going to object. Also, speculation is argument.
Overruled.
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as People's 177. This screenshot of an email from Detective Parshall. Was this screenshot also found when you did your review of the Celebrate reports on the SD card found in Robert Baker's Ford Expedition, item 157?
It was.
Also, pursuant to a subpoena, did you review voicemails that were left by the defendant to Procter & Gamble with respect to stock options and restricted stock units?
I did.
Your Honor, I have a stipulation.
Stipulation we mark as 236.
Yes, thank you. Stipulation, voicemails by defendant to Procter & Gamble Company equity programs. The recorded voicemail messages contained in People's Exhibit 158, which is the flash drive, Your Honor, were received by the Procter & Gamble Company, P&G, and forwarded as emails to the Procter & Gamble email address for P&G's Equity Awards program, which includes stock options and restricted stock units. 1. The 34-second long message identified as exhibit. Can the audio be marked, please, as part of 230? Oh, maybe you want them separate. You want it as 237 and then the transcript's 238?
Yes.
237. Audio. 238. Transcript was recorded on February 13, 2017 at 2:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The P&G voicemail system identified the phone number that left the voicemail as the Sementilli residence at 818-854-6055. The 40-second long message identified. Do you want me to mark it as a subsequent number, or do you want me to continue it?
Is this part of 237 or talking about something else?
It's another one. There's two. There's three altogether. Two more.
All right, we'll mark that separately. 238.
239.
I'm sorry, that was my fault. 239.
Thank you. Identified as the audio in Exhibit 239 was recorded on March 9th, 2017, bless you, at 1:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The P&G voicemail system identified the phone number that left the voicemail
as the Sementilli residence, again at 818-855. The audio being 239, the transcript as 240. And then the 34-second long message identified as Exhibit 241 was recorded on March 9th, 2017 at 6:59 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The P&G voicemail system identified the phone number that left the voicemail as the cellular phone number 818. Transcript, please, Your Honor, being 242.
Yes, all those as more.
Thank you. The parties agree that each of the preceding records contains a true and correct record of an act, condition, or event of the business, and that the business's respective custodian of records or other qualified individuals would testify as to its identity and mode of preparation. Further, that the records contained in each exhibit were made in the regular course of business at or near the time of the act, condition, or event, and that the sources of information and method and time of preparation were such as to indicate the records were trustworthy, pursuant to Evidence Code Section 1271. And we won't play them.
Not yet.
We can do so.
I haven't received the stipulation yet.
Oh, counsel join in stipulation?
I do.
Now I receive it.
Thank you.
On behalf of the
People join. Now, I want to ask you about the investigation that you conducted into the outstanding third suspect on this case that was observed jogging towards the Sementilli residence at 4:18 on January 23rd along with Robert Baker. Can you tell us the steps that you took in your investigation in order to identify that individual?
It took a while because there was a lot of use of burner phones and such things such as that to sort of make it difficult for me. Initially, we started with looking at things that sort of stood out to us as out of the ordinary. We looked at many individuals, starting out with where did Robert Baker go on the day right after the murder, on the days right after the murder, who did he contact, who did he call, who did he have conversations with, and through that investigation there were several names that came up.
Okay.
One of them was Alfred Birdsong.
That's the individual that we heard about from Roger Brown when you were here last week?
Correct.
Who lives in Las Vegas?
Yes. There was another individual named LaShane Holmes, who I knew that Robert Baker had met while they were incarcerated together, that lived in the Orange County area. He contacted him on the day that the crime was committed and also stayed with him on several occasions after the murder. There was, and then interesting that what we found was a Facebook message that was sent on, I believe it was January 25th, from Robert Baker's Facebook account to an individual named Christopher Austin. And when I started looking into that, it was very rare that they communicated via the Facebook Messenger app.
When you say they, who are you referring to?
Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. There was only a couple messages, and I believe the last one before the one on the 25th of January in 2017, they hadn't communicated via that Facebook Messenger since I think the end of 2015. So it was concerning. So we started to look into Christopher Austin as a suspect at that time.
I'm sorry, can we get a date?
Your employer, it's not showing yet on cross.
Thank you.
And so after you observed that Facebook message,
Yes.
what did you do?
Initially, we looked into Christopher Austin, and the information I had at the time was that he lived in Fayetteville. And so we wrote, my partner and I at the time, Esther Myope, wrote a search warrant for flight manifests to see if we could determine if Christopher Austin flew to the LA area during the time period of the murder. Just to touch on why we wanted to know that is because via cell phone records we knew that Robert Baker was in the area of Los Angeles International Airport on January 22nd, 2017, between the hours of 7 and 8 in the morning.
So that was the day prior to the murder?
Yes. So we tried to figure out whether Christopher Austin flew into Fayetteville. We also had records where we had a very high suspicion that on the night of the murder, the evening of the murder, around 6 or 7 o'clock, I believe, Robert Baker's cell phone hits in a tower that's in the area of what we call, what we know as the Los Angeles Flyaway, which is a bus service that takes people to the airport. And we did a lot of research to try and figure out if we could determine whether Chris Austin, because we knew via the records or had pretty high probability that Robert Baker did not go back to the airport the night of the murder, return somebody to the airport.
So you had, just so I can follow what you did in terms of your investigation, you initially started with looking at communications between Baker and other third parties, correct?
That's correct.
And one of those, which has already been previously marked, was a Facebook message which was part of Curtis Davis's PowerPoint, which is Exhibit 156.
This message here that occurred on January, it looks like 26, 2017.
Correct.
From Robert Baker to Chris Austin, download WhatsApp on your phone. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, and that stuck out to me as an investigator, number one, because they very rarely, as I said, chatted via the messenger. And number two, we know that WhatsApp is an encrypted cell phone messaging application.
And so then you went back and noted that Robert Baker was in the area of LAX per his cell phone records the day prior to the murder, and that at some point on the day of the murder, subsequent to the murder, you said his cellular records indicated he was in the area of the Van Nuys Flyaway.
Correct.
For those of us that don't know what the Van Nuys Flyaway is, tell us what that is.
It's like a bus service. You take a bus to the airport, your luggage and everything. It's usually a very full bus. A lot of people utilize it because it's an inexpensive option to get to the airport. And they make stops at every terminal, and they also have, I I think they depart maybe every 15 minutes, if I remember correctly, and they pick up on the same schedule. So when you come back, there's a special area at the airport that you wait at, and the flyaway bus comes and picks you up. And they have a parking lot where you can park, or you get dropped off at the flyaway.
Okay. So someone could drop you off at the flyaway and you would be able to get transport to LAX.
Correct.
Did you also investigate how one might pay for a ticket from the Van Nuys flyaway to LAX?
Yes. At the time, I had a colleague, Sergeant Ann Pickering. She worked Van Nuys. I asked her to go to Flyway to do some research for me because I wanted to know if how long they retained credit card information, and also if you could pay for the service with cash.
And the Van Nuys Flyaway, just for those of us that maybe aren't as familiar with the San Fernando Valley, the Van Nuys Flyaway is in the San Fernando Valley, correct?
Correct. It's, I believe, off of Roscoe, and it's very close to the 405 off-ramp.
Okay. And so then what did you do?
Well, I found out that we got sort of mixed information, but ultimately we found out that they accepted only credit cards, but that the system was purged after, I believe it was 2 months.
Okay. And so you told us you came on to this case, I believe you said it sometime in 2019.
Correct, the very end of 2019.
Okay. And so by then, obviously more than 2 months had passed.
Correct.
So then what did you do?
So then we started, at that point I couldn't really come up with any information that, other than that connected Austin. And so we started looking into the other participants, Birdsong and Lashane Holmes, and other names that kind of came up that needed to be investigated, and did that for about 6 months.
Okay. And then did you note that after that Facebook message from Baker to Austin that they no longer communicated through their regular phones?
So I believe it was 2021, probably mid 2021, I started to pick up that we kind of came to a crossroads on the third suspect. And I might add that was really my primary goal on this case. The case when I came on was solved.
In terms of when you say solve, what does it mean to solve a case for LAPD's purposes?
I'm going to object. That's already.
That's overruled on that ground.
Go ahead.
Just stand on that ground.
So your primary goal, you said, was to try to identify the outstanding suspect.
I had two focuses. One, to carry the case through the court's process on the individuals that were in custody, and the second was to try to identify and arrest the third suspect.
Okay. And so,
actually, any additional suspects, because it's my opinion that there's more than 3 suspects involved.
okay. And you were aware when you got the case, when you say that it had already been, I can't remember the term you just used.
Solved.
That
Yes.
there had already been filings and one of the charges pending, as in this case, is a conspiracy.
Yes.
All right. And so what did you do at that point in order to try and identify any outstanding members of the conspiracy?
I thought the best way to approach it was through the phone records. It's kind of all we really had, because there was a lot of steps taken to protect identities. So
That's not responsible.
It's overruled.
As you talked about, because of the use of burner phones and things of that nature.
correct.
Okay. And we talked about, I believe, on Friday, the fact that Robert Baker, on the date of January 29th, prior to the time that he came to the Sementilli home to attend the memorial, he had purchased 2 burner phones that day.
Correct.
You said one was an LG stylus, I believe, and one was a ZTE flip phone.
Correct.
It is.
And one of those phones, as you talked about, the ZTE, traveled to Canada when the defendant went to Canada on January 31st.
Sustained.
So based on that, what did you do next?
So I started to really focus. I took another closer look through the murder book, because any time that you sort of inherit a case from somebody, as opposed to being the assigned investigator from the get-go, you're kind of at a disadvantage because you don't have the recollection of any of the interviews.
It's a rule.
And so I numerous times I had to go back through and really read the documents of the investigation. One of the ones I found, of course, was the interview of Roger Brown that I had missed in the first pass through the book, where he talked that Baker gave him an alternate phone number.
And so what did you do in order to look into that particular phone number?
So I looked through the case files, and I realized that the CDRs for that phone number were already in the records. So I just sort of looked through them, and since the date was just a few days after the murder, I wanted to see who was the first person that Robert Baker had contact with on this burner phone. Because when you get a burner phone, it's so that you can talk to people that you don't want law enforcement typically to know you're talking to.
Okay.
And I found a number I didn't recognize. I don't recall the entire number, but I know that the area code was 314. There's really not, if not any, there's very few numbers within Robert Baker's cell phone records with a 314 area code. And when I ran the number, I found that it was another prepaid burner phone that was purchased in Anchorage, Alaska. And that's when that was a big find for me, because when I was doing the research into Christopher Austin, and I couldn't connect him coming to the States from Fayetteville, and then I remember doing some more research into him, and I was like, well, he doesn't even live in Fayetteville, he lives in Anchorage, and so that's what kind of led me off of him. But when I found out that there was now this prepaid burner phone that somebody had purchased in Anchorage, Alaska, that was the only name in my investigation that I knew was connected to Alaska.
Okay. And that particular number, that was 31429.
Correct.
Okay. So given that you had been looking at various people and there was only one individual who was in Alaska, then what did you do with respect to that prepaid burner phone purchased in Alaska?
So then I researched that phone, and I found out that it was purchased on, I want to say, January 30th of 2017 from, I believe it was a T-Mobile within the Anchorage Mall. And when I researched the address of the Anchorage Mall, it was about 6 miles from where I knew Chris Austin was living at the time that phone was purchased.
Okay. And so then what did you do? Did you start doing some records checks and things of that nature?
Records checks. I noticed that during the time that virtually the only person that Chris Austin communicated with on that burner phone was Robert Baker. And on the once he purchased that burner phone, and he never communicated with Robert Baker again on their regular cell phones, which they had communicated frequently as a way to communicate because they lived in different states. But after the murder, they never communicated on their regular cell phones again, and only communicated through these burner phones.
Okay. And so once you were able to determine that, then what did you do with respect to trying to corroborate any evidence that you had that would suggest that Christopher Austin was one of your outstanding suspects?
So I wrote a series of search warrants trying to place him. It was important to try and place him, of course, in Los Angeles during the time of the murder. I found out that he had since moved to Vancouver, Washington, but I was really focused on that Alaska time period. So I wrote a series of search warrants to the airlines trying to find a manifest that had Christopher Austin on it, and coming into LAX on January 22nd during the time period where we know that Robert Baker picked somebody up.
And what did you discover based on your records review after those search warrants were written?
I discovered that on between the dates of January 12th and 13th, Christopher Austin went on the internet application Kayak, which is sort of a travel. You can book airline rental cars and hotels through them, and purchased airfare to Los Angeles on January 22nd, coming home on January 24th. And the Alaskan Airlines also attached a flight manifest that had him leaving Anchorage, Alaska, very early in the morning of the 22nd, making a connection through Seattle and landing in LAX at around 7:30 in the morning.
The same time as you told us that the records indicated that Robert Baker was in the area of LAX on the day prior to the murder.
Correct.
Okay. Then what did you do?
Studied the records some more and found out that although he had Christopher Austin had purchased a ticket to return to Anchorage, Alaska on the 24th, it appeared that at around 11:30 at night, he
on which day?
On the day of the murder, on the 23rd at about 11 at night, he was at LAX. He went up to the ticket counter and actually paid $180 to switch his ticket and fly out that evening.
So
that night.
When you say at the ticket counter, you're now talking about at LAX.
He's at LAX at the ticket counter to Alaskan Airlines, and he changed his flight that was scheduled from the 24th so that he could fly out that night late on the 23rd.
Okay. Did you also attempt to gather any phone records to see if that might assist you in...
I did.
And with respect to Mr. Austin?
Yes.
And what did you learn from a review then of his records once you narrowed down this flight to from Alaska through Seattle to LAX on the 22nd, and then we have him on 11:30 at night on the 23rd at LAX changing his ticket?
His phone appeared to be, from the records, turned off. There is no his phone is not communicating with any cell towers the entire time until we know that his flight landed back in Anchorage in the early morning of the 24th. Then the phone came back on.
Okay.
And it's on a tower in Anchorage, Alaska.
Okay. Consistent again with what you would gathered and learned from those flight manifests and the paying of the ticket to change the flight for $180.
Correct.
Okay. So then what was the next thing that you did?
So in this case, there was some unidentified DNA. We know there was unidentified DNA in the passenger compartment of Fabio's Porsche. I thought that could be from a suspect, also could be from a family member or anybody else, but I set up with the authorities in Vancouver, Washington, to obtain a surreptitious sample of Christopher Austin's DNA to be compared to the unknown samples in this investigation.
And how did that turn out?
They used a ruse and brought him in. I believe he had a...
You spoke with someone in order to accomplish this in Alaska?
Yes, a deputy in Vancouver. And they used a ruse. Christopher Austin had been the victim of a crime, I believe, and they asked him to come in so that they could talk to him about it. And I believe the crime was that there was some mail that was taken out of his mailbox, and they asked him when he came in, because it was post-COVID, to wear a mask. They also asked him, I think, to sign something, and when he left, they recovered the mask and they recovered the pen that he used to sign the document, and we were able to obtain DNA from both those samples, which they made sure that they were clean instruments to collect the sample. They didn't have other people's DNA. They didn't give them a used pen or a used mask. So we knew it was Austin's DNA on that mask and the pen.
But yet when you submitted it to the lab, they weren't able to find any DNA in the passenger compartment, correct? That matched up to him.
Correct. Christopher Austin's DNA did not match the unknown samples in this case.
And you knew that the Porsche that was purchased by Fabio Sementilli, that was stolen during the flight from the crime scene on January 23rd, was a used vehicle with unknown DNA from whoever potentially had ever sat in that seat before.
Call for speculation. No foundation.
Sustained.
You knew that it was a used vehicle, right?
Yes, and through interviews in the...
Sustained.
And what then, once you came to that crossroads with respect to not having any DNA tying Christopher Austin to the front passenger seat of the Porsche, then what did you do?
Well, typically I know in these cases from my experience that this is a case on Christopher Austin, the case to build the case against Christopher Austin. I was going to probably need a confession of some sort in order to move the case forward.
Okay. Because at this point you only knew that he had come in to Los Angeles the day prior and left at some point after the murder.
I had that, and his physical descriptors matched the physical descriptors that were on the initial crime report of the third suspect as far as height and weight. His general body, I was able to access his Facebook profile, and his appearance was very similar to the surveillance video, the person depicted in the surveillance video running up to the crime scene with Robert Baker.
But then again, you had the two individuals that were running up to the location of the Sementilli residence were wearing, as we saw in the video, baggy clothing, covering their faces, covering their hands, covering everything but their maybe nose and mouth?
Correct.
Okay. So generic information, nothing specific, but you knew at least you were in the ballpark.
Correct.
Okay. There was nothing that you found that excluded him.
Correct.
All right. And so at that point, did you, were you nearing a time of your retirement?
Yes, I was. There were efforts made prior to my retirement to do an operation where I could try and elicit that confession, but this is a case where I felt I had one shot, and if he refused to talk to me, then number one, he knows I'm looking at him as a suspect, and anything that I wanted to do as far as a Perkins operation or anything like that afterwards, I couldn't do.
Okay.
So I felt that it would be very important to do a Perkins operation, and unfortunately, when I attempted to do that in mid 2023, I believe, I just didn't have enough to obtain an arrest warrant for him in order to do that, and the authorities that I was that were assisting me in Vancouver were not comfortable doing an operation with me without an arrest warrant.
And at this point in time, when you said Vancouver, you're talking about Vancouver, Washington, correct?
Yes, Vancouver, Washington.
And at this point, based on your records check, did you determine that whether Christopher Austin was still living in Alaska or whether at that point he was living somewhere else?
Yes, he had moved to Vancouver, Washington.
Council, let me interrupt. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All right. Oops. While they take their morning recess, we are able to zoom, but I'm going to go over, just review what we've covered so far. Day 21. We're getting closer to catching them live. Looking forward to that. All right. So Jessica Sementilli was back on the stand. They do things out of order. I'm not quite sure why they did that, because Jessica was on the stand day 20, and then they brought in. I'm sorry, it was Mitzi who was on the stand day 20, and then it was Leslie, then Jessica, then she went off, and then it was the doctor, then he brought Jessica back. I don't know, it was weird. Anyway, they know what they're doing. All right, so it started with the cross for Jessica. So she talked about Bella getting in an accident shortly after Fabio's passing. She needed an arm sling and a new Fiat. So think about poor Bella. She comes home. She's 16, 17 years old. She finds her dad, hacked to death, then gets in an accident. I mean, that poor girl. So I feel sorry for you. Bella, if you're watching, I feel sorry for you. Jessica goes on to say Fabio's family was consoling and everybody was nice at the very beginning. The family came and visited from Toronto, and then a decision had to be made about cremation. It was the mom, Monica, Jessica, Bella, and Luigi who made the decision. She said there was no issues. The reason was Dad mentioned he didn't want to rot in the ground, didn't want to be buried with his hands across his chest. I mean, who do you believe? Because Mirella is like saying, no, Mom, her mom wanted, didn't want that, but then here your family, I don't know. It's weird. That's a weird one. I don't know who would you believe? They probably both are right, but which way would you go? Would you go with what your immediate family wants, or would you, what you created, or would you go with what the family that you grew up with wants? Oh, and then the whole My Way, and she shakes her head, she's like, it was one of Fabio's favorite songs. He had Dean Martin, Frank Sinatra, Elvis albums. During karaoke, Dad would sing My Way. First time we've heard that. She wasn't at the Lifetime Achievement Awards, but she saw the video. Mirella was there, and she was smiling, watching Monica singing it. The day Mom was arrested, there were lots, that's when the fighting started. Around Dad's property at the office. Not quite sure what that was. Mirella wanted it. Tensions arose. Yeah. And then I thought this was totally coached. I understood their anger, but not their actions. Who says that? Just out the top of your head. I understand their anger, but not their actions. I don't know. That seemed like a little coach to me. Let's see. Marilla called her B and a C. Yikes. Marilla thought that she wasn't as sad as she should be. She still stands out. Let's see. Jessica still stands by her mom. She doesn't speak to her. She doesn't speak to Marilla, and there's lots of fighting between the two of them. But she's on speaking terms with Luigi. She's not speaking to the rest of Fabio's family. All right, is it Marilla or is it Morelli? Let me find that out because I have it somewhere else. Sorry, let me just check this out. It is Marilla. Okay. Then redirect. So it's funny, State brought her on as a witness, but it seems like she was basically a hostile witness. So the redirect, which was from the State, did you talk to the defense about your phone? Did you talk to the defense? And she said yes, about my phone number being leaked. That was the day before, which was Friday. She never talked to law enforcement about cremation. It came out during trial about Dad not wanting to be cremated. She said she heard it from Leonard. She didn't know if Luigi was familiar with My Way. Did you update your mom about the divide? She said yes. So she was mad. She was mad at Elise and Monica's other friends because they were slandering Monica online. She told Deborah Obad. Deborah Obad's like all over this trial. Her name is all over this trial. I know you guys are asking if she's going to be called. I can't imagine why she wouldn't be called. I mean, she is all over this trial. What she would do to advance one theory or the other, I'm not quite sure what, but almost every witness has mentioned her name. All right, so she told Deborah. Mom said, "Don't tell Dad." Oh yeah, she told Deborah that Monica said, "Don't tell Dad about Robert being in the bed," but she's like, "I don't remember that." Convenient. She saw Baker at the memorial and didn't think that was out of place. Well, she didn't know that Baker had done it at the time, but dude, your dad was just brutally murdered, and here's your mom's little boy toy coming around. It's just disgusting. I'm sorry, that's just wrong. And she's like, "Well, I had my friends were there." Yeah, but your friends didn't just kill your dad and have an affair while your dad was still alive. I mean, come on. So then it goes into this the fireman said Dad was dead, and she's like, "I know that's what the transcript says, but I remember it differently. It was a traumatic day, and I don't remember what happened first." And she shakes her head. She was doing a lot of head shaking and eye rolling, and so swinging in her chair. They killed him. That's what Mom thought it was, these strangers, these knock-knock burglars. So then Cross came back, which was for the defense. Just really nothing there. No one thought it would be an issue about the cremation. All right, then it's Detective Mitzi Roberts. She's basically recalled. She's not really recalled. She was just, again, they're shifting witnesses for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. She goes back over jail letters. Again, Monica is sending letters to Baker. Well, let's see. Okay, so then she started to talk about this video with Baker and another person jogging to Fabio's. So she's like, okay, somebody else was involved. It wasn't just Baker. I mean, we got Baker, got him pinned out for sure, no problem. So who's this other guy coming in with him? So they looked at Al Birdsong. They looked at Lachey Holmes. And then she said she finally saw this Facebook message to Christopher Austin on January 25th. And she said that was very odd because there were very few messages between the two. Like years went by and there was no messages, and then all of a sudden, January 25th. So they started to look into Austin. And the Facebook message on January 27th saying, "Download WhatsApp." When I came on this case, it was solved, but then she said her primary goal was to carry this case through the court process, but it was also to ID any outstanding suspects. And she thought, meaning Mitzi Roberts, was like, she thought there was three or more suspects. The best way was to go through the phone records. Baker had 2 burner phones, and the one ZTE phone traveled to Canada with Monica on January 31st. Again, why are you bringing your boy toy to your dead husband's memorial? I mean, yeah, nope. Another burner phone was purchased in Anchorage, Alaska, so that's like blink. That definitely raised her feelers. And then January 23rd, which was the day after. The day of. Sorry, January 23rd was the day of. Austin was at the ticket counter at LAX, and he was scheduled to fly out on the 24th. He paid an extra $180 to fly out on the 23rd, which was the day of. So that's where we stand right now. What are you guys saying? Let's see. Brenda Mayer, yeah, makes her look cheap. Baca, classless, agreed. Let's see, anything else? Dreama, the knock-knock robbers would have taken the Rolex. Absolutely. Mel Stiller, yes, we know it's wrong, but people without morals or conscience don't think it is. Ali B, I think Jessica was involved. Zero emotion from her. Yeah, therapist, I didn't pay attention. I was with my friends. I know. So much talk about that dang song. It's crazy. Lily Wayne, Leonard is Leonard Levine. That's the gentleman who that's the defense. So you've got Blair Burke and Leonard Levine, who both are like top level defense attorneys. They have Blair Burke for sure. She's covered. She's represented many top clients. Let's see. Just to name a few: Kanye West, Reese Witherspoon, Ryan Seacrest, Heather Locklear, Kiefer Sutherland, Queen Latifah, Lindsay Lohan, Harvey Weinstein. So she's like top. I'm sure Leonard has done his fair share, but Blair Burke is she's like one of the top defense lawyers out there, which would be LA. All right, let's Yeah, Blair Burke is huge. And again, it's like, who's paying for this? Because these guys are not cheap. They're charging $500,000, $600,000 an hour. These guys are not cheap. All right, let's get you back into the courtroom. And I will see you guys on the other side.
Okay. So you were, before we broke, telling us about how you had learned that Mr. Austin had moved to Vancouver, Washington by the time you got into this portion of your investigation where you were looking to perhaps interview him. You mentioned doing a Perkins operation. What is a Perkins operation?
Again, the Perkins operation is a tactic utilized by law enforcement where we place the target or the suspect that we're looking at into a cell with a Perkins, what we refer to as a Perkins agent, which could either be a law enforcement undercover officer or an actual undercover person, citizen, civilian, that acts as a Perkins agent.
Okay. And so you were looking to do that, but weren't able to, based on the status of your investigation at that point?
Correct. I didn't have enough evidence at that point for a filing and or to get a arrest warrant.
Now, when you were investigating Christopher Austin, did you also learn that he had traveled with Robert Baker to Las Vegas in July of 2016?
I did.
And did you obtain, again, flight information for Austin, where he flew into Los Angeles, and then he and Baker at the end of July of 2016 drove to Las Vegas?
That was information that came in.
Sustained.
How did you learn about Baker and Austin going to Las Vegas at the end of July of 2016?
During preparations for a trial that was continued in April, I re-interviewed a witness in this case that gave us that information, and then I researched into trying to prove that they actually did go.
Sustained.
And so did you obtain, once again, flight records for Mr. Austin flying into LAX?
I did not. I believe the investigative team did after me.
Okay. And then did you also speak to one of the detectives that was, before you retired, assigned to Robbery Homicide Division that works with the FBI through a unit called CAST?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask this detective in order to confirm this trip by Austin and Baker to Las Vegas in July of 2016 to look at cell tower records as to where Baker and Austin went?
Yes.
And from that, the graphics that she produced, did that show Baker and Austin driving to Las Vegas?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what type of records you looked at that confirmed that?
We looked at I provided her with all of the cell phone records for Monica Baker, Christopher Austin, I believe Al Birdsong, and Chris Austin.
Monica Baker.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Robert Baker, Monica Sementilli, Christopher Austin, and I believe Alfred Birdsong as well.
Okay.
And asked her to utilize those records and the data that came from the phone companies to try and determine if they traveled to Las Vegas.
Okay. And then
during that time period.
I'm sorry.
During that time period.
All right. And this was Tanya Edquist, Detective Tanya Edquist?
Correct.
And then did she produce some graphics from those phone records indicating that all four of them were in Las Vegas during this July of 2016?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
What records or graphics did she produce that you then viewed?
Same objection.
Let me see you at sidebar, please.
Did you also, I think we talked about this last week, review an email regarding an agenda, an itinerary that Fabio Sementilli sent to his wife for a trip to Las Vegas during this same time period in July of 2016, where they stayed at the Aria.
It's oral.
Yes.
Now, did you also review records, phone records, for Robert Baker's regular phone, not his burner phone, and Chris Austin, again, his regular phone, not his burner phone, with respect to the dates between January 11th and January 13th, 2017, a couple of weeks prior to the murder?
I did.
Did you also review records, Viber records, for Robert Baker and the defendant during that same period of time?
Yes.
And did you also review records, phone records, from Al Birdsong's cell phone and Robert Baker's cell phone during that same period of time?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you learn from reviewing the phone records of all of these individuals?
During from January 11th to January 13th, there is a spike in phone activity via texting and phone calling between Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, between Christopher Austin and Albert Birdsong, and between Robert Baker and Alfred Birdsong, which is interesting, was interesting to me.
I'm going to check any further information.
Sustained.
So you saw a spike in activity between the January 11th and January 13th, 2017 timeline, correct?
Yes, and there was also, during that time, the Viber messaging going back and forth between Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Your Honor, I have a timeline for the period of January 11th to January 13th of 2017. It is 11 pages in length. If it could be marked as People's 243, I believe it is.
Yes.
Well, I don't think there's any evidence regarding a burner phone system prior to the murder.
I'm sorry, if we're going to do this in front of the jury, then can we come to sidebar instead so we obey the court's orders?
Yes.
All right. Showing you
this timeline of dates between January 11th of 2017 and the last page, it looks like it ends at line 445, which is on January 13th of 2017 1 minute before midnight, before it turns January 14th.
Excuse me, did we do the...
Yes.
Is this timeline what you're referring to in terms of the communications between the defendant and Robert Baker using Viber, and Baker using his regular cell phone to communicate with Christopher Austin's regular cell phone?
Yes.
And you indicated that there were also communications that involved Al Birdsong.
Yes.
Your Honor, I also have a call detail record for January of 2017 for a phone number 907-306-7486. It is numerous pages in length. May it be marked, please, as People's 244.
Yes.
Showing you the first page of this document, a report for call details between January 1st and January 31st of 2017. Do you recognize this phone number here, the 907 number?
Yes, that's Christopher Austin's regular phone.
Okay. And showing you page 10 of these records, and Your Honor, it appears to be 33 pages in length. Showing you page 10 of these records, does it show calls between Christopher Austin and Al Birdsong
Yes.
during the same time period that we've been talking about,
Yes.
as well as calls between Robert Baker and Al Birdsong during the same time period?
That record shows calls between Robert Baker and Christopher Austin, but I am aware that Robert Baker's CDRs show calls between him and Al Birdsong on the 12th.
Okay.
I'll allow it.
Are you also aware of any credit card transactions? I'm now moving back to the end of July of 2016 regarding Robert Baker and Christopher Austin.
Yes.
And what did those transactions indicate?
They indicated it's through a bank account that's associated with, I believe it may be Chase Bank, if I remember correctly, associated with Robert Baker. He makes a deposit into the account in the Los Angeles area. He makes a deposit into his, via the ATM, I think, into his account. And on the same day, there's a withdrawal in Anchorage, Alaska, via the ATM of that same account in a non-Chase bank. So somebody in Anchorage, Alaska withdrew money from Robert Baker's account.
Okay. And again, the only person that you told us who came up in your investigation who had a connection to Alaska was Christopher Austin.
Correct.
All right. also determine that the credit union was the lien holder for Christopher Austin's vehicle.
Yes.
All right.
And there was additional ATM transactions on January 12th as well, the similar type of transaction.
Okay. January 12th of 2017, the same time period that we just discussed with respect to the communications between the defendant and Baker, Baker and Austin, Austin and Birdsong, and Baker and Birdsong.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'm going to move on to another area, and we have transcripts to pass out. Let me see.
That was 237 through 242, different area?
No, this is another set. Did you also review approximately 16 different calls, jail calls, as we talked about last Friday, that were made between the defendant and Robert Baker through third parties?
Yes.
And some of those calls were through an attorney you mentioned as Howard Lynch, correct?
Correct.
Subsequent to the calls between the defendant and Baker through Howard Lynch's office, did you then find additional calls between the defendant and Baker through another third party?
I did.
And who was that? According to what the two of them discussed.
Correct. It was Robert Baker's sister. At least he called her a sister. I don't believe it's an actual blood sister. And her name was April.
Okay. Your Honor, for the audio portion, that is, I believe, contained as well on the flash drive that we previously marked as Exhibit 158. And then we have a transcript compilation of some of these calls. May it be marked as People's 244?
45.
Thank you. And at this time, may I pass out those transcripts?
Yes, and the same admonition as all transcript applies.
Okay.
There's a good chance if anything ever comes up that my girlfriend, who is also my primey, may call you and leave a message by chance.
Okay.
That may happen. She'll either call direct if she has a calling card, I think, because she's well taken care of. When guys like me are just barely making it, but that's fine. It's all well and good. She may even leave a message if by chance if you guys pick up. And if I call, I'm gonna try to call like every Friday when I know you're there. Now that I know you're there, just to check in.
Okay.
Okay. And
what's her name?
her name is Monica Sementilli. If you Google my name and her name, it'll come up together. The whole case will pop up. in the newspapers. Yeah. So you'll know, so it won't be a surprise name. She's my girlfriend. She's my friend. She's, you know, we don't talk about the case, but she may leave information about the family.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Sheila, I love you guys. Thank you. I will try to call back soon.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Now, was this one of the calls that you identified as going through Howard Lynch's law office to his secretary, Sheila?
Yes.
And what is a crimey?
It's somebody that,
It's overruled.
somebody typically that you commit a crime with. And a lot of times in cases, defendants will refer to people they're arrested with in a case, they're in a case together as their crimey.
Would this be an example of what you were discussing last week, where the defendant and Robert Baker set up a way to communicate directly to one another through a third party?
It's overruled.
Yes, where they would call in and leave messages for each other through a third party.
And you said that's how it started out, correct?
Correct.
And then later it progressed to actually being able to talk on the phone to one another.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Can I speak to Howard?
Hold on 1 minute. Hello.
Hi, Howard.
Hi, Amanda.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
Good. I'm just checking in and making sure everything's okay.
What do you mean?
Did he check in with you already?
Who?
Our friend at Wayside.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, because I tried calling yesterday a few times. I just, but of course it's a different name, so I wasn't sure if you realized I was calling.
No, I didn't know it was you.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, well, if he calls back, I just wanted to get a message for him.
Okay.
So, I'm good, I'm strong, just, waiting. I haven't been getting that much mail. I think they're taking it. Oh, I know they're taking it. And
We're definitely taking it.
yeah, they're going to use it. So, there's a lot of things, that, not appropriate for my, family or children to see, which they probably will. And I already sent him a letter, so if you could just tell him to stop with the whole...
This call is being recorded.
Just tell him to hold on to the chapters.
The chapters?
Yeah, he knows what I'm talking about. Say, hold on to the chapters because I can't have my kids seeing those. And he's going to get some letters from my friends here, some pen pals, so he can write back, like personal letters to those addresses, but no more chapters for now. He should understand what I'm talking about.
Okay. Okay. No problem.
How's he doing?
Good. He's, brought light of everything. He's doing okay.
Yeah.
I sent him some bugs, put money on his bugs. He's doing okay.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, that's good to hear. So just tell him that I'm still going on 10 p.m. every night. Just tell him that.
You're still going at 10 p.m.?
10 p.m. every night. He knows what that means.
Okay.
And I love him. And I will, I guess I'll call back in a few days.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay?
Okay, I'll relay the message.
Okay, thank you. I'll talk to you
You're
soon.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Do you recognize who the caller was?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Monica Sementilli.
And again, in this particular call, she asks to speak to Howard. Was this again one of the phone calls made through Howard Lynch's law office?
It was.
And when she referred to our friend at Wayside, what is Wayside?
It's Pitchess, actually. It's a detention center, Los Angeles County Detention Center up in Castaic.
The location where we talked about last week, where Baker was housed for a period of time?
Correct.
Okay. And in this, where she talks about not getting her mail because she knew that they were taking it, is this, again, a subject of communication between the defendant and Baker to try to get around that process?
Yes.
And in some of the jail mail, as well as some of the selected ones that we looked at on the overhead, 10 p.m. is a particular time that was referred to between them?
Yes, 10 and then 9.
It changed at some point?
Yes.
Okay. And so this call, is that an example of what you were describing to us last week of both the defendant and Robert Baker calling in through a third party and leaving messages directly for one another?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I got a call yesterday and somebody told me to tell you to hold on to the chapters.
Okay, got it.
And you may be getting a letter from some friends down in jail.
Oh, okay, got
To
it.
respond to that. And,
Got it. Good. Thank you.
Still going at 10 p.m. every night.
Okay. All right, man.
And hanging strong, and much luck for you.
That's cool, man. Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And I hate to do this to you, but yeah. Just let everybody know that I'm gonna try to call once a week and check in with you to see if there's any update.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
All right. Did you recognize the person's voice who called in on this particular call?
Yes.
And who was that?
That's Robert Baker.
Okay. And again, would that be the same voice person that we heard in the last call, which is the voice of Howard Lynch?
Correct.
Again, referencing what the defendant said when she called in the prior call.
Correct.
Okay, and in the last call, we also heard there was some type of a recorded warning.
Yes.
What is that?
That comes on very frequently. Throughout the call, there's a warning at the initial call that you're being recorded, and then it comes on frequently during the conversation to remind the callers that they're being recorded.
And that is an automated warning that goes out on every jail call?
Every jail call.
Okay, thank you.
And tell my friend who called you that she should answer best way she can what I sent her. She'll probably get it.
Got it.
So, and maybe even let her know that what my next court date is, because maybe she has no idea.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I think that person was hanging in there strong, and definitely was seemed like having your back.
Yeah, well, that goes both ways, man. That goes both ways. It goes both ways, no doubt. It goes both ways. Ain't nothing changed on my side. So yeah, and you know, definitely make that known.
All right. And did you recognize, once again, the voice of the person who called in?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was Robert Baker.
Okay. And again, is he speaking to the same individual we've heard now in the last few calls, Howard Lynch?
He is.
All right. And when he says, tell my friend who calls you she should answer the best way she can what I've sent her, in terms of being sent things, is this through the mail service that where inmates are able to send mail to individuals outside of the jail system?
Yes.
And what does it mean when an individual who's in custody says they had somebody's back?
They got your back. I'm going to protect you.
Excuse me, that's overruled.
Go ahead.
It's basically like a way to say I'm going to protect that person. They're going to protect me. A lot of times when they're in custody, it means, especially in a case where they're co-defendants on a case, that they're going to basically not give information on one another.
Is that sometimes referred to as cooperating with law enforcement or rolling on their crime partner?
Objection, reading conflict, including no findings.
Overruled on all grounds.
Yes.
All right.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Good.
Yeah, I just got some return mail today. I sent so much over to him, and I don't think he's getting it, but I got a couple returned to me. Something was wrong with the module number, so I just resent them all. If you could pass on the message, because he's probably waiting for my mail, and I don't think he's getting it.
Okay. Okay. I'll let them know.
Okay, has he called in?
Yes.
Okay.
And talked to him briefly yesterday.
Okay.
So, he's figuring out what he wants to do with his lawyers.
Okay.
This call is being recorded.
I had to get off the phone quickly because I was with a client.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. I think he has. There's a new one that I heard it was pretty good. Is that the case?
No, he hasn't heard from anybody. He's not too happy about that.
Oh, I was told my lawyer had spoken to him and said he was a pretty good guy, so I didn't know.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Something about them working together. I'm completely sure. I haven't seen mine. He's coming to speak, so.
Okay.
So far things are working out, as far as I know, officially. So yeah. I just wanted to let him know that, but it's hard because I don't think they're giving him any of his mail.
You know what? When he calls in, and he'll probably call me today, I'll find out if he's gotten anything.
Yeah, I just saw I resent another 3 that were returned. And I think I sent 7 altogether in the last 2.5 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, because according to his mail, he doesn't think I'm sending anything. He's obviously not getting it, so. Yeah. But I heard things are working out, and the important piece of information he was asking me about, I'm told that that's being worked on, and it's what we expected it to be, so it's all good.
Right, worked on.
Yeah, so kind of good news, but bad news. Got to stay in here for a little while longer.
Yeah, well, you know what? Just gotta hang in there. These type of cases, these are just, just gotta be tough.
Okay, well, I hope he does call today. And again, just, I'm always thinking of him, and I love him, and I hope he stays strong, because I am, or I'm really trying to.
Good, good. Well, know that he's always thinking of you as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
All right?
All right, I'll probably call him a few days, or maybe at the end of the week.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Once again, did you recognize the individual, the female voice that called in?
Yes,
And who is that?
Monica Sementilli.
Okay. And is this, who was on the other end of the line that she was speaking to, the male?
Howard Lynch.
And was this, again, another message where they are calling in through Lynch, who's passing out their messages to one another?
Correct.
Now, after this call, were there multiple calls in the days following that followed the same pattern as we saw here?
Yes.
When we heard the defendant talk about sending 7 in the last 2.5 weeks, do you know what they're referring to?
Letters.
Again,
Jail mail.
Jail mail. Is jail mail, is that when it's sent between inmates, is there a term for that?
Sometimes it's referred to as a kite.
Okay. Thank you.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, man. Sorry to pull a bargain on the cyborg training.
Well, just trying to get shit done over here, man.
I know, man.
They're hitting me up like on my cell phone, on my arm. I mean, she's hitting me up like.
Cause you're the only connection we have, man.
Okay, but see, one of the problems I'm having though is I don't want to have any issues, down the road.
No, I know.
Any personal issues, So I'm a little conflicted there. Hey,
Yeah.
It is, sometimes I don't mind, but, I just don't want to have any repercussions come back to me.
No, I know. I already know what it is. I already know. I'm working on that. This is someone else who's definitely in either one of our circles. So that would stop that because she already knows that I trust a certain amount of people, and obviously, you definitely one of them. So yeah. So anyway, I'm just trying to make sure that I get it.
Right.
I get it because I know everyone's doing the same thing.
This call is being recorded.
They got everyone running scared.
Right. Yeah.
I know, because you know how they play this game.
Right.
So, yeah, man. But yeah. I know, man. I'm hopefully in the next couple of days or so, I'll have an alternate way of doing this, so that way that one won't be an issue.
Okay. Good.
But if she's trying to get a hold of you, there's something important.
Yeah. Well, she called my cell, but that's when I'm in court. I don't answer the phone when I'm in court.
Yeah.
No, actually, I didn't even know until afterwards. She called.
Did she tell you what it was?
No, just saw that she called.
Oh shit! I can only imagine what it could be. She kind of hit me up on something and just said that there was something coming down the pipe that kind of like that would kind of like shed light on this whole thing.
Oh, good.
So that's what I think she's trying to get a hold of you for, to let me know that it may have happened or whatever the hell was going on, because I had no idea what it was. Did you manage to talk to her at all?
No. I mean, if she calls her with a client, I can't. I don't.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Can you explain to us what we just heard in this portion?
So this is a conversation, again, Robert Baker with Howard Lynch, and he's obviously concerned. Monica is reaching out to him a lot, it seems, on his cell phone and his office phone, and he knows, I think, ethically that that is an issue.
And so that's where he said, Mr. Lynch said, that he doesn't want to have any personal repercussions.
Correct.
Okay. And so in this particular call, we heard Baker talking about finding an alternative path for them to communicate. And what did that turn out to be?
It turned out to be a series of, one of them was...
Well, there's no foundation for that.
At this point, that's true.
Okay. We'll play the next one and talk after that.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hey, babe.
Oh my God. I can't believe I'm talking to you.
My wife and my sister made miracles happen, babe.
Oh my God. I miss you so much. I'm going to put the phone down.
All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Talk about links, babe. Talk about links.
I can't believe it. I've been trying forever to get this done. Are you calling with your own number?
Yes, I am.
Oh,
We're not talking about the case anyway.
yeah, that's not good though, because they took everything from me. Everything.
Wow, again? When was the last time that happened?
When they moved me here.
Oh, wow, they took all your paperwork?
I'm in a cell now.
Yeah, me too. I'm in a cell too now.
Oh God. So I could.
They're playing their games again.
Yeah. That's why I wanted you to call someone else's number, because I really have a lot to tell you.
Well, tell me what you can tell me without getting too crazy.
You know what? I'm gonna call back and leave messages.
This call is being recorded.
I'll leave messages with her, and you call in with a different number to get those messages. Like,
Okay.
are you calling collect or with a calling card?
No, she doesn't have it set up like that. I got a little bit of money on an account I saved for just this purpose.
Okay, so I'm buying other people's minutes so I can use them. So it's like a different name every time I call in.
Yeah.
And now that they're listening, they know that. So that's not good either.
That's fine. Yeah, so I mean, tell me what you can tell me, but and if you can't, there's nothing to hold on to. If it's good or bad.
No, good. Good. I've sent maybe more than 10 letters since the last court date. I know you haven't gotten them, because I haven't gotten yours. I got one that was dated.
Well, there should be I held off on it because CC should have them.
Okay, well, I'm not with her anymore. I'm not with her anymore.
There's someone, and I sent the portrait to that DP.
No, I got the portrait.
No, there's another one coming. That was a sketch.
Okay.
That wasn't the real one. The real one is, hopefully you can have a way to get her, make it. Is she gonna hold on to everything?
She's gonna just mail. She's gonna mail it to me. So they're still gonna.
Good.
They're still gonna see it, but she's gonna mail it to me. It's just that they're, fat boys using that showing my family, right? I don't want them to see some things that you write. That's why.
Oh, if fat boys don't want it to.
Oh yeah, and everyone's gonna see it. The whole world's gonna see everything. Chapters, everything.
Well, that's made up shit. That's all made up. It's made up shit.
Well, I know, but still.
Well,
I know, but still. I mean, these minutes might run out soon, but I just want to tell you that now there's going to be other mail coming to your TP, the one that starts with an A, and it's not.
I'm no longer there anymore.
Okay, so you're going to have to give me a name to send stuff to, but not now.
Yeah. I already took care of that.
Okay.
I got that.
Okay, but you're.
So,
someone to mail it to, like not your name. So don't, you're going to have to use, when you call in with someone else's PIN, leave the name.
Yeah.
Because I have 4 or 5 already here, ready to be sent out, but I'm holding off because I don't know where to send them.
All right. So, in this particular clip, who is this, or who does this call initially appear to be between?
It's Robert Baker and his sister April.
Okay. And who's the third person, the other female on the phone?
Monica Sementilli.
Okay. So again, is this what the next step was that you were describing for us last week, where the defendant and Baker call through a third party, and as we heard, the third party puts down the phone so they can communicate privately?
Correct.
And so, in doing so, we heard them talk about paperwork, that they took, he says they took all your paperwork. What are they referring to?
It's
oral.
Letters.
Kites.
Kites, jail mail.
Okay. And then we heard the defendant say she's buying other people's minutes. What does that mean?
An inmate can buy phone minutes that are attached to their unique PIN number, and when she buys minutes from another inmate, it's attached to their PIN number.
And you told us last week that each inmate has their own unique PIN.
Correct.
Number. And so by using someone else's, another inmate's PIN number, then would that indicate who was using those minutes other than the inmate to whom the PIN belongs?
So that's why it's considered a clean number, and it would be associated with that inmate. And unless law enforcement had information that Monica was using that inmate's PIN number, we wouldn't know. In this case, the mistake was that Baker was using his own PIN number, and so we got it through Baker's calls.
Okay. So you wouldn't have been able to trace it back to the defendant, but since Baker wasn't using calling through what they refer to as a clean call, by using his own PIN, you were able to identify and obtain this particular call.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular conversation, did we hear the defendant actually asking him whether or not he's calling in using his own PIN or someone else's?
Yes, we did.
And when he says no, he's using his own, that's when she said that's not good.
Correct.
Okay. What did they consider to be good so that they could potentially trade information that they discussed?
Speculation culture.
It's overruled.
That would be Baker using another inmate's PIN number, and Monica using another inmate's PIN number to call into April and talk that way.
Okay. And through their jail mail, did they also attempt to set up times when they would each call in so that they could connect?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in this particular call, did the defendant also describe multiple letters that she had sent to Baker, as well as a sketch, such as the one we saw today?
Yes, I believe she received a sketch from Baker, and that she was holding off. She was holding off on sending her letters until she got a new PP or pen pal from Baker, because his had obviously moved.
So again, by using a PP or a pen pal, in this case she says one that starts with an A, is that a similar type scheme to communicate through other inmates' names?
It's exactly the same. It's just one is utilizing it for the phone calls, and the other is using it for the mail or the kites.
Okay. And is that what the defendant basically describes towards the end of this call, where she says, I need someone to mail it to, like, not your name?
Yes.
Okay. And then does she tell Direct Baker that when he calls in using another inmate's PIN number, that he should leave the name so that she'll know who to send the mail through?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Hey, babe.
Hi. Hey.
Hey, baby.
Hi. How are you, baby?
Hey, baby. I'm doing great now that I'm hearing you. You want to hear something crazy?
What?
All of me just played on the damn TV. What's the TV you got on the radio?
Oh my
Talk
God.
about uncanny, boy. Talk about uncanny, I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
Listen closely. Listen,
Yes.
really want to speak fast, okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how much time I have left on this thing.
Okay.
I'm going to the store tomorrow, so I got to get more money on the books. Now listen to me carefully. You cannot tell me what you wanted to tell me, because once I call this number, they record every number that comes in from this facility. So it doesn't matter what number comes in, they're gonna do that. So don't worry about telling me yet, unless it's something, you know. No, don't. If it's too good, don't tell me anything.
No, I know, but I'm saying
Okay.
if you're calling from someone else's number, it doesn't matter, because.
No, trust me. Any number that comes in from LA County, they're gonna record it.
No, I know it'll be recorded, but
My number.
it's other people talking. It's not us. You know what I mean? They won't. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'll
So,
try to get
you know,
you the message somehow, some way.
This call is being recorded.
So do you know? I also told April that, you know, whenever you leave a message, me and her have a system, so that way we know that you've called.
Okay.
So I'm working on getting a new number, a clean number. I'm working on. I mean, I got no resources. I don't talk to nobody, so it's really hard. So, but I'm working on some fresh numbers, and when I do, I'll figure a way how to get the number to you. I have a way in my head. It's complicated. It has to do. It's complicated. I don't know if I got enough time to tell you.
Okay.
And we could do every coded message like this. I'm trying to see if I can get it all out, because I've been thinking about it for days, trying to figure out how to do it. Okay. Don't repeat it, obviously. You know what day we met?
Yeah.
Okay. So, not the month, but the day comes up to one number if you put them together, correct?
Okay.
All right. So, that is the number that we subtract all numbers to. So, if I say, add 3, you already know what the number is.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, I'm not going to do it now, because I have to give you a formula. The next time we talk, I'm going to bring a piece of paper and a pencil with you, and I'm going to run a set of numbers to you just to make sure you got it, and then I'm going to do an equation, and the equation will let me know we're on the same page.
Okay.
And I'll also give you the phone number.
Okay, I see.
That's why we're half-ass smart.
Okay.
Because
What about where I
something only
send?
me and you know.
What about where I send mail to? Do you have a?
No, not yet.
Okay. Again, did you recognize the two individuals that were talking directly to one another?
Yes, it was Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Okay. And when Baker says, I don't know how much time I have left on this thing, do you know what he's referring to?
Yes, it's minutes basically on that card, the card that he's calling from.
And the card that he calls from, where are those purchased within the jail?
They have like a commissary where you can get snacks and phone cards and books and things like that.
And when an inmate purchases a calling card through the commissary within the jail system, again, are those cards specific to an inmate's PIN number so that it will show the individual who owns that PIN number or booking number.
Yes.
So when we heard Baker saying, listen carefully, you can't tell me what you wanted to because they record every number that comes in from this facility. What is it that he's referring to?
Well, they do. They record every single call, and I think I don't think he understands the system as much as Monica did.
Sustained.
Does he talk about the fact that all of the calls that are coming in into the facility, the jail facility, register the phone number from where the calls originate?
Yes.
All right. And so does he talk to the defendant about the fact that if she continues calling from her facility, that the same number will register as an incoming call to the facility?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point we have him saying if she has anything to say that's good, not to tell him. Is that correct?
Correct.
And does he indicate why that is?
Because they're being recorded.
Okay. And then does the defendant indicate that it doesn't matter as long as he's calling from someone else's number?
Yes.
When you call from someone else's number, again, is that referring to an individual's PIN?
Yes.
Okay. And then we heard the defendant saying, it's all recorded, but it's other people talking, it's not us. What does that mean?
So that means if she's calling in on Antoinette's PIN and Robert Baker is calling from Tim's PIN or whichever PIN he uses, that law enforcement wouldn't recognize the voices and would think it was an actual conversation between Tim and Antoinette and not between Monica and Robert Baker.
So in other words, that if a detective such as yourself was trying to obtain all of the calls from a particular defendant or between two defendants charged in the same case, you would request that information based on their booking numbers or PINs?
Yes.
So if you made such a request, you wouldn't receive calls that are made from other inmates' PINs?
Unless we found that person, which in this case sometimes we did, and we could request the calls for that PIN number, we would have no way of knowing that and that they called each other.
Okay. And then we also heard Baker saying that he and April have a system so that he has a way of knowing when the defendant has called in. What does that mean?
He would call April a lot, a couple times a week, if I remember correctly, and he would say, I'm going to call in at 7, I'm going to call on Wednesday at 7, and so they had this system where she knew that he was going to call in, and a lot of times they would try to coordinate that, just like in this case where they could actually talk together. They could call in at the same time.
You mean the defendant and Baker?
Correct.
So that they could communicate directly, as we just heard in this phone call?
Yes.
And when Baker said, I'm working on getting a new number, a clean number, what is, again, a clean number?
A PIN number unknown to law enforcement that he can use to make calls.
Okay. And then we heard him talking about fresh numbers and using coded messages. In fact, he uses the language coded message.
Yes.
And then he describes a process. What does that mean?
So they had this unique date that was a date to them of when they met.
So a rule.
And that was the basis of this numbering system to basically every letter of the alphabet had a numerical value based on that initial date that law enforcement had no way of knowing what that date was that they were using, and that once they cracked that code, then he could send the new PIN number through that code.
Okay. So in other words, being able to conceal the PIN number so that they could secretly communicate that without someone like yourself being able to identify which PIN number they're using.
Objection, Your Honor. That's just repeating the Hanfield word.
So ruled.
Correct. And when he talked about adding and subtracting numbers, was that part of coming up with a code that they could both use to communicate secretly?
Yes.
And when we heard Baker saying he's going to give her a formula, and so bring a piece of paper and a pencil, and he's going to run a set of numbers. Did you also attempt to locate those particular calls?
Yes.
Now, despite being able to locate those calls, did you run into the problem where the inmates' pins that they used, often those inmates would then be released and they had to resort to finding another pin so that the number kept changing?
Sustained.
What was the problem once you were able to, in some of these cases, figure out the PIN number they were using? What problems did that then present for you?
A lot of times the inmate left the facility, moved on to another facility, or were released, or I recall occasions overhearing where it was obvious that the real person attached to that PIN wasn't comfortable with the process, with participating in this process.
In other words, that person would initiate the call on one end or the other, usually from the women's jail, and then choose to walk away.
Yes.
Leading. Sustained on that ground.
What did you hear regarding the females from the women's jail where the defendant was housed when she would try to initiate some of these calls using the other inmate's PIN?
That's vague, Your Honor.
So ruled.
I recall one call where an inmate, I don't remember the inmate's name, called her partner and said, hey, this, I believe she gave the name Antoinette, I don't believe she used the name Monica, is going to call you at this time. She wants to talk to her man. And the person that she was calling, who was on the outside, was actually, was not comfortable with putting this together.
So ruled.
When you say on the outside, what does that mean?
Not in custody.
Okay.
So the number that they were calling, it was her girlfriend, if I remember correctly. And the girlfriend, who was not in custody, did not want to be that third person to hook up the calls.
Kind of like what we heard from Howard Lynch eventually when he indicated to Baker that his girl was hitting him up too much and calling on his cell and while he was in court and things of that nature.
Sustained.
That's the same type of scenario we heard with Mr. Lynch on a prior call with Baker, correct?
I love that.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay, on the switcher. You there?
Hi. Hello, my life. Oh my God.
Oh, babe. I love you so much.
Oh my God, I have so much to tell you, but you're supposed to call in the way I do.
I can't do it because I just got here. It's been chaos.
I heard
chaos. They've been moving me constantly, and I got some letters from a friend of mine yesterday. There was 4 of them.
Okay, is this from AM?
Yeah.
So did you get
from R?
from BR?
BR.
Okay, that's the one you can write to.
All right. In this particular call, again, did you recognize the two voices on this call?
Yes, it was Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Okay. And when we hear Baker say, I can't do it, when she says you're supposed to call in the way she does, what does that mean?
She has a clean pen. She's not using her own pen.
And Baker says, I can't do it because I just got here. What does that mean with respect to where Baker was housed?
Overruled.
He doesn't have any contacts yet at that facility to set up PPs, pen pals,
Clean calls.
clean calls.
And when the defendant says, in response to him saying he got some letters from a friend of his yesterday, there were 4 of them, and she says, okay, was it from AM? What does that mean?
Objection, and that's leading, and this states the evidence.
It's over.
Just repeating the evidence of what was said.
Excuse me, that's over. No, it's overruled.
What does AM stand for?
I can't remember the last name, but the first name was Antoinette. It was one of the pen pals that Monica used to write to Baker.
So in other words, the system that they set up, in many cases, they were able to communicate by sending letters from particular other inmates, and they're using initials for those people here.
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
Yes.
And then we also saw that on the other side, that kites are being sent back and forth from BR.
Yes.
And they both appear to know the initials of a female and a male inmate that they're using to send mail through.
Yes.
Okay. This is probably a good place to start.
All right, let's take our noon recess until 1:30. The admin supplies. You'll not discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else on the forum expressing opinions of the cause finally submitted to you. Have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. Council, please remain.
All right, so they are taking their lunch break, and we can zoom, and we'll zoom, but I'm going to do a quick little break here because this, a quick little recap, because we're now hearing, we did all the jail letters between Monica and Baker, but now we're getting into phone calls. So before that, they talked about Austin, Chris Austin. He had moved to Vancouver, Washington. At the time, Miss Roberts there started to look into the case. She talked about the Perkins operation, which is basically they place the suspect in the jail cell, and then they have an undercover law enforcement or civilian that acts as a Perkins agent. And we heard that many weeks ago about Monica talking to the person who she thought was just an inmate. There are bank deposits that are talked about between Baker and Austin. And then there are 16 jail calls from Baker and Monica through a third party. And the attorney, Howard Lynch, is one of them. And Ken, this is what I wanted you to just weigh in on. How ethical is that to have a lawyer use his or her law office to have two, well, I guess they're just suspects at this point. I don't think Baker was... see, that's a good point, because I don't know if Baker pled guilty yet. So he's in prison. He's being moved around, I think. So I was just wondering how ethical that is. Additional calls from another third party, which was Baker's sister, but she was not blood. He just called her sister. Her name was April. So then the one phone call we hear, or the first phone call we heard, was to Sheila, which is Lynch's secretary. Baker says, my girlfriend may call you. She has a calling card, so she's all good. I'm going to call every Friday to check in. If you Google her name and mine, it will pop up. She's my girlfriend, but she may need info about the family. And then crimey. I missed that. I guess he said crimey. I kind of missed that. But and then they explained that's somebody you commit a crime with. So I'm sorry that I missed that. That's pretty big. Monica, then the next one is Monica calls into Howard, and Howard says, hi, Amanda. And Monica kind of chuckles. Just checking in to make sure everything's okay. Did our friend check in? Howard says yes. I mean, when she said that, I'm like, this is like they're like wannabe gangsters or something. Wannabe mafia. You know, our friend in New Jersey. Hey, our friend in New York. You know, our friend. He's causing a problem. Our friend over there. If he calls back, I want to leave a message for him. Tell him I'm good. I'm strong. They are taking my mail. Tell him to hold on to the chapters because I can't have my kids seeing those. Well, guess what? They did. He's going to get some letters to my pen pals here, but no more chapters. He should understand what I'm talking about. And then Howard says he's doing okay in light of everything. Howard sounds really like disconnected. He was just like, yeah, he's doing okay in light of everything. Like he just sounds so disconnected. And then Monica says, I'm still going at 10 p.m. every night. He knows what that means, and I love him. I wonder if they're doing, they said they think about each other at 10 o'clock every night. Are they, are they rubbing one out every time? I wouldn't put it past him, to be quite honest. Then Howard to Baker says, hold on to the chapters. Baker says, okay, got it. You may get some letters from friends from jail. He says, okay, I got it. Howard says, still going at 10 every night. And Baker's like, he laughs. He's like, I appreciate that. Let everyone know I'm going to call in once a week to check in. That's Baker talking. And then Howard says to Baker, she keeps hitting me up. I don't want any issues. I'm conflicted there. And he sounded really like, dude, she's hounding me. Just tell her to stop. He's like, I don't want any repercussions. Yeah, I bet you don't. So then Baker says they got everyone running scared. Hopefully I'll have an alternate soon. So he's trying to get Howard off of this being a go-between. So he realizes there's an issue here. Howard's like, she called my cell. Monica. She's just whatever. Then Baker and Monica call each other, and he's like, hey, my wife, my sister, miracles happen, babe. But his sister was April. Both are excited to talk to each other. I'm buying other people's minutes, and now that they're listening, they know that. The whole world will see the chapters. Another letter will be coming to your PP, meaning pen pal. Baker says, I'm not there anymore, meaning his pen pal has moved. When you call in with someone else's pin, give another name. And then they're like saying, they're saying all this all this stuff. And then they're like, but they're listening. Another phone call. Hey, babe, all of me just played on the TV. It's uncanny. Baker, I'm going to store tomorrow. You cannot tell me because they record every call. I'm thinking about this for days to get coded messages out. I've been thinking about this. Remember the day we met? That's the day we backtrack. And then I have to give you a formula. So he's a smart guy. I'm not saying Baker's a smart dude to come up with this. I mean, we know that codes exist and they're out there, but to actually come up with it and I don't know. I think it's I'm going to give him credit for that. He says, I'm going to give you an equation. And he says, we're half-assed smart. So, using another PIN, then after the phone calls, using another's PIN allows them to call without law enforcement knowing it's them. So if law enforcement requests a call log based on the inmate's PINs and booking number, they're not going to get it. So that's where the Antoinette and Tim come up. So if you use another person's PIN and say, hi, this is Antoinette, there's just no way that their law enforcement's going to be able to go through all the phone messages. So Baker called April a couple times a week. Baker had a system with April and tried to coordinate with Monica to call in at the same time. So they are, Baker's a very ingenious person. I'm not going to put it past him. He was in the Army, so I'm sure he learned a lot of covert stuff there. So, all right, what are you guys talking about? Therapist, it just seems like such a dumb code word for letters. Use something like windshield wipers or further away from the letters. Butterfly Dana, it is Chad and Lori Daybell novel with Monica and Baker, same both in cells, rub-a-dub. Yeah. Yeah, don't say it. OnlyFan, possibly disguising their notes as books, a la Corey. Widespread panic. What's chapters? Code for letters, maybe? Yeah, probably. Sinbad, their code wording is too obvious. Butterfly Dana, makes me wonder if Lynch getting so-called goodies from Monica. It is a thought. Capri Law, criminal minds can be some of the most intelligent. Drunky the Bear, Baker was already in prison. Yeah. Yes, he was. For his stepdaughter, who he ended up marrying. Yep, his stepdaughter, who he ended up marrying. I wonder if she ended up being one of those stars that we heard about earlier, because he was managing stars. I wonder I wonder. Yep, therapists, they have nothing to do all day but connive. It's true. It's like, I think about that all the time. I'm like, if you had spent that amount of energy and thought towards working in a positive, I don't know. I remember in New York, you would see obviously a lot of people that were on the streets and they were asking for money and stuff. And I saw this one guy all the time, for years, right? And I asked him one time, I'm like, why don't you go work? Like, why don't you go work? Why don't you go work in an office, or just go work for something instead of being on the streets? And he's like, I can't stand corporate America. I couldn't survive in corporate America. And I was a kid, I was like 22, 3, 4, 5, and it didn't dawn on me, because I'm like, what are you doing on the streets? It's raining, it's snowing, it's cold, people are doing drugs, you're getting beat up, raped, God knows what's going on in your life, and why don't you just, because you're clearly smart, you're clearly intelligent, you could probably get a job, you probably could be a CEO. And he's like, I can't deal with corporate America. So I got it. I'm like, yeah, I get you. But maybe that's the same thing with criminals. Why don't they just put that towards a positive? And I don't know, it's just easier for them to work the negative, fight the system. So, all right. Let us move on. And just think about it, guys. Once we're finished with this, I think they'll be live. Well, they will be live for sure, but we're going to be so close to catching them. I'm so excited. All right. Get you back into the courtroom.
This Wednesday. We are back on the record. Fabio Sementilli, defendant, is present. All counsel present, jury, and also present. Good afternoon. Just to remind you, this Wednesday, the day after tomorrow, we will be recessing at noon, as far as you're concerned. And I got all your employers' phone numbers. Yeah, I won't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. Detective Roberts is still under oath, and the appeal may continue.
Thank you. I'll ask a couple questions. Before we go back to the remaining jail calls, there's a couple of things I wanted to clarify with you, Detective Roberts. Earlier, when we spoke about money transfers, I think we only spoke about one particular day. Within that timeline, from January 11th to January 13th of 2017 that we spoke about earlier, did you also note that there were certain online transfers of money, again, between Baker in the San Fernando Valley in California and Austin while he was living in Anchorage, Alaska?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Again, the same thing where there's a deposit in the San Fernando Valley, LA area into Baker's account, and then a withdrawal from the same account in Anchorage, Alaska.
Okay. That occurred on the date of January 12th of 2017?
Correct.
One from a
deposit into a Chase account and a withdrawal in Alaska from a non-Chase account?
Correct. I should clarify a non-Chase ATM, but the same account.
Thank you. For relatively the same or very close to the same amounts of money on all of these dates where we saw a deposit into the Chase account in the San Fernando and the Valley in California, and withdrawals from ATM machines located in Alaska, Anchorage, Alaska.
Your Honor, that's made that to the same amount.
So,
Said the same or relatively same amounts. Do you
Yes,
understand that?
if I recall correctly, in that period of the January 12th period, it was roughly $380, I believe, and the airline tickets were roughly around the same price.
Okay. Also, Friday when we were talking about the use of the encrypted app Viber prior to the murder and the use of changing to the use of a different encrypted app, WhatsApp, after the date of January 23rd, were there any further communications between the defendant and Robert Baker after the date of Fabio Sementilli's murder using Viber?
There were not.
So when you originally said, I think you said something about registration or something of that nature, what you were talking about was the use of Viber stopping after the date of January 20th.
Yeah, I believe I testified that they deactivated their accounts, but I think a better way to say it is they just stopped using them. I'm not quite certain if and when they did actually deactivate or remove the app from their phones.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, if we could resume playing the remaining few jail calls. I believe we're at the top of page 21. On the transcript, which is, I believe, marked 245.
A way we can communicate, stuff that we don't want no one to know but us.
Okay.
I have a way to do it.
Give it to...
Okay, so the next time we call, I need to give you a way we can communicate, stuff that we don't want no one to know but us.
Okay.
I have a way to do it.
Give it to the message here, and I will call in for it.
No, I will, but listen. 15C or 13C? So anyway, listen. That's me? Okay, it's not me. Okay, so listen. Alright. When it comes down to sensitive stuff like numbers and certain letters, I got a way to do it, so only you and I know what the hell's going on.
Well, I have that too, but since you already got the mail, I don't need to give it to you, because I had it coded for you.
Okay, alright, cool. Okay. And also, the way I did it was, I swear, man, everything is impossible when I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
Always shit going on. Okay, anyway, since we got it covered, I guess I'll wait. So, I sent a letter off to one of my friends yesterday.
Okay.
Okay? So, hopefully it'll be on the way.
From you or from someone else? From you?
No, it'll be the way we do it, how things are done. It'll be how things are done. I met my lawyers today.
Okay.
Brand new. There are two of them.
Yeah, I heard.
And so there are two of them. Let me tell you this real quick, babe. I love you. And I love you. And know that I love you. And I never want you to be in this shit. You shouldn't be here in the first place. There's no way you should be. Neither one of us. Neither one of us.
Neither one of us
So,
should be here.
This call is being recorded.
But here, I'm not going to say much. I refuse to let you stay in here, baby.
Okay.
I know. I'm going to stay cool. Don't say nothing.
Yeah, talk about something else. And,
No, I know.
but I do have some, things to share with you. All good
Yeah, no,
stuff.
that's just good news. Great. I'll just wait.
Yeah, good stuff, and it's also stuff that you have told me before in the past that I refuse to believe, and it's actually true. So, yeah. So you were right again.
That's pretty good. That was a lot. Huh?
You were right
I'm right
again.
again?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff I said.
Well, I know, but
There was a lot of stuff I said.
yeah, I'm just
Can you kind of narrow it down?
No, I can't. I shouldn't even be talking to you right now. That's why we need to do the thing that we need to do. So.
Okay, well, here's the other part of that. We can't do it calling here. We have to do it another way.
Yeah, well,
and that's why the code will be very important.
Yes, okay.
So that's what I was saying.
This call is being recorded.
The code should be, like you said, our special day added together?
No, let's change it because I got two dates in my head and I don't want to get it wrong.
Okay.
I got an easier way to do it.
Okay.
Okay? We both have a mutual friend who has a little dog and lives with his mother.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now you know that in your head, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It has a certain amount of letters in the name. That is the magic number.
First and last?
No, just first.
Just the first name. Okay.
And that's the number you use for that. And also to make letters, I have a way of doing it also. If we have to make letters. Okay.
Okay, wait a minute.
So,
we can't do a three-way call with that person.
No.
This call is being recorded.
Using the name as a number. So if I tell you, if I say the number is, I'll give you an example. Then if the number is that base, and I say it's 4 plus 4, then you add.
Okay, that's exactly the code I have. Oh my God, it's so funny.
So perfect. That's the number.
So you don't have the number now, is that what you're saying? You don't have the code right now?
No,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, so when should I call in for it? When should I call in for it?
I don't know. We should set a weekly time or a specific time to make sure we stay on steady communication.
Okay.
So what about every Monday? Can you call earlier?
Well, no, because my days change. So one Monday I program in the morning, the next Monday I will be programming in the afternoon. So, for example, this Monday coming will be the morning. Will be 11 something, 11:15.
Okay, so 11:15 Monday.
Yeah.
Will be the next time. Let's try to communicate, and I'll try to. Hopefully, it's really hard for me because I don't have anybody on the outside, so it's really hard for me to do that.
Right.
But I'm working on it.
Okay.
I'm working on it. So, and also for letters.
Yeah.
Also for letters, use the same thing, the same system.
Uh-huh.
And if I say, first letter of the name -4 or +4 or 2 or whatever the hell it is, will be that letter. If I'm trying to spell something out, it won't be like a whole letter. It'll be like something really important.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, because that's what I have written down here for my pen pal. I was going to do the same thing, but since you already got it, I don't need to.
Oh, wow. Talk about super sync.
I had the letter plus the number, like plus our secret number, then a minus our secret number, and the alphabet. Okay, so this is our mutual friend, right? This is our mutual friend.
Yes.
Okay.
Detective, do you recognize the two individuals that were talking during this particular call?
Yes, again, it's Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli.
Okay. And again, did it appear that they were talking about something in particular?
Yes, they were talking about making a code for both numbers and for letters.
Okay. Numbers to call and letters to write.
Correct. Numbers, I think, more importantly, to be able to pass
I love this.
pen numbers of pen pals, the numbers for the pen pals.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, you need to write this down, okay? I need you to write this down, and then you're going to solve it and use it right away, okay?
Okay.
Use clean. So plus 0.
Okay.
Minus 2. Plus 0.
Okay.
Plus 3. Minus 4.
This call is being recorded.
Okay, what'd you get?
I got -4, the last one.
Okay, minus 2.
Okay.
Plus 2. Plus 1.
Okay. Okay.
Minus 2. Minus 1.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay. You there?
Babe, I'm sorry, yeah, it's just that the deputy's fucking walking around. I need you to solve that and use it right away, okay? And I'm going to do the same.
What? Like right now?
Yeah, so make sure you use the first name, first word for that, okay?
This call is being recorded.
Just that.
Okay. I got, let me go over real quick. 0, -2, 0, plus 3, -4, -2, plus 2, plus 1, -2, minus, hang on.
Yes.
-1.
Yes.
Okay.
And you're going to use the first name of the first word, okay?
Okay.
Use the total number of letters in that first name to do this, and I'm going to give you a couple minutes, and I'm going to do the same, okay?
Okay.
It's going to work. I'm so happy. Okay. Okay. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. On that jail call, again, did you recognize the two individuals speaking?
Yes, again, that's Robert Baker speaking with Monica Sementilli.
And she's providing him some type of a code.
Yes,
Call.
yes, I believe it's a phone number.
Okay. Thank you.
They have is what you know, you and I already know. And that is what we're on protocol with that. So, the only thing is, my team tells me that, my team tells me that your reason is not the same as mine, which doesn't make sense to me.
I don't get that. But I never gave anybody anything.
No, the whole racquetball thing, when I punched you in the hand, I figured I caused you the most,
yeah, I know that.
but I think, because they're saying, he heard it in the door, and I said, I don't know, but I know what I did, I know what happened, so.
No, I didn't. I never said anything. I never told them anything. I never told anybody anything.
They're just lying anyway, and I don't care.
Yeah, I never told them anything about it. I said I got hit. That's what I said. That's the only thing I said. I said I got hit. Had nothing to do. I didn't even, anyway.
And again, Detective, did you recognize the two individuals that we just heard speaking in that last clip?
Yes, it's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
And in terms of this particular call, does this relate to a subject that you came across in several different phone calls?
Yes.
And what does this relate to?
This relates to the explanation for how Robert Baker's DNA ended up in Monica Sementilli's residence.
Okay. Okay.
Did I tell you that I love you?
Thanks so much. I can't tell you. I'm trying to call you like almost every day.
I'm with you 1,000% there till the end.
I'm not sure.
Okay? Know that.
I got myself a little silver ring.
Did you?
Yeah, I got myself a little ring. I'm wearing it on my ring finger.
Oh, hey, listen. Oh, real quick. If we ever get in that same,
This call is being recorded.
I have a way where I'm going to bring a little contraption where I could put I got a little contraption that I made that I could put a string over there to you so we can transfer like paperwork, all shit.
Yeah. Oh, okay, that's good.
Okay.
If they ever put it
I'll
back
bring it next time.
Yeah, if they ever put it back there.
Huh?
If they ever put
They what? I know. They're going to do it. They're going to do it again the next time. I'm sure.
Once again, Detective, did you recognize the two individuals speaking during that clip?
Yes, again, that's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
And what is it that they're talking about regarding a string and a contraption and transferring things back and forth, paperwork?
Robert Baker has got an idea of a way that he can put a kite, basically, on a string and pass it to Monica if and when they're ever put in holding cells next to each other again.
Such as the holding cells in the lockup behind the courtroom when they come to court?
Yes, exactly.
Thank you.
Did I tell you that I love you? I miss you very much.
I miss you too, baby. I talk about you all the time. All the time. I just miss you. Everything. I miss you. I miss kissing you. I miss touching you. I miss hugging you. I miss listening to you. I miss everything.
So yeah, I miss you too, babe. Very much so. You know, every time I call you, every time I see you, I feel like I'm going to fuck. You know, it's Christmas. You know, I'm all shaved. Even for a phone call, my hair is done, I'm shaved, and I know you can't see me.
And Detective, did you again recognize the voices?
Yes, again, that's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Okay.
I miss you very much.
I miss.
Yeah. Did you talk to the team about that blood at the gym? I thought about it. When the time that you hit me.
I think you sent, because I think even the investigator went there and everything. I mean, I said everything a million times over. As clear as I possibly remember and as clear as I possibly know, and I'm not going to lie, so I told them the truth about everything.
So I remember when you hit me and I tried to go through my head which way I went.
Okay. And again, Detective, do you recognize the voices?
Yes, it's Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Discussing the same type of story that we heard in the a call just two prior.
Correct.
Oh my God! Oh, by the way, you need to keep calling me because I read somewhere in the story that you called me your namesake. You have to keep calling me that.
Okay.
That was hot. I love that. Oh.
Which one was it?
This call is being recorded.
Yes, I thought. What else?
Well, both. You call me Mrs. Baker. You call me Mrs.
Okay.
C
All right.
a couple of times, and that was like super, super over beyond.
We have earned each other, beyond.
We sure have.
Okay, and in that last jail call, once again, did you recognize the voices?
Yes, Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker.
Please collect all the transcripts.
Yes. A time during when you were responsible for the investigation of this case, did you make an appointment for the defense team to review any evidence down at the Central Property Division?
Yes.
Did you also meet with the defense team in my offices across the street at the Hall of Justice?
Objection, this is irrelevant.
You have the question, I'll roll on it.
In February of 2023, and allow them to go through your entire hard drive with respect to all reports on this case?
Overruled.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions as to this area.
All right. We discussed interrupting the testimony at another time. I want to leave this up to you, Mr. Levine.
Yes.
You can either cross-examine now, or you can wait until the entire testimony is done.
I prefer waiting until she's through with all the direct testimony.
This is it. With that in mind, understand. Well, let me see the sidebar. We're off the record.
Honor, if I could.
You may continue, Ms. Owen.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could pass out People's 246, please.
Yes. And again, as always, the same admonition applies. At first, I thought you missed it.
So I've been told that this particular audio recording in the holding cell is approximately 1 hour and 13 minutes.
And stop at appropriate time.
Okay.
you, I love you. And know that. But I think we should get married. So if you want to have me, and your family doesn't walk away from you, you can pull her off. Just saying. So.
Have you heard anything, or you don't know anything?
Well, I hear stuff. I hear stuff, but nothing that I don't know. I just, read the letter.
Yeah.
Read the letter. I know, babe. I know. But I need you so strong. Use that brilliant mind of yours. Use that brilliant mind of yours. Keep it together. Remember, we need to find out more in everything. We need to sit and wait and find out more in everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so you just gotta be patient. They're listening, they're watching, and they're digging for anything they could use. Anything.
Yeah.
They were following me that day. I knew they were. I saw something. I knew they were following me. I saw something weird.
It's been from a long time.
Yeah. You know more than I do, but huh?
They can hear us.
I know. Yeah, by the way, you did look good today. You look great. And I want you to remember this. The first thing that happened when you saw me and I saw you, what do we do?
I know.
And I put that in the letter.
I know.
Did you read it?
Yeah, it's in our mind.
You stayed up all night reading it? Aww. I was thinking about you. And I pretty much write every night. And they laugh at me because we were just talking about writing cursive.
Yeah.
That shit is funny. I get picked on all the time.
Yeah.
They're like, hey man, you writing hieroglyphics again? So, but you have my mailing address now, right?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'll try
Somebody else wrote to me from there.
Huh?
Somebody else wrote to me from there.
Who?
I don't know, another inmate. He was bored.
He was bored.
Yeah, he just was writing against anybody.
No, you destroy all that shit.
Huh?
Destroy everything. Do not write anybody you don't know.
Oh, no, I didn't. I put it in it. You'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. Yeah, just stay on track. Just be strong for me, okay? All right. So did the letter cheer you up?
Yeah.
I'm glad. You didn't cry, did you? Okay, good. Then we are on track. That's good. That's good. That's good. So now that I know that you're at least getting my letters, they're probably photocopying every fucking thing I write you, which is fine. I will guarantee to make you laugh every time. I'll always write you something. So 9 o'clock every night, I'm saying those magic words. So be strong for me, baby. I'm so proud of you. You are, I told you before, you are way stronger than you think you are. You are way stronger. I see it. You have to be. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I don't think
got to get all the information. We just got to find out what the fuck's going on. It's going to take a minute. So read my letters. Read your books. Think about me. I was going to do something really crazy, but I would have never made it. I had a string for you. Yeah, so like a string for a ring to let you know. So I was going to try to swing that. I'll figure it out. I'm smart. I'll figure it out. So I love you, baby. You are my strength. Okay? You are my strength. You got it? Hang in there, baby. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna make this work somehow or another. We're gonna figure it out. So how do you like the fruit bar cuisine?
It's killing me.
I know they're probably listening to every word. They're probably sitting right outside the door. For all I know, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, but it does matter. So much stuff I wanted to tell you. I just gotta wait till the right time. Nothing bad. It's already bad. It's not any worse. But there's apparently, I think they're still out there looking for stuff. They're still trying to find something.
I don't know anything yet. I'm waiting for information.
So, yeah. Me too. I am also. I have no idea. The only thing I do know is that this is common knowledge, so it's nothing new. The detective told me that my DNA was found in the house, and I was shocked.
Yeah.
I was fucking shocked.
Until I remembered.
Huh?
So was I until I remembered. That I hit you.
Do what?
That I hit you.
Oh, shit. No.
I don't remember. I don't remember if it was that morning or
I remember too.
the day before. I don't remember, but I know that.
Did you tell him that?
Yeah.
Did you tell him that?
Yes.
What the fuck? I didn't even remember. I told him that I got hit in the hand. I said, playing racquetball. I told him that. And because they asked me about the scar, and I said, I got hit in the gym. No one. Okay, got it.
I remember that, and that's the only way I can think that your DNA would be there.
Say that again?
That's the only way I can think of that you're.
That's the only way it could have happened. It's the only way it could have happened. It kind of makes sense now. Okay.
I can't talk to my family or my kids about it either. We're on the phone. We don't discuss anything about the case.
No, you can't.
Nothing.
No, you can't. You're smart. You can't. And that's going to be our rule too. Okay?
Okay.
It keeps us safe. We both know this is chaos. This is just over the top. We both know that. So we just gotta weather the storm, and back each other, and just do what we do. That's it. Do what we do. They were playing music on the bus today.
Yeah. Do you have a space under your door?
No, wait till you see me. Yeah, I do, but don't send anything, because if you miss, just wait. Okay, just wait. I'm sure we'll be in the same proximity. So, we'll figure it out. And if for some odd reason you can't get it to me, mail it, okay?
Yeah, that's already in there.
All right. So somehow, for some reason we can't do this. I'll mail it to you, and you mail it to me.
Okay.
Is this it? Only if it's good, safe.
Do you go to the Twin Towers first, or are you going to go straight back?
I'll go straight to Wayside from here. I'll go straight back to Wayside. They're just letting us talk so they can pick out information, because there's no reason for us to be sitting up here so long.
Yeah.
How long was your interview with them? With the detectives, how long was it?
Short.
Mine was real short. Very short. Yeah, as soon as they said my shit was there, I'm like, oh, I'm done talking. That was it. I think, you'll see, I don't know if you saw it, but you might have seen it. I think they put an informant in the cell with me. When we first got to Van Nuys, remember that black guy who was standing beside me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was an informant. And he was trying to get information. I'm like, dude, man, you talking to the wrong guy, because I don't know shit. I don't know shit. He's like, oh, man, this sounds crazy. I said, I wish I knew, because I don't know what the fuck's going on. And that was the end of that.
I don't know why it's taking so long.
Because they want us to continue talking. It's just hella convenient for us to be this close together, you know? Which I don't mind. I would like to thank them for that. Because I appreciate it. But, nothing we can talk about, because we ain't talking about nothing. But it's just funny how that shit works. But it's okay. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get for now. My attorney says they're going to photocopy every piece of mail we send out. I pretty much know. I said she might have mentioned little shit here and there. Nothing big. Nothing big. And that's when I said, again, what brings us all here? What's the real deal? And he said, well, your DNA and stuff. Don't say nothing. Anyway, and I said, I'm a lawyer. And that was the end of it. That was it.
We're going to get so much trouble if we're talking.
No, I'm just telling you what they said. We're not talking about anything about the case. I'm just telling you what they said. That's the extent of it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, anything else they said, they're lying.
Yeah.
Were you shocked?
Yeah.
You should know me by now.
I was, because I didn't think...
They lied to you, babe. They lied to you. And they're going to continue to lie. The only one who is not going to lie to you is me. I won't lie to you. Okay? I'm all in like I've been. Not changing anything. I will stick with this. I'm stick by you, no matter what kind of shit you're trying to throw at us. I'm here. I ain't going anywhere. 9 o'clock every fucking day. Besides 9 o'clock. I do more than that. But 9 o'clock is our time. But every other time, I'm still thinking, I'm still reaching out. You have no idea. I was worried sick. I was getting sick, worrying about you. I couldn't stop thinking and wanting to write and just anything. Today is sort of like a rebirth. You know what I mean? You kind of know what I mean? Yeah. It's a rebirth. It's a rebirth of strength. It's like different. It's different. It's different. It's not even like anything. Because we're sharing something so intense, and it makes it different. It's weird. It's hard to explain. It just makes it different and stronger to be in such. What's the word? Insurmountable odds, and still look. It's still there. So let that sure when you got that letter, you were so relieved.
It was, I didn't know anything.
Now you know. And now you know what? I ain't going nowhere. And I'm not changing a thing. I'm going to be there for you, one way or another. You know. So, know that ain't shit changing. Okay?
Okay.
So my plan was, and I was like, should I do this? Or should I not? So, and there would be too much going on because there was a couple things I needed to do. But I wanted to get on my knees real quick and say, would you marry me? While we were out there. I was going to do it really fast because that's how strongly I feel. I'm not a marriage type of guy, but for you, and under these circumstances, no. Anyway, now you know. So that's how much, much I love you. And you know, the love has always been there, but now after all this, it's different. It's different love, baby. It's different. It's different. Something different. It's bigger. You know. It's bigger, man. It's bigger. And now that you know, because I know you didn't hear from me in 2 weeks, because I couldn't get a hold of you, obviously. But now that you know, don't you ever falter on me, okay? All right. So now you know.
How did you get my booking number?
Huh?
How did you find my booking number?
Because I'm smart. I'm very smart, baby. I'm very smart. I have my ways. Believe me, if there's a will, there's a way.
Well, I had ways too, but I couldn't because I'm not supposed to be asking about you.
Well, fuck that. I'm asking about you. Fuck that. I'm asking about you. Alright. I ain't gonna do it. Even under the worst, I'm never gonna drop the ball. I'm not doing it. I got you. So, let's just see what happens. See what happens. I'm glad you told me about that other little thing. I'm glad. That makes sense. Motherfuckers.
I just want to see what this all this stuff is. I want to see it. I need to see it or I won't believe it.
Say that again?
I want to see what all this stuff is.
Yeah, me too. Me too. From what I've gathered, this is what I did gather from my attorney. They said that apparently this so-called DNA has been found as of 15 February. From what was read to me.
Yeah.
So whatever the fuck they've been doing this shit for a while, and I was shocked to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, man. Thinking. I got it. And don't be scared to get you a notebook, like a sketch, not a sketch pad, a notebook, just for your case information.
Yeah.
Keep notes on stuff that's pertinent. Keep notes on everything that you think of, because you may forget. I'm doing it too.
Yeah, that's why he's trying to get a private room so he can share stuff, documents with me.
Who?
My lawyer.
Yes. When is that going to happen?
Well, I don't know, hopefully soon, because we've always been like on the phone, like behind the glass.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get us the private room, because we're going to have to go over a lot of stuff he said.
Yep.
I want copies of all of it.
Well, the problem is, if you have it, they have access to it too. The inmates might get it or some shit like that. So keep only what you need.
Yeah, that's
only what you need. Apparently, I'm told they've been doing a lot of listening.
Yeah.
That's what he said. So I'm not sure what they're listening to. I have no idea, but who cares? Right now, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. Anyway, I won't say this much. It's way. Anyway, it's way better than I thought it was. It's better than I thought it was. It could have been a lot worse. I'll tell you that. Me just playing in my head. So, I'll leave it like that. So let's leave it like that. It could have been worse. It could have been even more disaster. So let's just keep it together. Just keep it together. A lot of this will come clear once we get all the info. It'll get a lot more clear. Hang on, can you tell the difference in my voice for going? Can you hear me? Let me see. Hang on. Does it sound different from here? That's because I'm kneeling.
You're kneeling?
I'm kneeling down.
Why?
Why do you think? Why do you think?
I don't know. Why are you kneeling?
I'm kneeling because I'm looking up at your cell. I'm looking at you to say something. I'm kneeling right now for you. My plan was to do it out there, but it might get busy. I told you. I would be proud. Very proud. So just know that. Would you? Oh, I can hear you too. You're right there. Is that you and that little fan right there? Can you hear me? I know. I hear you like crystal clear.
I was sitting down.
Oh, I can hear you really good. So, is that a yes?
I wish more than anything else.
It would be my honor, baby. My honor. It would be my honor. And I mean that with everything I have. So if there's a way we can do this, we should do it if we can. You never know what tomorrow will bring, you know? But it would be my honor. I think I would be the luckiest man in this world. So, I love you, and it would be mine. So, know that. So I assume that's a yes, and we're just gonna make this shit work one way or another. So I think I'm gonna get my little tattoo now. On my, you know, remember we talked about that little finger thing?
Yeah.
I think I'll work on that. It's my next project. So I'm gonna get a big ass M right there until we actually do this. You okay with that? I'm laying on the floor. I can see your feet.
Yeah?
Yes, I can.
Are you laying out?
I am laying on the floor and I'm looking at your cute feet. Right here.
My baby.
That's another first for me. That's another first. Wow, look at those pretty nails. Look at you, baby. That's awesome. I'm trying to figure out how to get this thing to you. You know?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do it.
No.
I wouldn't do it. It's all on camera.
crazy on camera. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Hang on. It's gotta be a way though. Hang on. Is all your stuff?
I have this
What is it?
for you.
What is it?
The letter.
Okay. I'm gonna try something. Don't do anything. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. No, maybe it's working.
Because if they see us passing something, they're going to take it.
Yeah, let's wait. We'll just wait just to be sure. Okay, let me just like that. Okay. So yeah, put some toilet paper on you so your face doesn't touch the ground. You hear me? Put some toilet paper down. All right, at least we can see you a little while. There you go. I know that walk anywhere. I know that walk anywhere. That's my walk. That's my girl's walk. See, I can live with this. There you go. Oh, my baby. Look at her. You know what? This is worth more than $1 million. You know that? You look so good, baby. You look so fucking good. Did you ever think that we would resort to this shit? We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it, babe. We're gonna be fine.
Can you read my lips?
Turn the other way so I can see the other way. Do you have one here? What'd you say? I heard the first 3 parts.
That's the problem here.
Gotcha.
And I can't put anything in a letter, so.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay.
That's the only thing that
shoes?
Both, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
No, I know. That's why.
Yeah.
Right now.
Okay. We'll leave it at that. We'll figure it out.
I just wanted to tell you as much as I. No.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that you would know more. I knew that because I don't know shit.
I just know what's read to me on those papers, just the same ones as you.
Well, what they read was they said it was a figure or figures in the video. So they saw. They didn't say what or nothing. They didn't say it was anybody or anything. Got it. What? That's retarded.
So that's how retarded this is, what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's retarded.
They need to find these people because.
It's retarded. Yeah, okay.
Just because we fell in love does not make us criminals.
No, I know. That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. But, you know, when this thing kicked off and started happening, you know, I said, watch, they're going to try to do something with me because I'm easy target. I'm an easy target.
Yeah.
I know it. But you are so way off. They are so way off. It's insane.
They thought.
Oh.
But I wasn't.
You and I both. You and I, they think they can just manipulate us into anything.
No deals.
Mm-mm.
No, none.
Mm-mm. I'm with you, okay? I'm with you. That's my baby.
I think they're going to separate our trials.
I can't figure it out. It should be like that because one has nothing to do with nothing anyway.
No, but if there's more evidence.
You just gotta wait and see what's coming in.
Except our fear.
Right. I'm not saying anything anyway. My arraignment attorney, he said to me, this motherfucker asked me, he goes, well, did you? I said, what the fuck? I looked at him, I said, how the fuck you gonna ask me some shit like that?
Yeah, because they make it look so, what's the word? Now I see better. They make it look so good, like it's, oh, this is it, case closed.
Yeah.
They twist everything.
Every fucking thing. Everything. Apparently, I can't remember what was said, but they tracked phones. Did you know that? Huh? Oh, you did? But that's, again, we're not denying we're not denying that part. Not denying that. There's no denying that, but that doesn't make us. Naked.
That's why I don't want my children at this trial. And worse.
Wait a minute. Did you see him? They told you. And you say they cracked an account.
Yes.
Which means there's still nothing, there's nothing there. Just shows that, there's nothing else there. It just shows that we were, fucking up, but it's just nothing. Okay. I don't know what happened. That's what they did. The one that was on you. That's what happened. I think. I don't know. We'll find out. Anything else? Not that I know if there's nothing. I don't know.
I'm just gonna take a 2-minute break here.
Okay.
Because my knees. This is fucking crazy.
But even with that, still is, that doesn't.
No, I know, but it just, it's very scandalous stuff.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Oh, only that part. That's nothing. That's nothing. But when they're wrong about the other shit. We just gotta wait to see, just gotta see everything. Just gotta wait and see everything. Not until everything. So just hang in here, okay? Okay? I love you, baby. Love you. Okay? I love you. It ain't gonna change. And they're lying about I don't want to talk to motherfuckers who did it. I won't. That shit was cut short. Nothing. I corroborated, yeah, close. We were close. And you told me very little about anything other than what I saw on the news and shit. That was it. And after that, I cut it off. I was done. They brought me back to my cell. Came back with a camera, took pictures of my scars, on my back and my hands. Asked where they came from. And at that time, only thing I remember at the time was the time that you and I got into it, and you hit me with the racket.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't tell him that. I just told him I got hurt at the gym. I didn't even think about it until you just said it just now. And I told him I heard it when working on my car also. And that was it. And then it disappeared because I didn't want to talk to him anymore. Whole thing, 15 minutes. take my heart to the grave with me. I mean, we'll figure it out. Okay? I will write you, try to talk to you. I will figure this shit out. Try to. We'll find out. Just gotta be patient. Stay patient.
All right, let's take our recess for 15 minutes. The admin supplies. See you back here.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. All right, let's go for the old recap. So let's see. Phone calls between Baker and Monica. I need a way to communicate where no one knows but us. Let's change the date. We both have a mutual friend that has a little dog and lives with his mother. And this is all Baker saying it. It has a certain amount of letters in the name. That's the number you use. If we can, hold on a sec. All right, so Baker is saying all this. Let's see. Yes, we have a mutual friend that has a little dog and lives with his mother. It has a certain amount of letters in the name. That's the number you use. Monica's like, we can't do a three-way call with that person. And then she says, if I say the number is X minus 4, that's the number. And Baker's like, talk about super sync. And Monica says, this is our mutual friend. So then Monica sorted it out, I guess, because then she does 0 minus 2 plus 0 plus 3 minus 4 minus 2 plus 2 plus 1 minus 2 minus 1. I just wish that, God, I hope somebody cracks this. I hope law enforcement got to Baker and said, what's the cipher? What's the name? We need to know. We need to know. And Monica says, solve that and use it right away using the first name. And then she's like, it's going to work. I'm so happy. Then another call, Monica says, my team is telling me your reason is different than mine. Ah, yes, the whole racquetball thing when I cracked him in the head. Baker says, I never told him anything. I got hit. That's the only thing I ever said. Well, Monica, you lied. You never cracked him in the head. You never brought home a bloody towel. Then a new call, Monica, I've been trying to call you every day. Monica says, I made a ring. Baker says, I have a string and a contraption for transferring items, which is basically a kite. That's what they've talked about. And then a new call. Baker says, good afternoon, I love you. And Monica's all breathless. I love you too. I miss you too, baby. I miss everything about you. Baker says, did you talk to your team about the blood at the gym? Monica says, I told them the truth. I'm not going to lie. Ah, but you did. And then the audio from the jail. So I'm trying to figure out, they weren't in the same cell. So at first I thought they were like, maybe adjacent cells and they were talking to each other. But then at some point, Baker says he got down on he says he could see her cute little feet through. He just said, I can see her cute little feet or something like that. So maybe they were across from each other. All right. So anyway, they're just, talking to the media out there. I'm trying to avoid that. It's too late. It's all over the news. You're here for a crazy ass thing. No one's going to mess with you. That's what Baker says. Baker says, trying to set up a call where we can talk to each other. You feel me? And ultimately, I think this was kind of one of the bigger moments where he says, will you marry me? Then Monica's like, I don't want my children to be involved. I don't want them to be in this. And lots of whispering. I don't know if you guys could hear it, but I heard lots of whispering. And then Monica says, I'm going to take a 2-minute break because of her knees, because of my knees. Baker says, I'm all in. I'll take my heart to the grave with me. So, all right, what do you guys think? What do you guys think of this exchange? What did I miss? I was having some lunch, so I was listening, but I wasn't taking notes. Anything that I missed that I need to know? Efforts summarizing this deserves a medal. Just watch. That's all I need. Marley Mum, is she pretending now that she had no idea he killed Fabio all along? Maybe. Sinbad, got to flip pancakes. Definitely need recap. Can't read CC while cooking. Severe wind today, 60 miles an hour. Yeah, everybody. Therapist you know is going through it. Nasty weather going through the, I guess, the plains, Midwest. Fire alerts are on for like Georgia up to North Carolina. So, you're good? All right. You missed the tea. So what did I miss? What did I miss? I was watching and I was listening. I just wasn't taking notes. I didn't really hear anything. I didn't hear anything that like made me think. Like I didn't hear anything. Thank you for the recap. Sure. Hola. You gonna take off for now? Okay, cool. He did propose on one knee. Yeah, I was listening and we were reading and I was watching the closed captioning and nothing like I didn't hear him say, "Don't ever tell anybody that we did it." Yeah, I didn't hear anything like that. It was just a lot of "I love you" and "I got you" and all that stuff. So anyway, all right. Let's move on. We're going to catch them. They have started day 22, but we are going to catch them because as you can see, we are just a few minutes behind. All right, see you guys on the other side.
I am so happy that you got that shit yesterday. That it cheered you up. You don't know how I rushed that letter trying to get it to you. That I rushed it. It's why I said many times, if you didn't hear from me, it didn't happen.
Me too.
Shit.
Me too. I didn't believe him. I said, "You're lying."
And I didn't have my conversation before I said, "Oh, they got rid of me quick." When I said, I cut it off short. He started saying shit when I was walking down the hallway. I just ignored it. Whatever, dude. I'm like, man, I got nothing to say. I need to find out something. I need to find out my way what's going on because I don't even think you guys are talking about anyway. Yeah, but they wouldn't be too rude to me because they know I'm not going to fall for it. But they like you said, they kind of.
They tried.
Just to get anything.
They said all this bullshit, like the phone and all this stuff. I said, "No, I don't believe that."
I gave you what? I gave you my phone? Oh, I said that?
Yeah. And I said, I thought this might work.
No fucking way.
Yeah.
That conversation didn't go there for.
I knew it.
If you would have said that shit, I'd have said, "Oh man, Lord, I don't want to talk." They never made it even to first base. I'm telling you. Because they were trying to do it. They were trying to. On yours. Yeah. Oh.
I said the same thing. The truth. I found it.
No. Hang on.
Yeah, I think it makes sense.
It was left in your car. Sketch. And then they can ask me. So maybe he left it. I don't know. Okay. Just say.
I can't say.
Just say, you think in the car, in the truck, included. Yeah, when you cleaned it, because remember you cleaned it out, take it back, then you find it there.
Yeah.
But I remember you mentioned, you said you thought you found
trouble too, right?
Yeah, because you cleaned out the truck.
Yeah.
You asked me, was it my phone? I'm like, well, let me see. What's wrong? I'll get you later. Might have been that one I was looking for. Got it. So that's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, I'm sure they're very disappointed, but, you know, they want to get me out because they know I don't belong here. I said the same thing. 100% not.
This is Buzz life changing kids. But I'm strong. I'm okay. I'm really strong now. After today, that's what that's. So.
Don't take anything else.
Wow. So
yeah. Still.
nothing.
So.
This is bigger. This is scary.
I'm not done yet.
This is fucking scary.
I'm telling you.
I'm not even talking about the case. I'm talking about us.
I know. I'm telling you. Just before I got that, I crumpled up a little ball in my garage and sent you a message.
This shit's crazy.
Did you leave already?
Yeah, I read it. I'm speechless. It sounds like I wrote myself.
Hey, this was in there. Do you need it? Look. This was in there.
What is it?
It's your paper.
What does it say?
Public defender phone number.
I already took everything. Just give it to me later when we're meeting.
Okay, I'm gonna finish reading.
Okay. If not, I'll get it on somewhere else.
Resting?
Say it.
I said, are you resting?
You know, upset about the door. Just wait until you finish reading.
I'm done.
What you laughing at?
Where are you?
Oh, yeah. Okay. You laughing at? It's scary, isn't it? I could be sick like this.
I don't know, but I almost had a heart attack. Last night, 10:30 at night.
When you got a letter?
I was already sleeping with it in my bra, little piece of paper, which I took out now because I knew I was going to hand you something else today.
That's crazy. It's just unimaginable. It's everything is. It's just meant to be. It's insane. I'm telling you. It's insane. I'm reading the letter. It's like I'm reading my own shit. And you reading your own shit. It's the same fucking thing. So, you know, it's one way or another day it's going to be okay. You'll be okay. You'll figure it out. Maybe it's going to be about hopefully we're smart. We're very smart. Look at this. We're pulling on miracles right now. You said that there's a chance that we might be able to speak and we might be able to get the letter. We're speaking and we're looking at each other and we're just, you know, it's good. When we get work, we always do. We always do.
lot of reading tonight again.
Me too,
You had it smashed up. That was the first one I wrote because I didn't know I could.
Yeah, you did. Now you know how to do it. You got a crash course today on how to do a lot of shit.
Because I was told not to.
I'm just doing the same thing. But as long as we're not talking about, shit in front of they're going to tell us not to anyway, because they think that, the way I understood it was, no matter what we write or we talk or we call, you are your attorney will get a copy of everything.
Yeah.
So you can make 1,000, like one guy in my dorm, he says he made 4,000 phone calls. They recorded me about it. And my lawyer said she has to listen to every one of them. So I'm not on the phone, so I'm not worried about that. And I already told her I'm calling. Once she sees the letters, like this one, they won't see because we passed directly. But everything that goes through the system, they photocopy and send it to the detectives. Everything, which I don't care. We're not telling them something they don't know already, So let them get an eyeful. That's fine. As long as we don't talk about anything dealing with this whole shit, we're fine. That's fine. They already got copies of that.
I'm not strong. That's all I
Stay strong. I love you, baby. And this love is gonna kill me.
transcripts. And looking at the clock, we'll take our adjournment at this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The evidence applies. Now discuss this case among yourselves. Will anyone else in the form express any opinions of the cause if I submitted to you? Have a good evening. See you tomorrow at 9.
All right, so that concludes day 21, and I'll do a quick recap here because they're on day 22, so I want to catch them. All right, so Baker, you cleaned out the truck. Monica whispers, "I don't care," and then therapist, caught this one. Don't mess up anything. Don't take any deals. Monica says something about your paper. Oh, here's your paperback. Something about a public defender. Do you need it? Monica says it looks really, really bad. The DNA, I shouldn't be talking to you. Just be safe. And then therapist, says, and don't rat. I can't write to you. They will put me to death. Monica says, I'm strong. I can't write. Baker's like, stay strong. I love you, babe. Monica, I can't be talking to you. I can't be writing to you. She must have said that like 100 times. And then Baker said, therapist said, he's your attorney. You are not a slave. All right, so let's get to day 22 because I think there's some really good things going on there. So I'm not gonna end the stream. Nope, gonna keep going. All right, let's get to day 22. All right. Oh, before I do that, what do you guys? Let me go back to here. You guys saying anything? Marley Mom, I honestly have never heard a man talk this much ever. Yeah, if they were in the same cell, they'd be doing it in front of God and everybody, yeah. Lily Wayne, I laughed when Baker said I'm speechless. Since when? Not today. Sinbad 33, therapist has spidey senses. I need new earbuds. All right, let's get to day 22 because they are live. I'm so happy we caught them. Hold on a sec. Let me get to it. Oh, I'm so happy we caught them. Well, we're still a little behind, but we basically caught them. We are basically current. All right, let me get over here.
Did you talk about it again while you...
All right, day 22. Here we go. Strap yourselves in, chat. Day 22.
Also present, jury, and also present, thank you for being here really on time and very impressive, very impressive. We're going to interrupt the testimony of Detective Roberts, allow the people to call a witness out of order. You may call your witness.
Thank you. Do people call Christopher Austin?
Please swear the witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Austin, if you can face me and raise your right hand if you can. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. And for the record, can you say and spell your first and last name, please?
Christopher Austin, Christopher. Austin, Austin.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Austin, on October 2nd, 2024, were you arrested in Vancouver, Washington for the murder and conspiracy to commit murder of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Were you then extradited or brought to Los Angeles court system on October 17th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got to Los Angeles, then, have you been represented by an attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is your attorney in court today with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I say with you, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had opportunities since you've arrived in LA on October 17th to have multiple conversations with your attorney and seek his advisement as well?
Yes, ma'am.
The attorney brought you clothes today to wear?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not provided by the prosecution, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
On January 17th of 2024, did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team?
What was the date again, please?
Sorry, January 17th, 2024. 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you negotiate a plea with the prosecution team to plead to a count of second-degree murder, which is a violation of Penal Code Section 187A, and that's the murder of Fabio Sementilli, as well as admitted that you personally used a knife pursuant to Penal Code Section 12022B1?
Yes, ma'am.
And you entered that plea in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And that plea was negotiated with the prosecution, and your sentence then, if you testify truthfully, and we'll go through some terms of that in a bit, you understand your sentence to be 15 years to life in prison. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you currently serving time right now in prison?
Yes, ma'am.
So were you transported here then from a county jail facility while you're awaiting transport to start your sentence for prison?
That is correct.
Did you also sign a document with the prosecution and your attorney on January 31st of 2025 with some terms of the requirement that you testify truthfully?
Yes.
Let me mark as People's 247 a document entitled It's an agreement then that you will testify truthfully, honestly, and that includes not omitting any facts. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And 247 up on the screen then, it's entitled, they mark it as 247 Agreement between the people of the state of California and Christopher Austin.
Now it's marked, yes.
Thank you. Okay, do you recognize this agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, going through this, it states the terms that you agree to cooperate fully in the investigation and prosecution of the case involving the murder of Fabio Sementilli by truthfully providing all information which you know or come to know. Is that correct?
Yes.
Page 2, and I won't go through all of them, but it's documented here that the requirement is that you tell the truth, the whole truth, you don't omit any facts to the best of your ability. Is that your understanding of the agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the end of your testimony, then, it's up to the judge to decide if you testified truthfully or not, and upheld your end of the bargain, basically, to get that. And I spoke incorrectly. It's 16 to life sentence. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If it's determined that you did not testify truthfully by the court, then you understand that that agreement is off the table, basically, and you can be sentenced to the maximum sentence in this case for a first-degree murder. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Let's start a little bit about your background then. How old are you right now?
39.
And what is your date of birth?
1/20/86.
What is your height and weight?
5'7", 204.
Are you right or left-handed?
Right.
Can you explain then your employment prior to your arrest on October 2nd of 2024? What did you do for a living?
I worked with high-risk youth, and my title was Juvenile Parole and Probation Officer for the state of Oregon.
What did you do specifically working with high-risk youth?
Monitor, supervise, hold them accountable, mentor, find them programs if they needed to have programs, try to reunite them with their family, give them coping skills, find them resources, help them get jobs, help them find housing, whatever I could do to help them stay out of the system.
How long had you been working for the state of Oregon prior to your arrest?
4 years.
And what did you do before that?
I worked for the state of I worked for DHS as an IDD home, intellectual disability for adults.
What is DHS?
Department of Human Services.
And what did you do for them then?
A lot. That's what we're
Typically, I was assigned to a particular client, made sure that they got their medications by the 5 rights, took them out for outings, how'd them, we go to the grocery store and we teach them how to shop, and then I take them back to the house and cook, and then we'd all eat together. Sometimes we play cards, video games. When they were stressed, I made sure that we took another walk if that's what they wanted to do.
How long had you been working there prior to the time that you spent working for the state of Oregon Juvenile Probation Department?
3 months.
Prior to your arrest on October 2nd, 2024, did you have any prior convictions?
No, ma'am.
And where were you born and grew up?
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Do you still have family in North Carolina?
Yes.
At the time of the arrest, were you married or are you married?
Yes.
Who are you married to?
Chloe Austin.
Does she currently reside then in the state of Washington or Oregon?
Washington.
And did you have a daughter?
Yes.
Or do you have a daughter?
Yes.
How old is she?
3.
People's 14 up on the screen. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
Robert Baker.
Have you known Robert Baker a long time?
Yes.
What's your background on when you first met him?
Probably in middle school when I met him, officially.
Was that in
Maybe
North
before.
Carolina? Sorry.
Maybe before.
Was that in North Carolina?
Yes.
And how did you meet him in middle school?
My dad.
Can you explain that?
They grew up together in the same neighborhood I grew up in. So he would come in from time to time, say hello, meet with my dad, hang out, then leave.
So he was one of your dad's good friends?
Yes.
And then did you become friends with him in your adulthood?
Before that, but yes.
Did you have a term that you referred to him as?
Yes.
What is that?
I called him Unc, short for uncle.
Were you aware that Robert Baker was arrested with Monica Sementilli on June 14th of 2017 for murder?
All right. Never mind. I strike that.
I'm usually wrong. So.
Yes.
How did you find out?
How did I find out? Oh, I got a phone call.
From who?
Birdsong.
213, is that who you know to be Birdsong?
Yes.
Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
Do you have a name that you refer to him as?
I called him Unc too.
You call him Unc
Yes.
also. That term Unc, does it have any particular meaning?
It's like family. Anybody that takes care of you.
Did you consider, first of all, did you consider Baker family?
Yes.
Did you consider Birdsong family?
Yes.
And we'll get into Birdsong in a little bit, but after Robert Baker was arrested, did you ever talk to Baker while he was in custody?
I might have. I don't really remember talking to him. I remember talking to him prior.
How much prior?
A few times.
A couple times prior to the arrest?
Yes.
Okay. But after he was arrested, you don't recall whether you talked to him at all?
No.
What about, did you ever visit him in jail?
No.
So the last time that you would have talked to Baker, do you know when the last time was you talked to Baker?
When he dropped me off at the bus station.
Is that when you were in Los Angeles in January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the last time you saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
But that's not the last time you talked to him?
No, I don't think so, no.
Okay, we'll get into that. I want to go back to the years of when you first started working or met with Baker back in around 2006. Did you work with Baker?
Yes.
Can you explain what you did with him as far as work?
I drove him around, went with him to meetings, deposited checks, moved, whatever he needed me to do.
What year time frame did this span?
06 to 08, maybe. Yeah.
So
and in between sometimes.
How old were you at that time?
19.
And is Rob older than you then?
Yes.
How much older?
Same age as my dad, I guess. I'm not a math guy. 30 plus years older than me.
Okay. So did you work for him then approximately 3 years?
Yes.
When you, the jobs that you described, were you more or less an assistant for him?
Yes.
What kind of industry was he working in?
Adult industry, adult film industry.
Is that like porn business?
Yes.
Okay. When you worked for him during the years of 2006 to 2008, what city did you work in? Were you in Los Angeles or another city?
Van Nuys, Sherman Oaks.
Okay. And did you ever live with Baker?
Yes.
When did you live with him?
The whole time I lived here.
And what is the whole time that you lived here? What does that span?
From the time I landed in 06 to the time I left in 2008.
Where did you live?
I remember we lived in Las Vegas and Los Angeles and Sherman Oaks.
Did you live in 3 different residences with him?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about, where did you live first? Was it Los Angeles?
It was Las Vegas. I landed in Vegas and I was there for a few months, and he had a house there. And then he went back to LA and said, we're going to go back to LA. And I was like, okay. And that was an apartment. And then we moved to a house off of Catherine.
Okay.
Catherine.
In Las Vegas, did you just live with Baker?
No, he was married.
Who was he married to?
Nikki Baker.
I'm sorry?
Nikki Baker at the time, yes.
And you lived in Las Vegas when you first got here in 06 with Baker and Nikki. And how long did you live in Vegas?
Few months.
While you were there, did you work as basically his assistant driving things you mentioned?
Yes.
Did the 3 of you then all move back to Los Angeles?
Yes.
During that stint or that time frame, did you know Alfred Birdsong?
No.
When you moved back to Los Angeles, the 3 of you, did you move into a house together again?
Yes.
And which house was that?
Catherine House.
On Catherine Street?
Yes.
Okay. Is that in Winnetka?
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it?
Was it the Valley?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you live in that house, the 3 of you?
About a year and a half.
Did the 3 of you then again move together to another house?
Yes.
And where was that one? That was
the Winnetka. That was Winnetka, the Winnetka house.
And how long did you live together until 2008 when you moved?
Yes.
All right. What was your relationship? I know you stated you considered him family, but can you describe your relationship with Robert Baker?
Yeah, when I moved there, he said, I remember the first thing he said, welcome home, I guess it was a joke. But over time, you know, he built a rapport with me as a friendship, got me to do like all kinds of stuff, driving, meeting all kinds of people, club owners, managers, business people, So I was just soaking it all in. I didn't know anything, so I just really just soaking it all in.
Did you trust him?
Absolutely.
The phone number that you used to reach Baker during this time frame, was it the 213-272-1093 number?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was how, during that time frame, you communicated with Robert Baker?
Yes.
Where did you move from? Did you move from North Carolina straight to Los Angeles or Las Vegas?
North Carolina to Vegas.
Okay. When you came out here and Rob said to you, welcome home, or words to that effect, were you aware of his prior criminal record?
No.
Did you know that he was a sex registrant, meaning he had to register as a sex offender for a crime that he had committed, an assault on a minor?
Not until later.
When
So I didn't know that right away.
When did you find that out?
Probably toward the middle of 2007.
Did you know that he had a probation officer
I found that out then too. Yes.
in 2007?
Yes.
Did you know he had gone to state prison?
Yes.
That did you also find out in 2007?
A little bit after the probation officer thing, yes.
Okay. Up on the screen, Al Birdsong. I want to talk about when is the first time that you met him. Can you describe that?
I remember Baker saying that a buddy of mine's gonna come live with us, try to help with the business. You're gonna like him. And he moved in, took a liking to him immediately. He showed me around, taught me some things, and that's how that relationship developed.
Where were you living when you say that Alfred Birdsong moved in with you and Baker?
The Catherine house.
In Los Angeles?
Yes.
So at that time, was it you, Baker, Nikki, and Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How long did that last?
About 6 months to a year.
At some point then, did Alfred Birdsong move out?
Yes.
Where did he move, if you know?
Las Vegas.
Did he buy a house there, if you know?
I believe so.
Did you ever visit Alfred Birdsong in a house on Timberline in Las Vegas at a later date?
Yes.
Did you travel to Las Vegas then with Baker multiple times?
Yes.
When you would go there, did you stay at this house that Alfred Birdsong had on Timberline?
Yes.
Do you know about how many times you stayed there?
Maybe 5, a few times, however long I would come to visit.
So you went approximately 5 times?
About that.
That's fine. What years did that span when you would go with Robert Baker to Vegas and see Alfred Birdsong or stay at Alfred Birdsong's house?
We'd be there for like a couple of days, and then we'd go back, and then if I came back to Vegas, I would pop in and say hello, hang out for a little while, stay for a night, and then leave again. So probably about a handful of times.
What was the purpose of why you were going to Vegas? Was it work?
Yes.
Okay.
Usually.
I'm sorry?
Usually.
Work, and sometimes you just went to Las Vegas for fun?
Yes.
Total.
Do you know what Alfred Birdsong did for a living?
Security of some sort, high-end security. I know he was former military. I forget his title.
Did you?
But
believe,
it was up there.
I'm sorry.
But it was up there. I forget his title.
You know him to be former military.
Yes.
Did you know Rob Baker to be former military as well?
Yes.
Did Baker ever talk to you and use the phrase protocol, those kind of words?
Every now and again I would hear that.
Did you know what it meant?
Not at the time.
When you say not at the time, do you know what it means now?
Yes.
What does it mean to you?
Protocol is procedure, how things are supposed to go,
How things are supposed to go
Yeah.
as in advanced planning?
Yes.
Did you know Birdsong to work for Homeland Security?
Yes.
But you didn't know what he did necessarily, specifically?
No, I didn't really ask.
Okay. Are you, well, up until your arrest, were you still in contact with Alfred Birdsong?
Yes.
How so?
Just phone call or text.
Do you know, does he still live in Las Vegas?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Do you know where he lives?
Texas.
So,
Texas?
Texas.
Okay. The whole time that you said a phone and text, is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked to him live on the phone and you text him?
Yes.
Does he still have his same 702 number?
I believe so.
Okay. And that was the number you contacted him on, 702? Okay. Did you, well, let me ask you this. At 2008 then, did you, when you left LA, where did you move?
Anchorage, Alaska.
Why did you move to Anchorage, Alaska?
Change of scenery, help my brother.
Why did you need to help your brother?
Well, he needed some help with my nephews, so that's what I did.
Did anything happen between you and Robert Baker that caused you to move to Anchorage?
No, I don't think so.
So your relationship was fine when you left?
Yeah, I would say yes.
When you moved to Anchorage then in 2000, well, what year was that? I'll let you answer. Was that 2008?
Yes.
Did you maintain contact with Baker?
Yes.
Did you talk to him on the phone?
Yes.
Did you text with him?
Yes.
That same number we already talked about?
Yes.
Did you ever come to visit him in Los Angeles?
Yes.
When you came to visit him in Los Angeles, did you ever go then on a road trip to Las Vegas?
Yes.
When you moved to Alaska, did you get married in Alaska?
No.
When did you get married?
November 21.
And in November 2021, that's when you married Chloe?
Yes.
Did Chloe live in Alaska with you then at some point?
Yes.
What years did she live with you in Alaska?
(2017) until we moved.
And at some point you moved from Alaska to Washington, correct?
Yes.
All right. Your cell phone then, were you using a regular cell phone then? And by regular I mean not a burner phone or anything of that nature, just a regular cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your number 907? Okay. On October 2nd, when you were arrested on October 2nd of 2024 then, can you explain how that occurred?
I was on my way to work. When I got pulled over. I was being followed too close, and I tried to get out of their way. But when they got right behind me, I felt like I was getting ready to get pulled over, and I was like, well, maybe I was driving a little faster than I should have been. And then they pulled me over. I went through their necessary procedures. Told me I had a warrant for my arrest. I was a little shocked. And then they pulled me out of the car, handcuffed me, and put me in the back of the patrol car.
When they pulled you over and said you had a warrant for your arrest at that point, did anyone tell you what that warrant was for specifically?
No.
Okay. Did you know what it was for?
I had an idea.
What was your idea?
This situation that we're here today.
So it had been some years. When you say the situation, you're referring to the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. In the intervening years, though, had anything, you ever had any problems with law enforcement from January of 2017 until the time that you were pulled over on October 2nd of 2024?
No, ma'am.
After they arrested you, they put you in a patrol car, and did they take you then to the Washington or the Vancouver Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got there, then, were you given the opportunity to speak to some detectives?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they right here in court, Detective Byers and Farrell?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they put you into then a cell, locked into a cell with another person inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that person appear to you to be an inmate? Or I should say somebody that, when I say inmate, somebody that also is in custody?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he introduce himself as Willie Boyd?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of tell us what occurred when you first got into the cell, how you met this individual inside?
He kept talking to me. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
And what was he talking about?
His situation. Talked about how cold it was in there. Asked me what I was in for. I didn't want to talk to nobody.
And what's going through your head at this time?
A lot of shame. Lots of shame. But I also don't know. Divorce. Lost a job. Disappointment from my mentees. How many people I hurt because of this. Just a lot. A lot to process.
Okay. And as you're absorbing this, somebody's trying to talk to you. So did you know at that time that it was an undercover person that was placed there by the detectives?
No, not at the time.
At some point then, did Detective Farrell come to the door of the cell that you're in and tell you for the first time that it was a warrant for a homicide out of Los Angeles?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know what he was talking about at that time then?
Everything kind of started coming back to me. I had forgotten a lot up until that point.
Do you remember what Detective Farrell told you at the very beginning?
Mr. Austin, look, you seem like a nice guy. You know why you're here. It's very important that you be very honest with us. And then I remember him showing me the pictures. He said, we know you were there, so you need to be honest with us.
What pictures did he show you?
He showed me pictures of Mr. Baker and myself jogging and black Porsche.
You recognized yourself in the photo jogging?
I did.
Exhibit 19, and I'm not saying this exhibit, but is that the photo or a copy of the photo that Detective Farrell showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
The person in the front right here in the green, who was that?
That's Mr. Baker.
And the person in the back with the hood, the darker hood, who is that?
That is myself.
So when he showed you that photograph, you recognized it?
Yeah.
How did you recognize that? From what?
Oh, I recognized it from the green sweatshirt first. And then all of LA has red curves. So that's what I recognized from it, about it.
Well, did you recognize it from being in a particular location?
Yes.
Where was this?
Los Angeles?
Okay, I guess my question is, tell us at this point, what are you guys doing right here?
We are on the way up to jog to the victim's house.
And do you have a knife at this point?
I did.
To your knowledge, does Baker have a knife at this point?
He did.
And what were you going up to the victim's house to do at this time?
So on our way up to, he was on our way up to her, to kill him. To kill him, yeah.
Kill him?
Yes.
We'll go through that in a moment. Exhibit 19 also, this is page 9 in the corner. The first one was page 7 in the corner on Exhibit 19. This Porsche, is this a photo that Detective Farrell showed you as well when you said a Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What's depicted here? Did you ride in that Porsche?
Yes, ma'am.
Seeing that photo right there, are you in that car at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you seated?
In the passenger seat with my head down.
Who was driving the car?
Mr. Baker.
And when is this in time? What's happening here?
He's driving away.
Away from what?
He's driving away from a murder scene.
This is when you both left?
Yes.
After Detective Farrell showed you those photographs then, did you remain in the cell to think about what he had just shown you?
Yes.
Did you then talk to your cellmate at that point about anything?
A little bit.
What did you tell him? Or what did you say?
He asked me, he started asking me a barrage of questions. And then he asked me was I was there, and I was like, yeah, I was there. And then he encouraged me to tell him the truth. And he asked me if I had a record. I was like, no. And then I remember saying none of that matters. None of the work that I did matters.
Did he ask you if you recall about any of the other people involved in this?
Yeah, he asked me, but I didn't want to say too much because I didn't know I didn't know why he was asking me so many questions. He was trying to be my friend or something like this. It's not a situation we need to be friends about. I remember saying that, I was there, and he was like, who's the other dude? And told him who he was.
Who did you tell him it was?
Mr. Baker.
Well, do you know if you used that name at the time?
I used the I told him my uncle. He's like, that's your uncle? I was like, well, not biological, but.
So at this point, Detective Farrell has only come to the jail or the cell door, showed you these photographs, and now things are racing through your head, right?
Yes.
You have not had a chance to sit down and interview with the detectives at this point, right?
No.
So up until this point with your cellmate, you've admitted that you were involved in it, but that's the extent of it.
Yes.
And you were talking about you didn't want to talk too much at this point. Why did you feel you didn't want to talk too much at this point?
Because I felt like the detectives were about to ask me a bunch of questions that I had to try to figure out how to remember after so long.
So once
I didn't
you
want to talk to him too much anymore.
I'm sorry?
I didn't want to talk to him anymore.
Your cellmate.
Yes.
So then at some point, did Detective Farrell come and actually take you out of the cell and take you into an interview room with him and Detective Byers?
That is correct.
Do you know if that was recorded?
Yes, I believe it was.
Did you end up waiving, or did they advise you of your Miranda rights?
They did.
And did you agree to talk to them?
I did.
Why did you want to talk to them?
It's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. I feel like you come pick me up on my way to work. You know something, so there's no point in playing around with them anymore.
Okay. Did they ask you first? I'm going to give you some topics. Did they ask you anything about burner phones?
They did.
And what did you tell them?
I told them I had one at one point.
When did you have a burner phone?
In 2017.
And did you also go through then the facts of what occurred that day on January 23rd, 2017?
You did.
They asked you a lot of questions, you answered?
I did.
Did you tell them the whole truth during that interview?
Not entirely.
What was not the truth?
Just the details of it.
Why didn't you tell them everything at that point?
Because I felt like I felt like I said too much. I needed an attorney.
So at a certain point, you interviewed with them for a while, right?
I did.
Did you tell them that you were actually involved in the actual killing of Fabio Sementilli?
I did.
Did you tell them what your role was as far as participating in the crime?
I did.
What did you tell them?
I told them I was there. I told them that I helped. I told them that I stabbed him once. That I stabbed him once. That's what I told him.
So you admitted your role in the crime, and then, but at this point, you didn't give every detail. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you put back in the cell then with that undercover agent?
I was.
And did you start talking to him now?
Yeah.
Why did you start talking to him now?
I told it. Because I told the detectives the truth. And then I started just thinking about my life. Not being able to. I started thinking about just all the harm that I caused the family. I was in disbelief. And I was frustrated, and I just wanted to talk about something different.
When you're talking to this person now, when you've been back in the cell after you interview with the detectives, at any point did you realize he was an undercover agent put in there by the detectives?
Not till they took me to jail. I replayed everything, and that's when I realized he was undercover, or might have been. He left shortly after. That's when I realized.
While you were in the cell with him then, after the interview then, did you feel comfortable then talking to him a little bit more since you had now interviewed with the detectives?
So,
Comfortable is a strong word. I just felt the need to just talk to somebody. It's just in my nature to have a conversation.
Did he ask you about, and again, is he asking you questions about the crime?
Yeah.
Did he ask you how the victim died?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I told him what I told the detectives,
And what is that?
that he was stabbed.
Did he ask you if you stabbed him?
He did.
What'd you tell him?
Once.
Did he ask you who stabbed him the rest of the times?
Yeah.
What'd you tell him?
I told him, I told him Baker stabbed him.
Now, did you tell him what the plan was from the beginning?
I believe so.
What did you tell him?
I believe he was told I was told that he was supposed to go rough him up, but that didn't happen.
Okay. But was that the plan?
No.
What was the plan?
Plan was to have him killed.
When you told your cellmate the plan was to go rough him up, then why didn't you tell your cellmate what the real plan was? Why did you lighten the story, let's say?
Well, a total stranger be telling my skeletons to. Didn't want to.
Did you tell them who was involved, this cellmate? Did you tell him who was involved in it, or did he ask you who was involved in this?
He asked. I remember him asking a lot of questions.
Okay. What did you tell him?
I told him Baker and the woman he was messing with was involved.
The woman he was messing with, do you see her in court?
Yes.
Can you please identify where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
To my far right, white blouse, gray suit.
Indicating the defendant.
And we'll get to the defendant in a moment, but you told him the woman he was messing with and him planned it. What else did you tell him about that?
I told him.
Talking about the Perkins individual.
I don't know, counsel.
In the cell with the Perkins agent, the undercover agent. What else did you tell him?
I told him some money is supposed to be involved. She was supposed to get a lot of money if we did it. Excuse me. Sorry.
Did you specifically mention at this time to that undercover agent that it was actually insurance money?
That's leading.
I did.
I'm sorry?
I did.
How did you know about that?
Baker told me about it.
What did Baker tell you about it?
Baker told me she's loaded. She wants him gone. She's going to get paid.
The detectives, they never asked you about insurance money, right? During the first interview.
Sustained.
Did the detectives ever ask you about insurance money during the first interview?
No.
So this was something that you freely volunteered to the undercover agent the day you were arrested?
Yes.
It's overruled.
Okay. Did the agent say to you, to me it sounded like it's the bitch who planned everything? Do you remember him saying that to you?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
She knew about it. She did.
When did you find out about the insurance money? Baker told you about it. When did you find out about it?
After or before.
sorry, I didn't hear that. That's after and before?
It's after, before.
Was that before you came to Los Angeles to commit the murder?
Yes.
Do you recall how it happened? How you found out?
It was a phone call. It was a phone call. I remember Baker saying she's going to come into some money. He tried to get me to come down earlier, and I couldn't. I was working, so I couldn't do it. I was trying to avoid it, so I didn't think he would worry about it anymore.
What year and month was this, if you remember, this conversation?
Maybe December, around the December time.
Of 2016?
2016.
All right. While you're in this cell then, you talked about money. Did you tell the agent if you were promised any money or any reward for doing this?
I don't think so. Did I?
Did you ever talk about receiving any gold coins?
I think I told him he gave me some coins.
Who gave you coins?
Baker gave me coins.
Was that gold coins?
That is correct.
When did he give them to you?
He gave them to me just before I got out at the bus station.
After the murder, but before you flew home?
Yes.
And then again, this is still while you're in the cell with the undercover agent. Did you tell him then that you left right after?
Yes.
What did you tell him about leaving the scene? And this is what you recall telling the agent about leaving the scene after the murder had been committed.
I remember telling him it happened, and I had to get up out of there. And Baker dropped me off at the the bus station to catch it right back to the airport, and I flew back.
And did you tell this undercover agent that when you left after the murder, you left in that Porsche?
Yeah. We left in the Porsche.
We're going to go back through this, but I want to ask you some specific questions then about the defendant who you identified in court. Do you recall when you first met her?
Not really. We might have met in Vegas, but I don't remember seeing her there. I do remember playing racquetball with her though.
Did you go? What? Did I cut you off? Mm-mm. Did you go to Las Vegas in July of 2016 with Robert Baker?
I did.
That particular trip, did you stay with Baker at Al Birdsong's house?
Yes.
When you went there, did you know that Baker had a female, whether you knew her name or not, that he was seeing, dating, had a relationship with?
Not really. Yes. Meaning he's been involved with a lot of women, so I would say yes all the time.
But specifically when you went to Las Vegas in July of 2016, did he mention anyone in particular that he had been seeing?
He mentioned he was seeing somebody.
At that time?
I forgot her name at that point.
Did he ever use the name Monica?
Yeah.
Is that who he said he was seeing at that time?
Yeah.
Now, during that trip, did you know, and I know it's 2016, did you know that this Monica person was in Las Vegas at the same time you were there with Baker staying at Birdsong's house?
No.
Total.
And to the best of your knowledge then, do you know if you met her in Vegas or not?
I might have. I don't remember.
And when you say you might have, did you go out with Baker to different places and meet people?
Yes.
Did you ever go to the Aria Hotel?
Yes.
Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
Don't remember where we went, but I know food was involved.
Excuse me a second. It's overruled.
Go ahead. Why did you go to the Aria Hotel?
I don't remember why we went, but I know food was involved, and he said, I got to go meet somebody. I want you to ride with me, as always. So I was like, okay, not a problem.
But today you have no independent recollection if you met the defendant at that time in July?
No.
At some point, though, did you meet her in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Do you remember where you met her in Los Angeles, whether it be the first or now second time? But
we went to the gym, and that's when I found out he was a racquetball coordinator. I think that's his title. And he's like, I want you to play a few games. I was like, why? He's like, man, just play a few games. So I said, okay. And we played a couple of games. I didn't think anything of it.
you said you found out he was a racquetball player. You didn't, or coach. You didn't know that before?
No.
Okay. So when you went to the gym, then did you get introduced to the defendant?
I did.
Overruled.
I did.
How did that work?
It was a casual conversation, I thought.
People's 197, is that the gym you went to?
Yes.
Was there anything that you noticed between the two of them, Baker and the defendant, that caught your attention?
More hands-on than anything. They were really close.
Did he tell you that at this time in Los Angeles now that he was in a relationship with her?
Yes.
Timing-wise, what are we talking about now? You've been in Vegas in July of 2016. Now you're at the LA Fitness in Woodland Hills and you meet her. Where are we at in 2016?
We're still in July?
When you came back, you met her in July and at the LA Fitness?
Mm-hmm. I think later that at some point, he was like, we're going to go hang out at her house. I was like, oh, okay.
I guess my question is, when you left Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, is that correct?
Yes.
And at that point, was it that same trip down, or was it that same time frame down here that you met her at the gym in Woodland Hills?
Yes.
So the same trip, that same time frame?
Same, yes.
Okay. So he talks about going to her house after. Tell us what happened.
He said we're going to get dressed, we're going to ride. I said, okay. Then he went to, we went to her house, hung out, had some food, watched some TV, and then they went off into the bedroom. And I stayed out and watched TV.
Exhibit 9, is that the house you went to?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to that house?
I don't know. I thought
I don't know. As form, that's sustained.
Okay. Why did Baker tell you you're going over there?
Sustained.
After the gym, you went to the house with Baker to visit Monica. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, then you went into the living room. What'd you do?
Went into the living room. There was some pizza on the counter. Asked if I wanted some pizza. I said sure. Went into the. Then she's like, "Let me show you around."
She said, "Let me show you around." What did she do?
She just took me out to the patio where there was. She took me out to the patio, and Baker was there, and I remember him making a comment. It's like, nice. I was like, yeah, it's a nice spot. And so I didn't think anything of it. It's just a nice house.
Did she say anything particular about the patio?
No, nothing out of just showing the patio, like this is where we hang out.
And you went back into the living room, what'd you do?
I turned on the TV and sat and watched TV for a little bit till I fell asleep.
Did you see where Monica and the defendant and Baker went?
There was a room right off the couch. Yeah, behind me to like the left.
Do you know what they were doing?
Nope.
How long were they gone?
I don't know.
What did you do? You're watching TV, what'd you do?
I watched TV until I fell asleep and kind of played on my phone a little bit, and then played a game on my phone. I think it was, played a game on my phone, and then I fell asleep.
Was anyone else home at this time?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of the defendant's children or hear them at home?
No.
Did you even know the defendant had children?
Not at this time, no.
Did you know at this time that the defendant was married?
No.
What time did you leave the house that night then?
It was kind of late.
Did Rob wake you up?
Yeah.
Okay, did he say anything to you when you left about the house?
And he said it's a nice house, right? And then I was like, yeah. I was like, remember that layout? I was like, layout? I said, okay. I didn't really think anything of it.
Right, but he said, remember that layout?
I remember him saying that.
Yes. I'm going to go back now to when you were in Las Vegas, just right before you ended up in this house when you're back in Los Angeles. When you went on that Las Vegas trip with Baker, did he buy your ticket or give you money for your ticket?
He might have bought my ticket.
Was that something that Baker did when you flew down? Did he share or give you money?
Yes.
How did that work?
He typically either bought me a ticket or I bought it and he gave me cash when I got there.
Did you have an ATM card that Baker had given you to use in Alaska?
Yes.
So what would he do for you in order for you to access money?
He gave me the PIN code to access it.
So were you able to use Rob Baker's ATM card in Anchorage, Alaska and withdraw money?
Yes.
Was it for the purpose of buying flights to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
So this particular flight in 2016, did you withdraw money and then buy a flight to come to Los Angeles?
Yes.
And when you flew into LA, did Baker pick you up from the airport?
Yes.
And then you drove to Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked about you're not sure if you saw Monica in Las Vegas, but let's talk about when you stayed at Al Birdsong's house. Did a conversation come up while you were there? And again, this is July 2016 in Las Vegas. Did a conversation come up between you, Al Birdsong, and Robert Baker about the defendant and her husband?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
He talked about he was messing with this woman, and then he started asking questions about how to get rid of evidence, and then
Who was asking that?
Baker. And I remember him saying like about remember him saying like talking about, it's like we talking about a murder. I was like, oh. And I don't remember like all the details of that.
Can you describe then, how did this conversation begin?
Birdsong and Baker were talking at first. I wouldn't just sit there and say, hey, I want to tell you something. I don't think that's how it came up.
Okay.
They typically have conversations without me often. It's something I probably walked into. I remember.
Sustain.
Do you recall if you walked into a conversation or entered into a conversation when Baker was already talking to Birdsong about something?
Yes.
And then what was your participation in that?
He started asking me, he's like, how much I weigh?
Who?
Baker. He started asking me how much I weigh. I remember hearing he could probably do it. I was like, do what? He said, I'll tell you later. I might have a job for you later. I don't know.
Again, counsel, you can clarify.
If you could also, is this Baker talking?
Yes.
At this point? Okay, continue.
I don't really remember how all that really came about. But I know that they were talking about it.
At this point in the house, you knew that Baker was involved with someone.
Yes.
And he began talking about that female.
Yes.
And the topic of the conversation was a job that he may want you to do.
Yes.
Did he say anything about that female and what she wanted?
At the time, she said she don't like him. I'm sorry. Baker's telling this ally like she don't like him, so she doesn't. She don't want to be with him no more, but she wants him gone. So I was like, oh.
Did you know what they were talking about when Baker says to you,
it's overruled,
she wants him gone?
I had a clue, but I was like, I'm not smart, and so they're gonna have to elaborate.
Okay. Did they elaborate?
Baker did.
What did he say?
Baker said that she wants him gone.
Okay.
She wants him dead.
Did the conversation turn to, between you, Birdsong, and Baker, how to do it?
Yeah.
What happened?
I remember him talking about shooting a man.
Who said that?
Baker did.
And what was?
And then the response was, no, that would be too loud.
Who responded?
Birdsong responded, and then they both agreed that would be too loud. And then they mentioned like stabbing, and it hit him right in the jugular, quick. And I remember him saying quick.
And which one was saying that?
Baker said that. And then they both agreed, Birdsong and Baker both agreed, like, yeah, hit him in the jugular, fast and quick. Well, Birdsong said that. And Baker, yeah. Sorry.
Okay, clarify who said what, please.
Birdsong said you could probably hit him in the jugular, quick and easy. And Baker said, yeah.
During this time then, did you see or hear Baker on the phone with anyone?
He was always he's texting somebody, but I don't know who.
During this conversation then, do you know, if you know from your own point of view, if he was talking or texting with the defendant while this conversation was happening?
I wouldn't know.
Did you see him texting?
Yeah.
A lot?
He would text a lot.
During this time frame, did you have any conversations about using burner phones?
At some point, the burner phone topic came up. I just don't remember when, but it came up.
So what was the topic?
I remember hearing we can get burner phones because they can't be tracked.
Now, this conversation is occurring. Are you under the clear impression now that it is to kill this woman's husband?
Yes.
Is your opinion then, based on what Baker and Birdsong are talking about, that the wife wanted it done?
Yes.
Speculation.
As formed, that would be sustained.
Did you have an opinion who wanted it done?
Objection, Your Honor. His opinion is irrelevant speculation.
Premature, it's overruled.
Yes.
Who?
Monica wanted it, the wife wanted it done, I'm sorry.
At some point in the conversation, do you realize that it's you that they want to do it?
Yes.
How did that happen?
You mean, what do you mean?
How did the conversation go from talking about how to do it to it focusing on you're wanting to be the one that does it?
I remember saying, I'm about to go to bed. I was like, okay. He said, okay. Remember he came up, he's like, I'm going to talk to you for a second. I was like, what's up? He's like, do you think you could do something like this? I was like, probably not. And then he was like, okay. And he closed the door. And then the next morning we rode back, which I think that's when I actually met at the gym. We drove back to LA. And I remember him saying, I want you to move back. Something to that effect when we were riding back. I remember that.
Move back?
From Alaska to LA.
Did he say why?
I miss you.
That drive back to Los Angeles, did you continue the conversation about planning this murder of the defendant's husband?
Mm-mm. I don't think so.
Did you talk about it again while you were in Los Angeles before you went back to Alaska?
No, I don't think so.
Did you bring it up again?
No.
Why not?
I didn't want to.
Why didn't you want to?
Because I was hoping that, like, yo, this isn't going to happen. You're not really trying to do this. But then when I got back to Alaska, phone calls started happening. And then they, every now and again, I get on three-way call between myself and Mr. Birdsong and Baker, and he's going out of town. Can you fly in? Are you fast enough?
Who's saying this?
Baker. Baker's asking these questions. I was like, I don't know.
So timeline-wise, when you got back, you did Las Vegas, you came back to Los Angeles, you ended up, you believe it to be that night at the defendant's house, which is when you laid on the couch, right?
Yes.
Earlier you said that you didn't know she was married, but by this point you knew she was married.
At this point, yeah.
Okay.
Like, officially, like, married versus, like, together.
When Robert Baker said to you when you were leaving, remember the layout of the house, had there been any previous conversation about where the plan was to commit the murder?
I remember in the talk that she could leave the door open. There's a back door to their bedroom. You can go in the back door and come out. I remember that happened.
When did that happen, that conversation?
I want to say over the phone.
Okay, just to back you up. while you're in Las Vegas, you have one conversation about this for the first time, correct?
Yes.
During that conversation, did you ever talk about or hear Baker and Birdsong talk about where they wanted the murder to occur?
I remember them saying like it has to be in the community or some sort. Got to be out.
Okay, my question is, when Baker says, remember this layout, in your mind, was there a plan that it was going to be in the house at that time, the murder?
No, if I recall, I remember he said, remember that layout, because that's when they started talking about the bedroom aspect of going in the middle of the night. And doing it while he was sleeping.
That was another conversation?
That was another conversation. I don't know when, but I know that was another conversation.
After Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point after you were at the house that night, did you fly back to Anchorage then the following day or within a couple of days? After you came back from Las Vegas, you went the next night to the defendant's house, or that same night, did you fly back to Anchorage?
A couple of days, probably a day or two later, maybe.
So when did these three-way calls then start?
Maybe a couple months after, 3 months after, September, October.
October timeframe?
Maybe.
During those months in between, were there any conversations about this plan to kill the defendant's husband?
Yeah.
What was that?
They were still planning, and I remember Baker still asking me like how much I weighed, things of that nature. Just about my physical attributes a little bit.
These are phone calls from Baker to you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The court reporter?
Thank you.
And is he, before the three ways, is Baker calling you, asking you questions then, or talking about still this plan that he wants to put into motion with Birdsong and the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Was Birdsong talking to you also, before we get to the three-way phone calls, was Birdsong also talking to you individually following up on this plan?
Yes.
And what was he talking to you about?
Just the aspects of being in and out.
What does that mean?
Injection.
In and out meaning.
Injection calls for speculation.
Oh, really?
Meaning, I remember one of the plan was like to still like go to the house. No. I think at this point they were talking about him being out somewhere at night and then doing it then quick and then getting out of there.
Around October then, the three-way phone calls, was that you, Baker, and Birdsong all on a call together?
Yes.
Okay.
Those
Who
are
was
the calls.
initiating that phone call?
Usually Baker would.
And then on those, well, how many phone calls did you do that were three-way phone calls?
I don't remember.
More than 5?
Probably.
More than 10?
Maybe. Yeah.
Were the topic of these three-way phone calls all about planning the murder of the defendant's husband?
Not all. Some of them were just to check in, seeing how I'm doing, seeing what I'm doing. They were very curious about what I was doing. And I would tell them, like, working.
What do you mean they were curious about what you were doing?
I mean, like, they wanted to know, like, exactly what I was doing and how I was doing, like, what what, are you still working? Are you? It almost seemed like, if I remember correctly, it almost seemed like they were making sure that I wasn't like backing out. I don't remember taking all their phone calls all the time too, because I was working. I do remember like a few missed calls from them a few times, well, from Baker.
Did you ever express to them that you wanted to back out?
I didn't say it directly. I gave hints. It's like, I'm working a lot. I don't know. I can't. And they started, well, Baker started like initiating, like try to figure out when you can get some time off. I was like, I don't know. I'm working a lot.
Now, by the way, during all these phone calls, was the defendant ever on any of the phone calls?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, and did you ever speak directly with the defendant at any time, directly with her about killing her husband?
No.
So was your communication with and through Baker?
Yes.
Was he relaying what she was telling him for the majority of the time?
Yes.
So on these calls then, specifically, did you talk about these three-way calls? Did you guys talk again about ways to kill the defendant's husband?
Yes. Just, I remember saying like where he's going to be. And
what
again,
does that mean?
He's telling me this stuff at this point.
Who's he?
Baker.
Is telling you where he's going to be. This is though around the October timeframe, right?
Maybe November now.
And what did he tell you in regard to where he's going to be? What does that mean?
Said he travels a lot. So it might not go down. I was like, cool.
What's the last part?
He said it might not go down.
Did Baker tell you that the defendant had sent him her husband's itineraries when he traveled out of town?
Objection, leaving.
Overruled.
Did Baker say what?
Did Baker ever tell you that the defendant had sent him, Baker, her husband's itineraries when he went out of town?
I don't recall him saying that, but he knew
Objection.
when he was leaving. He knew his schedule.
Sorry, there's no question pending, sir.
I'm sorry.
Did Baker tell you when the defendant's husband was out of town?
Yes.
Was there ever a plan or a conversation between you, Baker, or you and Birdsong, or you and all three of you together, you, Baker, and Birdsong, to possibly kill the defendant's husband when he was out of town? Was that ever a conversation?
I don't remember.
So let me interrupt you at this time. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admonition applies. I'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
All right, we have a lot to go through, that's for sure. We can zoom a little bit, but I am going to go through a little bit of what Austin said. So, Christopher Austin, he was arrested October 2022. He was extradited to Los Angeles October 17th. January 17th, 2025, he negotiated a plea with the state, and it's for second degree. He personally said he used a knife, and he's looking at 16 years to life. He's currently serving time in prison. He signed a document January 31st of 2025 to testify truthfully. If you don't testify, then the deal is off the table. He's currently 39, and he is 5'7", 204 pounds. So he's smaller than Fabio. Fabio is 5'10", 300 pounds. Austin is 5'7", 204 pounds. He's right-handed. He worked with high-risk youth. He was a juvenile probation officer in Oregon. He was their mentor. He would help them find jobs, housing. He was with DHS before that. He was signed to clients to make sure they got their meds. He took them outside for groceries. They ate together. They played cards. This is when he was in Fayetteville, North Carolina. Then he married Chloe, and then they, I guess they currently live in Washington. He's got a 3-year-old daughter. They put up a photo of Baker, and he says, yep, I know him. He first met Baker in middle school in North Carolina through his dad. So Baker and Austin's dad grew up together, so they're about the same age. Baker was good friends with his dad, and Austin used to call Baker Unc for uncle. He found out about Monica and Baker arrest from a phone call from Birdsong. And it's Al Birdsong, boy, he's all over this too. And Drunky the Bear looked him up, and I guess he was arrested in Texas, posted $2 million bail or something like that. Drunky, I'm not quite sure what, but he is no longer, I guess, a person of interest. Austin said he called Birdsong Unc as well, and that's family. It's someone who takes care of you. He considered Baker and Birdsong family. After Baker was arrested, he thinks he might have talked to him, but he never visited Baker in jail. The last time he saw him was in Las Vegas of January 2017. I'm a little confused about that, but anyway, he said he worked with Baker. He drove him around. They deposited checks, moved items, went to meetings. And this was all in the industry, the adult film industry. And it was from 2006 to 2008, and he was 19 at the time. He was more or less an assistant. He lived with Baker the whole time he lived there. But then they also he lived with Baker in Las Vegas, in Los Angeles, and then Sherman Oaks. So Las Vegas was the first months in a house. Then he moved to LA to an apartment, then to a house off of Catherine. And he kept saying the Catherine house. So he didn't know Birdsong at this time. When he first got into town, Baker said, welcome home. But over time, he was soaking it all in, driving around. Yeah, he's like 19, 20 years old. He's living in Las Vegas. I get it. He didn't know about Baker's previous crime, that he was an offender, and he had to register. He was a registered offender. It wasn't until later, he said middle of 2007, that he found out. He found out about that. He also found out about the probation officer. He didn't know that Baker was in state prison. Let's see. He stayed with Birdsong maybe 5 times when visiting Las Vegas, mostly for work, but also for fun. So after the arrest, he would still communicate with Birdsong via text and phone call. So he moved to Anchorage for a change of scenery and to help his brother and his nephews. He said his brother was having some problems with his kids. Let's see. He moved to Washington in 2017. So October 2nd of 2024, he was on his way to work. He was in Alaska at this time. So August 22nd, 2024. Remember, this happened in 2017. So October of 2024, he's on his way to work and he got pulled over. And he's like, what's up? And the law enforcement said they have a warrant for his arrest. And he said he was shocked. So 7 years had gone by. He wasn't told what it was for at first, but he had an idea. And yeah, he's like, the situation and why we're here today. He's never been in any trouble with the law. He spoke to detectives, but they put him in a holding cell with another person named Willie Boyd. Willie Boyd. Willie kept talking, and he didn't want to talk to anyone. Willie talked about his situation, how cold it was in there. He's like, he just didn't want to talk to him. Unlike Monica, when she was in the same situation, she was just flapping her gums. He said he felt a lot of shame, feels lots of shame, and he hung his head. He said, he was thinking about divorce. He was thinking about loss of job, disappointment from his mentees. He was definitely feeling it at that point. He's thinking about how many people I hurt from this. It was a lot to process. So he said he had forgotten a lot, but it was coming back to him. Yeah, he repressed it for sure. He was told, so then these detectives came in and said, Mr. Austin, you seem like a nice guy. You know why you're here. It's very important that you be honest with us. So he was showed pictures at the cell door. He showed pictures of Baker and him jogging, and then the black Porsche leaving. And he says, yep, I recognize myself in the photo. He said he had a knife. He said Baker had a knife. They were going there to delete Fabio. And they said, and he was asked, why are you leaving? He's like, we were driving away from a murder scene. After you were shown the photos, did you talk to your cellmate? He said, yep. Then he confessed to him. He's like, none of my work matters, So, don't forget he was mentoring these kids that are, growing up in rough environments. And here he is doing the exact same thing. He said, I was there. And this is him talking to his cellmate. I was there. I told him who the other dude was. He was advised of his rights, and he talked because it's the right thing to do. No point in playing around with him anymore. They got him. He's like, yeah, not gonna mess around anymore. He was asked about the burner phone. He did have one in 2017. He said he lied about the details at that point because he wanted an attorney. So he told law enforcement his role. He said, I was there, I helped, I stabbed him once. He was put back in his cell, and he started to talk to his cellmate, Willie Boyd. He told law enforcement the truth and started talking about his life, all the harm that I caused the family. He said he was in disbelief, he was frustrated. He wanted to talk about something different. He didn't realize the cellmate was an undercover agent until he was taken to jail. Then he's like, yeah, it dawned on me. He said, comfortable is a strong word. I just needed to talk to someone. It's in my nature. He's a talker. He was asked how Fabio died. I told him, the Willie Boyd asked how Fabio died. He said, I told him what I told the detectives, that he was stabbed. He told him that he stabbed him once. He said Baker's the one that stabbed Fabio. So Austin only stabbed him once. He told the cellmate the first plan was to go and just rough him up. But then also the plan was to have him killed. He told him, and this is all the cellmate, he told him Baker and the woman he was messing with were involved. He says, Baker says she's loaded, she wants him gone, she's going to get paid. Baker said that she knew about it. And then he found out about the insurance money. He didn't find out about it, I think, until later. Baker tried to get him to come down earlier, but he was working, so he couldn't. He said he was trying to avoid it so Baker would forget about it. So then Baker gave him gold coins. After the murder, Baker gave him gold coins just before he flew home. Remember, they were making a big deal about that. Gold coins were missing. I just keep thinking about Judas, getting paid with silver coins. He went to, they went to Aria Hotel. Baker needed to meet somebody. And I think that was when Monica came into town, I guess. He had met, but he didn't meet Monica then. He said he met Monica in LA at the gym. He found out that Baker was a racquetball coordinator at that time. They went to Monica's house. They hung out. He said they went into the bedroom. They went out on the patio. He said he played some games on phone. He went to sleep. Baker was like, this is a pretty nice house, right? No one else was home. He didn't even know Monica had kids or was married at that point in time. And Rob said, it's a nice house. Remember that layout as they were leaving? He said he was able to use Baker's card to withdraw money to fly to LA. He was picked up by Baker, and then they drove to Las Vegas. This was before. I think this was in December of 2016. And then Baker was asking about how to get rid of evidence. So how did this conversation start? So Baker and Birdsong were just having this conversation. Baker started asking him, how much do you weigh? He could probably do it. I'll talk to you about it later. He knew that Baker was involved with a female, but the topic of conversation was, hey, I got this job that I want you to do. Baker kept saying, well, she doesn't like him. She doesn't want to be with him. She wants him gone. And he's like, I had no clue. I'm sorry. He said, I had a clue, but I'm not smart. I wanted Baker to elaborate. So Baker literally said, she wants him dead. And Baker and Birdsong were kind of talking, and Baker said, what about shooting him? And Birdsong said, no, that would be too loud, and they both agreed. Then somebody brought up, what about stabbing? Hit him right in the jugular, and it was Birdsong that said, yeah, you could hit him in the jugular quick and easy. And Baker said, yeah. And again, it goes back to the wife. The wife wanted this done. He said Monica, then he said, no, the wife. The wife wanted this done. So then they drove back from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, and they didn't really talk about the planning. And Austin didn't want to bring it up because he didn't want to do this. Then he went back to Alaska. He says that's when the phone calls started happening. Baker was saying, he's going out of town. Can you fly in? Are you fast enough? You remember that back door in the bedroom? We can come out that door, come out on the patio. Remember that layout? The plan was going to be in the middle of the night, do it during the middle of the night. And then the three-way call started a few months after he flew back. He said Baker kept asking about physical attributes. And then Birdsong was talking about being in and out in the sense that Fabio was going to be out at night, be quick, get in and out. And remember, they first tried when Fabio was stopping off at a pho restaurant to get some soup or some food. So he tried to do it there, but they aborted that. Then Austin kept saying they were very curious about what he was doing. Felt like they were making sure I wasn't backing out. That's what he said. He said he never expressed he wanted to back out. He just gave hints like, I'm working a lot. Not a very strong hint when you're just like, yeah, I'm just working a lot. Yeah, they're not going to take that as a hint. Baker said Fabio travels a lot and it might not go down. He's like, cool. And then, did Baker ever tell you that Fabio was out of town? He said yes. All right, so that's us caught up. We can zoom, but let's see, what are you guys talking about? Deanna says he was 19, 20 at the time, no problems with the law, but he had a prior relationship with Baker. I think Baker was someone he looked up to or admired. Absolutely, he was his dad's age, so he was like an uncle. I've done it. I've looked up to people older than me, 10, 15, 20 years older than me that I considered, I admire, so I want to, emulate them. I did it as a child. I did it as an adult. I probably still do it. I'm just not as aware of it. But yeah, I could totally see Austin getting sucked into this. And I think Fala, I think you said, if he was a female, would he be, would this make more sense? I'm like, it could be a guy too. It could totally be a male. It doesn't have to be, think of all the, what's that one program, like the mentors, the Big Brother, where you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and you're hanging out with teenagers trying to show them how life could be, should be. You don't have to do certain things, So yeah, I can totally see Austin looking up to Baker for sure. So. Carol O'Neill, this guy comes across as humble, nice guy. How did he get himself mixed up with Baker? I think it was he was his uncle. Well, it wasn't literally his uncle, but he felt like he was his uncle, and he was just looking up to him. Brenda Mayer, I do feel the witness is remorseful. Probably wishes he didn't do it. Yeah, for sure, he wishes he didn't do it. Absolutely. All right. Real happy. Thank you for saying that. I'm glad you're here too, Nan R. Feels like home here. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. We can zoom. We're going to catch them because they are live, but we're going to catch them. Let's see. All right. We'll get you back into the courtroom.
We are back on the record. Fabio Sementilli, the defendant is present. All counsel are present. Jury and alternate present. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath. You may continue.
Mr. Austin, when we broke, we were discussing the conversations that you had prior to coming to LA. Now, in December, of 2016, did you formulate the plan then when you were going to, around that time frame, when you would be able to come down to LA to commit this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
If you recall, was that on a three-way phone call with Birdsong and Baker when you actually worked out days?
I think it was just with Baker.
You said before break that they were asking you about days and you had to work or something of that nature. Can you explain what you were talking about?
When they were asking me?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking? Baker would say, when can you get time off? And I told him I just started a new job, so I won't be able to get any time off for a little while. PTO is not available. It's just making up a lot of things actually for him. Like, to just like, I can't do it.
Why were you saying that?
Because I didn't want to come down and do it. And because he had already told me so much information, I was afraid to like go to anybody.
What do you mean you were afraid to go to anybody?
I mean, I was at that point in time in my life, I didn't want to talk to anybody. I shut a lot of people out.
So does that mean you didn't talk to anybody about what you were planning and involved in and about to do?
Yes.
Were you dating your now wife then? Chloe, were you with her?
Yes.
You weren't married to her then?
No.
Did you tell her anything about this plan to go to LA and kill the defendant's husband?
No, ma'am.
At some point then you determined what days you're going to fly down. How did you guys determine the date? Was there any particular reason why you flew down when you did?
Baker told me, I'm gonna get you a ticket. I'm gonna send the card. Let them know for these dates. It should be fine. It's just a job. And there's plenty of money.
What do you mean there's plenty of money? Is that something Baker told you?
Yes.
Did he elaborate on that?
He said, if you do this, you can make some money. I'll give you a couple dollars. And I was like, a couple dollars? He said, yeah, I can give you a couple dollars. He said, I can get you anywhere between 30 and 50 grand. And there's plenty more where that came from.
Did he tell you where that money would come from?
He said it was going to come from, the defendant.
And specifically, where from the defendant?
Well, he would always say she's loaded. So once she gets this insurance money, we're going to be good. We're going to move out of the country somewhere, and I'll send for you.
When he told you, and this is Baker?
Yes.
When he told you we're going to move out of the country somewhere, did he tell you who he was talking about?
I knew who he was talking about.
Who was that?
The defendant.
He told you the day when it was over, we're going to move out of the country. And what did he tell you as far as what you were going to do after this occurred?
No, he didn't tell me anything. He just said, I'm going to send for you once we get settled.
To you, what did I'm going to send for you mean?
He was going to fly me out.
Fly you out where?
Wherever they had decided to land.
And this is after the murder would have occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
So the plan was to leave the country?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Baker ultimately then buy your ticket to come down to Los Angeles for this?
Yes.
And does it sound right around January 12th, that time frame he bought your ticket?
Yes.
You came down on Alaska Airlines?
Yes.
During that time frame, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, when you're talking about your ticket, did you have a lot of conversations that you recall with Baker about the planning and the logistics of what was going to happen?
Yeah. He said that I remember him saying, like, when you come out here, it's got to be quick because he's supposed to go out of town soon.
Who was he? He was supposed to go out of town. Who was Baker talking about?
The victim. He was talking about the victim.
Was this around the time frame of when you bought your ticket on, or he bought your ticket on January 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you have to come soon, that he, the victim's going to be going out of town soon.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you when the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did he tell you where the victim was going to be going out of town?
No, ma'am.
Did Baker tell you how he knew the victim was going to be going out of town?
He told me that the defendant lets him know everything.
John, I'm going to object unless to use the word defendant.
Overruled.
She lets him know everything?
She lets him know. She's like, she's going to let me know. She let me know everything.
Okay. Did he tell you anything else about that you recall during that conversation?
No.
So on January 22nd, 2017, did you fly then on a ticket that Baker purchased for you to Los Angeles on Alaska Airlines?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew here, what was the purpose of coming to LA on this particular date?
To kill the victim.
When you landed, well, let me ask you this first. You're in a relationship with Chloe at this point?
I am.
At the time that you flew to LA on January 22nd, 2017, were you in a relationship with her?
Yes.
What did you tell her was the reason why you were going to Los Angeles?
To help with some business. He wasn't feeling well. That was what he told me to tell her.
You told her that who wasn't feeling well?
Baker wasn't feeling well, and that I had to pick up some of his business errands for a little bit, for just a couple of days.
Had Chloe ever met Robert Baker?
No.
Up until your arrest, did you ever tell Chloe what had happened or what you had done on January 23rd, 2017, when you participated in the killing of Fabio Sementilli?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone what you had done?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't tell anybody.
Did you ever write down or document any of the things that occurred leading up to the murder or during the murder or immediately after the murder?
No.
So everything that you're testifying now, 8 years later, is from memory?
Yes.
When you arrived in LA, do you remember what time it was? Your flight?
It was early in the morning, like between like 6:50, 7:30.
And that's on January 22nd, 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Who picked you up from the airport?
Baker did.
And when he picked you up, did you take a cell phone with you to Los Angeles?
No.
Why not?
He told me not to.
Who told you not to?
Baker told me not to.
Did you have that same conversation with Al Birdsong?
That was one of the three-way calls. I think they told me not to bring a cell phone.
Do you know why you were told not to bring a cell phone?
They told me so I can't be tracked.
And by can't be tracked, that means find your location if someone were to access your phone, or
Yes.
phone records.
Yes.
So where did you leave your phone?
In the car,
What car?
in Chloe's car at the time.
So when you flew to LA when you first got here on January 22nd, 2017, you did not have a phone when you landed.
No.
How did Baker, if you know, how did he know where to pick you up?
He knew I was flying Alaska Airlines.
And had you given him your flight information?
Yes.
So he picked you up at the curb?
Yes.
Okay. Did Baker ask you about if you brought your cell phone?
Yes.
What did he ask?
He said, "Do you have your phone?" I said, "No."
Okay. Did he give you something?
He gave me a burner phone.
What is, to your knowledge, what is a burner phone?
It's a burner phone. It's an untraceable phone that doesn't really connect to any servers, except for like I think they piggyback off of whatever towers are available.
So it's a phone that's not registered in your name,
Yes.
and you use the words untraceable. So is it a kind of phone where you can go into a store and just buy a phone?
Yes.
And is that the kind of phone where you yourself or somebody else can just add minutes to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So he gave you this burner phone. Did he tell you why he was giving you a burner phone?
Just in case we get separated, is all he said.
Now, after he picked you up from the airport, where did you go?
We went back to his apartment.
And where was his apartment? If you remember, the best area you can recall.
The valley.
Okay. Was it somewhat near to the house, the Sementilli house?
Yes.
So the same general area.
Yes.
When you went to his apartment on January 22nd of 2017, after you got in the early morning hours, what did you do at the apartment?
Sat there.
And how long did you sit there?
Some hours, most all day.
Did you go out at some point to any stores or anything?
I believe we went out later in like that afternoon, a little after the afternoon, so Baker could purchase a knife.
Is that something Baker told you he needed to do?
Yes.
So where did you go?
I believe it was a Walmart.
Do you know where that Walmart was located?
No, it was in the valley, so it wasn't too far.
And again, it was 8 years ago, but do you know about what time you
Yeah, I
went?
object to the preamble, Your Honor. Than 8 years ago.
I see nothing wrong with that. It's over with.
Thank you.
Do you know around what time you went to this Walmart?
Evening time, maybe like 4.
Had you discussed purchasing a knife prior to this trip to Walmart?
When we got there,
Tell us about that.
picked up a couple regular miscellaneous items, some Gatorades, and then he's like, we gotta go get a knife. Well, not in that context of we have to go get a knife. He just walked to the counter and picked out one, and then said, "Let me see that one." Showed it to him, and he bought it.
Prior to going to Walmart, did you have a conversation about having to buy or get a knife?
Yeah. Yes.
When was that?
I think it was in the car on the way there. He said we gotta go get a knife.
On the way to Walmart?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Excuse me.
Now, a knife. Ultimately, 2 knives were used in the
Yes.
murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many knives, to your knowledge, were purchased at Walmart?
1.
What kind of knife was that?
Pocket knife, switchblade. Well, not a switchblade, I'm sorry. It's a pocket knife, a foldable knife.
The kind that folds?
Yes.
Okay. The second knife then that was ultimately used, where'd that come from?
Baker had one.
He already had a knife? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Court reporter?
Yes.
What kind of knife was that?
It was like a hunter's knife style. Went into a pouch.
So is that a fixed blade type knife? You know, it didn't fold?
No, it didn't fold.
The knife at Walmart, he ultimately purchased a knife?
Yes, ma'am.
Exhibit 155. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
That's the knife he purchased.
And how do you remember, did you see this knife at Walmart, or is this a knife that you used?
I saw the knife at Walmart.
Okay. So that appears to you the knife that he purchased at Walmart.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When this murder happened, were you armed with that knife that I just showed you, or were you armed with the hunting knife that you described that Baker already had?
Baker gave me the hunting style knife. He had the foldable knife.
Do you normally carry a knife?
Like on my person every day?
Yes.
No.
Or at that time, I'm sorry, at that time. During that time frame of 2017, those years, were you one to carry a knife normally?
No.
All right, so you went back then after you went to Walmart, purchased the knives, then what happened?
We went back to his apartment. Went back to his apartment and waited. Then he said he's gonna text her and let her know. And then as the night fell, he let me know. He said she's gonna send him to the store so we can catch him then. And I just said, okay. And then we went to the shopping center. We parked out back. He showed me a picture of him. He said, "This is who you're looking for." He said, "This is who you're looking for. He should be in a blue or black Ford pickup." And I said, okay. And he parked out back, and he made me get out of the car, and then he moved the car somewhere else. And I walked along. And as I'm walking, I was like, I'm not doing this. And I saw him, and I was like, I can't do this. And I went back to the car. He was like, what happened? I told him, I was like, couldn't get him. Can't do it.
And then did you leave after that?
Yeah, we left and went back to his apartment.
When this is on January 22nd, the day you flew in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When you flew in and you're driving from the airport to Baker's apartment, is there a plan in place when this is going to happen and where this is going to happen?
What I just described.
Had you already talked about the fact that you were going to do it that night?
He wanted me to do it that night.
Had you talked about the fact that it was going to be in a public place as opposed to the house?
Yeah.
Did you know at that point early in the day where that public place was going to be?
No.
What did Baker tell you as far as where that place was going to be?
What do you mean? Like,
did he ever indicate to you, you knew it was going to be that day somewhere. Did Baker ever indicate to you earlier in the day, like, where's this going to happen?
No. No, because I don't think he knew where he was going to be.
Did he tell you, Baker tell you, if the defendant had an idea where she wanted this to happen?
He said he's going to find out from her.
Okay. He's going to find out from her. Now, you met with the detectives and the prosecutors, myself and Ms. Silverman, then in November 18th of 2024 over at the Robbery Homicide Division. Do you remember meeting with us there?
I do.
And during that time, you had agreed, and your counsel was present, correct? Your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's Simon Aval?
Yes, ma'am.
We all met together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was at your initiation in order to talk to the prosecutors, the investigators, with your attorney present, to do what's called a proffer, or agree to be sworn in and go through the facts of what had happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that actually happen? Were you sworn in and promised to tell the truth, and then spent 2 days talking to the prosecutors as well as the detectives with your counsel present?
Yes, ma'am.
And you signed an agreement, do you recall doing that you would tell the truth as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, Mark Peoples 248. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 240.
248, what is it?
Oh, it is 248. Proffer agreement,
Yes.
3 pages. And this proffer agreement is dated November 5th, 2024. Do you recognize this document? I'll go through the pages. The first page. And then on the very back, there's a signature there. Is that your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this document, then, did you understand that you were going to spend the day, and actually what turned into 2 days, talking to the collective group that I just named, telling us the truth and everything in that during that time frame? Everything that you told us in there cannot be used against you, meaning everything that you tell us cannot be used against us if you decide, hey, you know what, I'm not going to testify. I don't want to do this anymore. We can't use anything you tell us during those 2 days against you. Did you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Unless you took the stand for some reason, then we would be able to use that interview. You understood that?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's somewhat a protected conversation. If you decided that you didn't want to come in today, you didn't want to cooperate, you didn't want to take a plea deal and take the stand, then we can't use anything you said against you.
That's right.
Still a rule.
Is that how you understood it?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you also understood that you always had a right to a jury trial if that's what you chose to do.
Yes, ma'am.
But instead, you, as it indicated, you entered a plea agreement, and part of that plea agreement was you cooperate, tell the truth, testify today, and then if the judge determines you're telling the truth, you'll be sentenced to the second-degree murder, 16 to life, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during this plea agreement, you brought up January 22nd and this plan to kill Fabio that night, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody brought that up to you from the team that you were speaking with, whether it be the detectives or the prosecutors, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was new information that you were providing to the team, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So that night then, when you went, you bought the knives, and then at some point, there's a plan comes into shape. When does that plan come into shape of where and when?
If I recall, when we got back to the apartment, he got a text message saying saying she's going to send him to the store real quick and we can catch him there, like I explained earlier.
No foundation.
Still a rule.
Did he tell you this?
Yes.
And did he tell you who she was?
Yes.
Who is she?
The defendant, ma'am.
He told you that she's going to send him to the store. Did you know what that meant?
Yes.
What did that mean?
That meant that we had.
Still a rule.
That meant that we had to we had to go meet him there to see if we can catch him alone. It was pretty late about this, around this hour.
Do you know what time it was?
Maybe 8, 9 o'clock.
You said maybe. Do you know for sure?
I don't know for sure. I know there wasn't a lot of people in that parking lot.
Was it light or dark out?
It was dark.
And this is January of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So when he said he got a text and that she was going to send him to the store, what happened next?
We got in the car. We drove behind the shopping center, parked. That's when he showed me the picture. He gave me the knife.
I'll allow this.
On the drive over to what you're calling a shopping center, did you have a conversation about what was going to happen?
Yeah, as I said before, he showed me what he looked like. He told me what he was driving, and he told me you need to get in and out. And make sure nobody sees you. Do you have your phone, just in case we get separated?
Was that the burner phone he'd given you?
Yes.
When he showed you a photo, was it on his phone or was it a printed out photo?
It was on his phone, I believe.
This individual, do you recognize him?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the individual that he showed you a photo of on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he show you a photo of a truck or did he tell you about a truck?
He told me about a truck.
How did he describe the truck?
He said it's a dark pickup truck, F-150.
And the last exhibit I put up was 13. Putting up exhibit 141, did you ultimately see this truck at the location when you got there in relation to the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you know your way around the valley at this point to know where exactly you were going?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So when you met with us in November of 2024, do you recall describing the area, trying to explain where you went, but not knowing the exact location?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember telling the prosecutor, the detective, as well as your attorney?
I remember telling you it was a grocery store at first of some sort, like a Rouse or a Bond, and I couldn't really remember. And then I remember saying it was like a nail salon involved and a Chinese restaurant.
And at that time, did you tell everyone what street it was on or what area of the valley it was?
I remember saying it wasn't too far from the house.
But you didn't know what street?
I didn't know what street, no.
And you didn't know what town?
No.
Is that correct?
Yes. That
Specific town, city?
Yes, that's correct.
But you described a Chinese restaurant and a nail salon that you remembered.
Yes.
And then what kind of place was this? What did you describe as far as
I described
center?
it as a L-shaped shopping center. L-shaped shopping center. Excuse me.
Anything else about the shopping center that you described, recalling from your memory about that shopping center?
I remember like it being like there was a busy street in the front of the shopping center. There was I remember saying there's a parking lot area in the back. of some sort. I remember seeing there were like pillars in front of the stores, like sidewalk area, like your typical shopping center.
At this point, when you're describing it, you weren't shown any photographs. No one gave you any addresses of any nature, right?
That's correct.
And then ultimately, were you shown some photographs and asked during this proffer in November of 2024 if you recognized a certain plaza?
Yes.
If I may mark is People's, well, it is collectively, 4 pages, People's 249 showing a shopping plaza.
Very well.
Page 1, were you shown that photograph then of this L-shaped plaza?
Yes, I was.
Did you recognize that?
Yes, I did.
How did you recognize it?
By the pillars in the L shape and the parking lot.
Okay, there's like pillars going on the side of the building as well as down each side. Was there anything else that you recognized about this particular shopping center?
There's a Chinese, Pho's. Is it Vietnamese restaurant? A pho restaurant. And then there's a UPS store that I recognized.
Okay, so back in this corner where I'm pointing to some orange writing, page 2, is that a close-up? It says pho or pho, P-H-O, and then it has an O-A. Do you recall that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recall it?
That's the, I want to say that's the day he went and got food.
Did you see the victim come out of that restaurant or that location?
I did.
And then page 3, is this another aerial, or not aerial, but another Google map that you were shown of the location after you described it to the prosecutors and the detectives and your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
You also described when you got there, where did you park, if you remember?
It was behind that building is where Baker parked, or told me to get out of the car, and then he parked.
And this is exhibit 249, page 4, where you show this aerial map also of the location. There's a building that runs horizontally across the photograph in the middle of it. Is that the building where the pho restaurant was, and then there's a parking lot in the front, it's L-shaped?
Yes.
Okay. When you indicated that you parked in the back, did you see that when this map was shown to you after?
Yes.
And can you indicate where that is, where you parked? And I don't know if you can't, but there's a back parking lot right here. Is that where you parked?
Yes.
And what I'm indicating is there's a parking lot behind the one building that's horizontal in the photograph, and there appears to be some kind of grass park behind that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you park in this back area, is there a way then to access the front of the restaurant or the parking lot?
There's a little alleyway with some stairs. From where I'm looking at to my left, go left. I'm sorry.
Oh, your left.
Right.
This is my right. Okay.
No, other way. Sorry.
That way.
All the way. Keep going.
Left.
Keep going. Right there.
Okay.
That's where he told me to walk down.
So I've indicated to my left, all the way down the horizontal white building, and then there's a breezeway that walks up towards the main parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then did you come around the front where the restaurant is over here?
Yes.
And when I say here, there's a little icon with a fork and a knife, orange icon. That area?
Yes.
Okay. There's also a circle. Did you circle that? There's a green circle around some cars. Did you circle that?
Yes.
Okay. What was that indicating?
Indicating where the victim was parked at, or the area of.
So if you can walk us through then, you got to this place, it's dark, you parked in the back where Baker did. Was there a conversation before you got out of the car?
Yes, he told me to look for the truck. And he said, you know, he should be in one of those restaurants or one of those stores.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you how he knew he should be in a restaurant or a store?
Before we left the apartment, he got a text message from his girlfriend at the time that she was going to send him to the store and where he went. So we went directly there.
And when you say his girlfriend, you meant the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
So he told you she sent a text, or you saw him get a text, and he said she's sending him to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you drive directly to this location?
We drove directly to that location.
When you got there, or on the way, he's shown you a photo of him. He described the truck. You parked in the back. Did you immediately get out of the car?
No.
Okay. How long did you wait there?
About a couple minutes.
And then walk us through what happened when you got out of the car.
When I got out of the car, I walked from the back down the breezeway. And there wasn't a lot of cars there, wasn't a lot of people. Some of the stores were closed. And I walked past the restaurant, saw him in the restaurant, walked past the UPS store, turned and walked back. As he was walking out, he went straight to his truck, and I walked back.
Okay. Timing-wise, did Baker ever tell you any type of confirmation that he's there now? Or he got notice from the defendant that he's there?
Yeah, when we was in the back of the parking lot, he did say, that's what I said, like about 2 minutes. He said, wait. And then he said he should be there. Go check.
Did he say how he knew that he should be there?
He got the text message. He was texting like in the driver's seat.
To the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. This is page 3 then. Let me zoom in here. Here's the pho restaurant. It's got the orange writing on the left-hand side of the photograph. And there's a circle right here, a red circle. Did you do that during the proffer on this exhibit on November 18th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So let's back up. As you walked, where were you when you saw the victim come out of that restaurant?
Can you back up?
Oh, okay.
I was by the UPS store.
Let me put on page.
I was walking
on the left-hand side.
So I was walking along that pillar back toward the restaurant.
So you're walking from left to right in the photograph from the UPS store towards the pho restaurant, correct?
Yes.
Along here?
Yes.
And did you actually draw a green arrow, or a line, I should say, during that proffer?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what did you see?
I saw the victim come out, walk towards his truck, and then
Come out of the pho and walk towards his truck where you circled?
he was parked in one of those spaces.
Did he appear to be carrying food?
Yes.
What happened next?
He got in his truck, and I walked past and kept moving.
How close did you ever get to the victim during this encounter?
Not very.
Did you stay within that breezeway over by the UPS store on your way towards him, or did you actually step out into the parking lot?
I stayed in the breezeway, and then I crossed to the restaurant. So I didn't get really very close to him.
You never made eye contact with the victim?
No, I did not.
No words were ever exchanged?
No, ma'am.
And why did you change your mind?
Because I'm not that person.
So at that point then, did the victim, Fabio, did you see him actually drive away?
Nope.
What did you do?
I kept walking to the back of the alley and got back in the car with Baker.
Did you go the same way that you'd gone before from the parking lot? Did you retrace your steps in the photograph, and this was page 4, from the building and the back around the building to where Baker was parked.
Yes.
He was still there waiting for you?
Yes, in a different parking space.
And when you had described this parking lot, you originally said a Chinese restaurant, and this is before you saw any photos, and a nail salon. When you say Chinese restaurant, is that the restaurant you were referring to, the Fa?
Yes.
And then right down, about 2 doors down, is a nail salon?
Yes.
All right. When you got back to the car then, what happened?
I told him I couldn't do it. He asked what happened. I told him I couldn't do it. I was like, can't be done.
What did he say to you?
He said, it's all right. I'll let her know.
And who was her?
The defendant.
Sustained.
Did he tell you what he was going to do when you said I couldn't do it? What did he say?
He says, all right, don't worry about it. I'll let her know.
Did he say who he meant or who he was referring to as her?
His girlfriend at the time.
Which was the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you see him text on his phone while you were sitting in that back parking lot?
As we drove away.
I'm sorry, what was that?
As we drove away.
Did he make any calls in your presence?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who he was texting?
I had an idea.
Well, how did you have an idea?
Because
Sustained.
from
Did he tell you who he was texting?
I had an idea who he was texting. He said the defendant. I'll let her know. That's the only person he had been talking to most of that time.
You want our motion to strike out that non-responsive and not irresponsible speculation.
Denied.
Did you drive directly back to Baker's apartment then?
Yes.
Okay. And during that, after he said he would text her and let her know, did you have any more conversations about this, what had just occurred?
No, I didn't.
How are you feeling at this point?
Shame and relieved. In my mind, I was like, okay, this isn't going down. We're gonna get some food later tomorrow. We're gonna just kick it for the rest of the day. Tomorrow, can't happen. Not doing it. He can get somebody else to do it, if at all. That's what I was thinking.
Did you think, as far as your role and what they'd asked you to do, that it was over now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Baker during that conversation, like, I'm not going to do it ever?
I don't remember saying that.
Okay. Did he tell you if he was going to meet with her or talk to her, meaning the defendant, directly?
No.
The rest of that night then, did you see, or, well, let me ask you this. The rest of that night then, did you hang out with Baker? Was he with you?
Yeah.
Was he texting?
Periodically, yes.
And you mentioned this earlier, though. During this time frame, did he have any other women that you knew that he was involved with during this whole period, late 2016 into January 2017, other than the defendant?
No.
All right. That particular day on the 22nd, do you know if he was communicating with the defendant throughout the entire day of January 22nd, 2017?
Do I know?
Do you know if he was communicating with her throughout the whole day?
No foundation on speculation.
So roll.
Based on the conversation of going to the store, I had figured out that he had been texting her most of the day.
Okay.
Stricken.
Now, the rest of the night, anything happened the rest of that night?
I watched TV and went to sleep.
Okay, and did you ever see Baker leave the apartment?
No, I did not.
Do you know if he left?
Not until the morning time.
I guess my question is, do you know if he left that night?
No, I do not.
Now the morning of January 23rd, 2017, what time did you wake up?
Probably about 10 or so.
When you woke up, was Rob Baker home?
No, it was not.
Do you know where he was?
No, I did not.
At some point, did you see him?
Yes.
He came home?
Yes.
When did he come home?
A little after 1 or so. Told me he went to the gym.
He told you he went to the gym?
Yes.
And by the way, did he tell you about any injuries he had gotten at the gym, or he hit his hand, anything like that?
No.
Did you see him bleeding from his hand?
No.
Did you see a towel wrapped around his hand, anything like that?
No.
And when you got there on the 22nd, had you observed any injuries to Baker's hands the day you flew in, the day before?
No.
Now, he'd gone to the gym. Did he tell you if he saw the defendant at the gym?
No.
So this is around 1. You got up at what time? You said 10-ish?
Probably about 10-ish.
When he came home then at 1, what did he say, if anything?
So went to the gym. Made sure I was seen.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Made sure I was seen.
Make sure I was seen? What does that mean?
I'm assuming he went to the gym so people could see him at the gym.
Oh, he said to you to make sure I was seen?
I believe.
Okay. But he didn't explain what that meant?
No.
Well, at this point, you don't have any idea, at this point, when you woke up, that there was going to be a murder that day, right?
Not at all.
Okay.
Not even a little bit.
So did you ask him, what do you mean to make sure I was seen?
No.
What happened next? What did he say next?
I don't really remember much of that conversation, honestly.
So at some point, a plan gets put into motion that on January 23rd, 2017, you're going to be part of it, of killing Fabio Sementilli. How did that happen?
Sustain.
On January 23rd, 2017, did you formulate or have a conversation with Baker about a plan to kill Fabio?
No, I don't. Not that I can recall a whole plan when he got home. It wasn't until later that day where he said, she's going to go to the store and he's going to be home alone.
That's what he told you?
That's what he told me. And then it was a nonverbal look I gave him. I was like, I'm okay. And he said, what if I go? You come with me.
What did you take that to mean?
That he was going to go through with it.
Through with what?
The killing of the victim.
Prior to this conversation, had Baker ever indicated that he was going to be the one that participated in the actual killing of Fabio?
No.
Okay. So he's now volunteering to do it with you.
Yes.
But at this point, when you woke up, you thought it was over and it wasn't happening, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So what happened when what did you say when he said that?
I say anything.
Did he tell you how he knew that she was going to go to the store and that Fabio was going to be home alone?
No, he said it was a text he got. He kind of jolted. He said, "Yo, he's home alone. You can go now." And I explained that was that nonverbal look of, I'm not doing this. And he said, "What if I go and you just come with me?" And he asked me what size I wear and just gave me some clothes to put on.
Did this then, for you, this plan now that, why don't I go, did this happen quickly?
Yes.
Did Baker ever tell you that earlier, while he'd been out and you'd been at the apartment, he had met the defendant at Target?
No.
Did he tell you he even went to Target?
No.
So he gave you something. What did he give you? You said he asked you what size you were. What did he give you?
He gave me a jacket or pullover hoodie, sweatpants, and shoes.
Did he say why he was giving you that?
No.
Exhibit 19, page 7. The clothing that you already identified as you and the person in the back, is that the clothes that Baker gave you to wear during this time on January 23rd, 2017 after 1 o'clock?
Yes.
And he gave you, you said, shoes?
Yes.
Did you ask him, why are you giving me these clothes?
I did. And he just looked at me with the stop playing with me and put them on. And I just did it.
You put the clothes on?
I just put them on.
Sweatshirt, sweatpants, and tennis shoes.
Yes.
What about Baker? What was he wearing? What we saw in the photograph just there?
Yes.
It was like a Sean John sweatshirt?
Yes.
Okay. What else did he tell you about leaving to go there?
Said she's going to go to the store. We have a small window.
He used the word small window?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say anything further about why it was a small window?
I don't recall. Wait. I said because somebody might come to the house while she's gone.
Did he say who that somebody was?
He didn't say who it was.
We have a small window because somebody might come to the house while she's gone.
Yes.
And he was referring to the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you?
Sustained.
Do you know who he was referring to?
Objection, no foundation.
Sustained.
Did he tell you who he was referring to?
As far as...
Well, first of all, how did he tell you that he knew somebody might come to the house, if he told you at all?
I think, if I recall, I think that's when I found out that he had a kid.
Who had a kid?
The victim did.
How did you find out he had a kid?
As we were going down as we were leaving his apartment, he let me know somebody, like his kid might come back, might not. And then he put me in the trunk. And then I got in the trunk and I was in the trunk for a while. And I remember he backed up close to a bush and let me out of the trunk, gave me the knife. He looked at me, he said, "Are you with me?" And like a dummy, I said, "Yeah," and I just followed him.
When you drove over there, you said he put you in the trunk?
Yes.
Okay. How long did you, was it a short drive?
Yes.
Do you know why, did he tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He told me he told me he didn't want me seen.
Did he elaborate on seen by who?
No, he just said he didn't want me seen.
Did Baker tell you if he knew if there were any cameras in that neighborhood or at the house that could catch you on camera?
There's cameras at the house.
He told you that?
Mm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What did he tell you about the cameras at the house?
He told me the cameras at the house.
Anything else?
No.
Did he tell you if there was a plan to make sure you weren't caught on those cameras at the house?
No.
Were you concerned about there being cameras at the house?
I was.
Excuse me. Overruled.
You were? Did you take any precautions so that you weren't viewed on these cameras at the house?
He told me to cover my face.
Okay. Did he tell you at that time that he was going to take the DVR system connected to the house?
No.
I'm sorry, counsel. Don't raise your voice to me. It's overruled. It's overruled.
Since that's not an element.
Overruled.
No.
But he told you that the small window, because a kid might come back or might not. Is that what your knowledge was, that you had to get in and out because a kid could show up?
Yes.
Okay. Up until that point, did you know that the victim or the defendant had kids?
I did not.
So on the way over, on the way over there, then, where did you park, or where did Baker park?
Back parking lot. There was a store not too far from there. It's like a bush type, parked close to a bush. I remember going through a bush and entering some type of cul-de-sac where there was a house, and we started running up the hill.
So that video, or the still shot that I showed you, People's 19, you indicated is that one of the streets that you were running up towards the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you know this neighborhood? Would you even know the streets?
No.
How long had you been running in that neighborhood before you got to the house? Was it a long run?
It was a run.
So did you park fairly far away from the house?
Yes.
Or Baker parked there?
Yes, Baker parked there.
When you're rounding this corner here, is that the hill? Did you run up a hill then?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that he gave you a knife. How did that go down?
He gave me a knife. He said,
When
"Here,
was that?"
take this." When I got out of the trunk.
And that was, as you testified earlier, what you referred to as a hunting knife?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see his knife?
No.
Did you have any conversations about who was going to do what once you got into the house?
Yes.
Where did that conversation happen? Meaning, where were you when you had this conversation?
When we got when we got to the driveway, he said the door should be open. He opened the front door and I followed him in. And in the hallway at the entrance of the door, he said he should be out back. He told me to stay low, and he creeped ahead and made sure he wasn't seen. And then he opened the door. He said on the count of 3, on the count of 3, he's gonna hold him down. And he opened the door and he held his mouth, couldn't scream. he started stabbing him. I'm sorry. And I stabbed him once. And then he left and started running through the house and told me to go get in the car because he knew the car was in the garage.
All right, I'm going to stop you there for a minute.
I'm so sorry.
People's 7 up on the screen. Do you recognize the entrance to the house? It's Exhibit 7, page 11, which is up on the screen.
You okay to go on, Mr. Austin?
Guys, give me a minute. I'm cool. I can do this. Yes. Yes. I recognize.
Did you and Baker then, you testified you entered through the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
If you look at Exhibit 7, page 11, the left, 7, page 11, is the front door in the middle of the house right here to the left of the truck? Is that how you entered to get to the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Exhibit 7. Page 69, do you recognize that as the front door of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Baker told you as you're headed up there, as you testified, that the front door is going to be unlocked.
I said the front door should be open.
Should be open.
Meaning unlocked.
Did he tell you how he knew that?
He told me, he said she's gonna leave the door unlocked.
When you got, and when he said she, did he tell you who she was?
The defendant.
When you got to the front door, was it unlocked?
It was indeed unlocked.
Exhibit 7, and it's 46 is the page on the left corner. You see the front door in the back of the photograph. Do you remember walking in this door and coming through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go straight to the area that ultimately was the back patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't go into any rooms before that, anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Exhibit 7, page 30 in the left corner. Do you recognize this area, the kitchen with the door leading outside?
Yes, ma'am.
When you went into the house with Baker, are you together? Meaning you're walking together. He's in your view as well. He hasn't gone to other rooms.
No, ma'am.
Did he go straight to this door that led to the back patio?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Prior, you said you testified that Baker told you where the victim was going to be. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what exactly did he tell you?
He said he should be out back on the patio.
And did you go out back on the patio?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been in this house now. You've been in it before, correct?
Yes.
That back patio, was it the same back patio that the defendant had shown you months before when you were at the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When you went out the door, were you behind Rob?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us first, what's the first thing you saw as far as the victim outside?
He was sitting. I remember the pool.
white door, and could you see the victim before you actually walked out the door?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Was he sitting in this patio area, which is indicated with the lights up top?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he facing the kitchen or the door from where you and Baker were coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he appear to see you guys coming?
Not until not until Baker got close to him and he tried to yell.
What was he doing when you came through the door?
Sitting. He might have been smoking a cigar. I don't really remember. He was sitting.
Okay.
Counsel, let me interrupt you. Let's take our lunch and recess until 1:30. The admonition applies not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else or the former express any opinion until the cause is finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30.
Hold tight, guys, because we can fast forward here. I don't want to break this. Let's get. Let's see how. All right. Until 2 Pacific. That's 5 our time. All right, so we have half an hour. Damn it. All right, so we do have a half an hour to kill. All right, there's a poll. There's a poll for you guys. 35 votes in. Do you believe Austin? 100% say yes. Well, hello there. Meow. Meow, meow. Meow. Meow, meow. What do you have to say for yourself? Meow. Meow. Oh, sometimes breaking right in the middle of something like that is like brutal. All right. Well, we've got time to kill, so let's go through his testimony. And it's a lot, so we can easily burn half hour here. All right. So after the break, Austin is still on the stand. Yes, kitty. Stepping on my. All right, dude. Baker says, "I'm going to get you a ticket. It's just a job. There's plenty of money." He said, couple of dollars. He's going to give him a couple of dollars. And that ended up, he was being promised $30,000 to $50,000, and there's plenty more. You love that meow. Yes. Super Ball. She's very expressive usually. So do you guys think, maybe a new poll, do you guys think that Baker would have ever given Austin more money? Or he says he was going to come, it's going to come from the defendant. She's loaded. We're going to move out of the country and I'll send for you. Do you think that was just Baker saying things, or do you think he was going to honor his word? Austin knew it was Monica he was talking about. I'm going to send for you meant wherever they decide to land. So Baker bought the ticket. He flew down. Baker says you have to come soon. It's got to be quick. Here, I can make myself a little bit bigger. Baker says, "You got it. It's got to be soon." Hold on. Let's see. So he knew that he was talking about the victim, and he keeps saying victim and defendant. Baker says Monica lets him know everything about Fabio being out of town. Austin says, "She's going to let me know. She lets me know everything." This is what Baker's saying. Austin told his wife, Chloe, that Baker wasn't feeling well and he had to pick up business for a couple of days. "Did you ever tell Chloe what you had done?" He says, "No." "Did you ever tell anyone?" He says, "Because I couldn't." "Did you document anything?" He says, "No." It's all from memory. So I'm sure defense is going to hammer him. I mean, defense is going to rake him over the coals, I'm sure. As they should. I mean, that's what they have to do. He arrived early in the morning on January 22nd, which is the day before, around 6:30 in the morning, 6:37 in the morning. Baker picked him up. He didn't take his cell. Baker told him not to bring his phone. Birdsong said the same thing on one of the three-way calls. And he says, well, so he can't be tracked. Baker picked him up curbside, and he was given a burner phone at that point. He says, just in case we get separated. So they went back to Baker's apartment in the valley, which was near the Sementilli house. He said they sat at the apartment all day, and they went out so Baker could. They went out later on 4 o'clock to purchase a knife, and guess where they went? Wait for it, Walmart. They said they bought like miscellaneous items. He's mentioned a Gatorade, but then he said Baker walked to a counter. He picked out a knife, and then he bought it. And the knife he picked out was a folding knife. But Baker already had one. He said he had a hunter's knife that had a sheath and everything. It did not fold. He was shown the photo and says that's the knife Baker purchased. So they never did find, these knives were never found. The photo that was shown earlier and the photo that was shown to Austin was just well, they probably showed that to him, or they said, hey, pick out the knife that Baker purchased. So I'm sure it was like a, what do you call it? Like a lineup to Austin, as he was prepping for this. They probably showed him like 4 or 5 knives, and he said, yep, that's the one. So, but they never actually found the murder weapons. Baker gave him the hunter-style knife, hunter-style knife. Baker said she's going to send him to the store so we can catch him there. So they went to a shopping store. They parked out back. Baker showed him a picture and said, this is who you're looking for. He should be in a black Ford pickup. So he parked out back. He was made to get out. Baker moves the car. He says, as I'm walking, I thought, I can't do this. And then he saw him and he says, I can't do this. And he went back and he told Baker, I can't do this. Baker wanted him to do it that night because it was going to be in a public place and it was not going to be at the home. So Baker was going to find out from her where this was going to happen. And then he mentions Simon Simon Laval. And he met with the state to give a proffer, and this was November 5th of 2024. Drunkie, wouldn't the cops have Baker on camera? They should. Yeah, they should have him on. I hope we see that. Maybe now that that's been brought in, Drunkie, maybe we'll see that. He spent 2 days talking, and he told the truth then. So everything you tell us, we can't use against you unless you take the stand. He says you always had the right to a jury trial, but entering a plea means you have to tell the truth. So if the judge thinks you're telling the truth, you get 16 years to life. Why they bring that in? And I mean, they just keep it linear. Anyway, new info about the night before. So the law enforcement didn't know about that. Okay, so this whole thing about the night before, maybe that's why she broke it up. That whole thing that he said about the night before and doing this while Fabio was going to pick up Pho, the law enforcement didn't know anything about that. So after the knife was purchased, Baker got a text from Monica saying she's going to send him to the store. It meant that we had to go meet Fabio to see if we could catch him alone. Said it was maybe around 8 or 9 o'clock. There's not a lot of people in the parking lot, and that it was dark out. It is January, so it's going to get dark. At least here on the East Coast, it gets dark at like 5 or 6. So LA is probably, you guys correct me, it probably gets dark around 6 out there, 5 or 6. So by 8 or 9, it's definitely dark. They went to the parking lot and said, we need to get in and out. Make sure nobody sees you. Do you have your phone in case we get separated? Told Fabio. He said Fabio has a dark pickup truck, an F-150. It was an L-shaped shopping center. I screwed that up too. So did he. Baker knew Fabio would be at the store because he got a text from his girlfriend saying she's sending him to the store. Fabio came out with pho. Came out of the pho restaurant with food. He got in his truck. Austin walked right past him. He said he just kept on walking. He stayed in the breezeway. He never made eye contact. He says, I'm not that kind of guy, not that kind of person. So he went back and he told Baker I couldn't do it. Baker said, all right, I'll let her know. I'll tell her. I'll let her know. Most of the texts were to Monica at this time, so of course he's going to be... He said the next day he woke up at 10, and Baker wasn't there, but then Baker came back in at 1, saying he had gone to the gym. He didn't see Baker bleeding. He didn't see him with any injuries. Baker didn't say he got injured at the gym, so remember they made that whole thing up. Baker said he went to the gym to make sure he was seen, so he's working on his alibi. He didn't ask him about that because he's like, whatever. He said, Baker said, if I go, because Austin thought, it's done. This whole thing is done. I'm going to fly home. Everything's cool. But Baker said, if I go, will you come with me? And he's like, you're now volunteering to do it with me? What? He says he thought it was over and it wasn't happening. So then Baker got a text and he jumped up. He's like, ooh, he's home alone. We got to go now. And then he's like, what size do you wear? So he gave him clothes to put on, and the plan happened very quickly. Did Baker tell you that he met Monica at the Target? He said no. So he gave him a jacket, pullover hoodie, and some shoes. Austin says, she's going to the store. We have a small window. Somebody might come to the house while she's gone. And this is the first time. He said the victim had a kid. As we were leaving the apartment, Baker said his kid might come back. So that's the first time he heard that there was a kid involved. So he was put in the trunk. Baker parked near a bush, gave him the knife, and asked, are you with me? He said, like a dummy, I said, yes. He said it was a short drive, and why were you put in the trunk? And he says, Baker said he didn't want him to be seen. Baker told him that there were cameras at the house. He was told to cover his face. And there was a huge objection from Mr. Levine, and the judge is like, I'm sorry, counsel, don't raise your voice to me. Don't mess with Judge Cohen. He will put you down. He didn't know until then about the kids. He remembers going through a bush, right? And then he came out like to a cul-de-sac, and then there was a street, so he started running up a hill. The conversation about who was going to do what once they got into the house. So he said when they got to the driveway, Baker said the door should be open, so we followed him in. In the hallway, he said he should be out back. Baker said, stay low, and he's creeping ahead, made sure he wasn't seen. Baker says, on the count of 3, you're going to go hold him down. And I thought that if Fabio didn't have any defensive wounds and he's, like this, somebody like bear hugged him or held him down, and then that's why there's no like defensive wounds. Trying to do this. Somebody had his arms. Somebody had his arms held. So I guess now we know it was Baker that held him. I'm sorry, it was Austin that held him down, or somehow held him. Baker opened the door and he held Fabio's mouth so he couldn't scream, and then he started stabbing him. And then Austin started to break down, saying, I'm sorry. And he says, I stabbed him once. And then he left and said, go get the car, because he knew the car was in the garage. So this is when Baker's like running through the house. I don't know why. Oh, Baker's going to get the gold coins. That's why. Baker is going to get the gold coins. And then he whispers, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. He puts his head down. Poor guy. The judge asks, are you okay to go on, Mr. Austin? He says, I'm cool. I can do this. Then he's shown photos of the house. Baker said he should be out on the patio. And Baker was first when they went outside. The victim was sitting. He says he remembers the pool. Fabio tried to yell as Baker got closer. So then they broke for lunch. All right, I'm going to end the poll. I don't think we've ever had a poll like this before, you guys. 47 votes. 47 votes. 100%. I don't think we've ever had 100% of you believe anything or agree on anything. We've never had 100% of you agree on anything. So 100% of you believe his testimony. So let's see, Drunky the Bear, you just tagged me, and oh wait, let me go back here. What did you, let me see if I can blame, okay, here, Drunky the Bear. Let me see if I can pull this up. Drunky, I am certain that Baker made Austin hide in the car because he's black in a wealthy white neighborhood. Maybe. Yeah. Anything's possible, you know. Yeah, blame it on the black man. Yeah, I mean, we're not being political, we're not being racist, but that's the reality, unfortunately, of where we live in this society. It's no surprise that people of color get profiled. You know, living in New York City, I'm pretty sure it was Giuliani that enacted that profiling, and it was terrible. People were getting pulled over left and right for just, you know, here's a person of color driving a Mercedes. It's absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. But that's the world we live in. Allie B from Tennessee. I also think as someone who worked with juveniles, it is strange that Austin would associate with Baker considering what he does to children. Yeah, that's a good point. I think it could be to fake out the camera. 100%. Well, that's what Austin said. You know, Austin said it was to hide from the cameras. Sure. Could be any number of reasons. You know, we don't know. Until we hear from Baker, I guess. Drunky the Bear. I could only say that because I know the neighborhood. Yep. Yep. Surely it happens everywhere. Sinbad. Sadly true. Dreama. Yes, it's horrible and disgusting. Yeah. All right, we don't need to dwell on that because it just stinks. So we won't dwell on that. Let's just look at other things. Ken Rosenberg, appreciate the recap. No problem. Appreciate you. Hola, amazing poll. Yep. Lily Wayne. Yeah, you guys have never, not you guys in particular, but chat in general. You, the royal, what's that? I, the royal we. Chat in general, yeah. That's the first time that chat has agreed 100% on something. That's a great question. Real happy. Hey Mona, she did. Let me go get my phone to see if she's texting in. Hold on, just a sec. All right. I have not heard from her. So let me see. All right. And I'm asking her if she's there. Chat wants to know if you are there today. All right. Already had a 100% poll on 1.5 watching guilty or not guilty. Megan Boswell, really nobody thought that she was not guilty. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, Capri Law, she mentioned she was going to go. I thought she said she was going to go the 4th and the 5th. Yeah, today's the 4th. Yeah. Well, I just texted her. Let's see. I got my little ringer on. All right. Make sure my ringer is on. Okay. All right. Let's see. Drunky the Bear, I'm certain that Baker... Oh, yeah, okay, I already looked at that one. Dreama says, do you think Baker is going to say... Let me pull this over here. I don't mind if it covers my face. We'll do that. Do you think Baker is going to say Monica had nothing to do with it? It's a great question. He's a wild card at this point. Who knows what he's going to say? You know, because he was interviewed, I think, by 48 Hours, or somebody interviewed him, and they asked him, did he do it for her or something? And I don't think he replied, or it was weird. Well, here, we've got some time. Let me see if I can pull that up. I'm not going to pull it up per se. I'm just going to, let's see, Baker, Robert Baker. Robert Baker interview. Okay, oh, so this is CBS News. Okay, this is March 4th. So it is 48 hours. Okay, so it's March 4th, 2024. This is interview. This guy, let's see, he pled he pled no contest last summer, which would have been 2023, right? Okay. So as a producer, 48 hours, made the trip. Monica, Once I introduced myself, it was Baker who offered the initial icebreaker to the conversation. Let's see. The main issue is we are being recorded, and the cops and prosecutors who put Baker away and have plans to put his former lover away listen, presumably can and will use anything he says against him or her if possible. Nevertheless, our conversation moved along. Despite his reluctance to address many issues, deferring answers to when this is all over, he was resolute about one point. Monica was not involved in the murder as she is charged. So this was 2024. So this is like a year, basically a year ago, March 14th. So this was a year ago. So a year ago, he's saying Monica did not know. She didn't know shit. If she did find out, I would have been here, Brent's jail, a lot sooner, he said. His claim was a bombshell. Monica has already spent nearly 6 years. I asked about his decision to plead no contest despite not getting a deal and accepting the sentence of life without parole. But even if his chance, let's see. He seemed resigned to his fate, but explained due process was the reason. Much of our conversations shifted to facial expressions, as he was clearly reluctant to be recorded. Oh, I asked if his plea was a gift for Monica, which he immediately scoffed at, seemingly taking offense, as if going down for life could be a gift. I asked if he had met Monica in a Target parking lot. That allegation prompted an eyes wide open, lips pursed, no way expression. It never happened, according to him. So he's going to be, this is on CBS News, if you guys want to check it out, by Greg Fisher, back on March 14th of 2024. He said, I'm saying that Baker's going to be, he's going to be the wild card, right? He is going to be the wild card. So how is he going to testify? What's he going to say? Is he going to say, I did it all for her? Or is he going to say, she made me do it? Right? Hold on. I'm not convinced Baker has a PDF thing so much as a complete amoral brain and nothing is off limits. Ken, chat subpoenas, hey Mona. That's awesome. We got to tell her that. Oh, Mittens is waiting for Super Bowl. She's pretty chill right now. There you go. Oh, is Hey Mona with us? Hey Mona, are you with us? Hey Victoria, how are you? Is Hey Mona in our chat? Let me see if I can I tag her? No, she's not in our chat, but Victoria is. So say hello. Irish Amy, do you guys think Baker will tell the truth? Just a feeling, but I think we may get a closer approximation of the truth from Austin. Baker's the wild card, you guys, right? I mean, is he going to, what's he going to say? He can say, I guess, one of two things. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. She had nothing to do with it. Or she said everything. It's her fault. She told me to do all of this. Right? Baka, to be is that cockroach? Cockroach on the floor of Monica's cell when she heard of Austin's arrest, right? Fly on the wall, right? Baker was messing around with his stepdaughter, then he ended up marrying her. And don't forget, we heard that he was married to this Nikki, so was that the stepdaughter? I don't know. Was the stepdaughter named Nikki? I don't know. Victoria says, Baker's right. She didn't stab him, but she sure did orchestrate the whole thing. Yeah, Butterfly Dana agreeing with Victoria, just like Mello pulled the strings of the puppet Hughes. And Ola, to answer your question earlier about, men, boys in their teens and 20s, yeah, still looking for possibly father figures for sure, but also just mentors. How am I supposed to view life? Like when I'm in my teens and 20s and I see somebody in their 30s, 40s, 50s, or in their 20s, if I'm in my teens, like I remember, I have older sisters and their boyfriends, and I was always like, you always kind of see what they're doing. What is it that they're doing? How do they laugh? How do they carry themselves? What music do they like? So yeah, people, I think it's not just a female Svengali thing. It could be male to male as well. I'm assuming it's female to female too. I'm sure, right? I'm sure. Well, look, there's a lot of females in our chat. Do you have you guys, when you were teens and 20s, were you looking up to women in their 30s and 40s? And then 50s, What were you guys doing? Yes, thank you, Ola. I'm sorry. Oh, wait, Brad, let me just pull this up real quick. Ola, thank you. Role models. That's the word I was looking for. Role models. So Brett says, Drunky the Bear, and he knew the door would be unlocked, and he knew that Fabio was going to the store the first time, and. They just had way too much inside info. Yep, totally agree. And Real Happy says, 100% Shirley. Only way they could have known he was there alone. Let's see, what did Shirley know? Oh, yeah. Shirley said, yep, she was well aware of what was happening. Now, she kept looking at her phone, and people were saying, was she watching this happening? Yes and no. I mean, she had access, and all the cameras are on the outside. They're not actually on the inside, so she didn't actually see it, but she probably saw them come and go, All right, JM, thank you. So glad that you're a part of this community. Awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. Therapist, females aren't taught to buddy up together. Females are taught to hate each other. Oh, but don't you guys talk about things? You must talk about things, right? You have to talk about things. I know you talk about things. I had sisters. I know you talk about things. Lily Wayne, you. I think I was looking more at men. Well, yes, I'm not saying that you're not. Of course, I was looking at the. I was doing my fair share of looking, of course, but Butterfly Dana, agree to much inside the house info from Monica. Yeah. Care Bear, the poll was, do you believe Austin's testimony? 47 votes. 100% said yes. 0% said zero. 0% said no. I'm sorry, 0% said no. 100% of you said yes, you do believe Austin's testimony. 0% of you said no, you do not. Sinbad 33, I had a great role model, my adopted mom, who had over 20 foster kids and an RN. Wow. I also had a full-time dad. Broken homes seem to cause so many issues. That is true. Irish Amy, I did look up to women and still do, possibly being a single mom household and lots of strong, quirky female role models, but I always was buddy-buddy with women. Let's see. Yep, Pammy. Yes, we talked about men, boys and men. Therapist, finding a female friend that you can trust 100% is really hard. We talk, but only openly and honestly to very, very few, unless there's something else going on. Oh, I agree. I mean, I'm the same way. I mean, you give what you want to give. We all wear masks. Nobody ever gets behind the mask. Kathy Smith, I love my female friends and male friends. I always say you can never have enough. You can never have enough friends. That's been my motto since I was probably 13 or 14, and I think I just have kept that even to this day. You can never have enough friends. Yep. Zero said nothing. Zero said nothing. Care Bear, yep, you believe him. All right, well, we can add that. We'll add that to Care Bear. We'll add that to the vote total. 47, now 48. Care Bear's 48th vote. Oh, Allie, did you get... Oh, no, did you get botted, Allie? Did you get botted? Drunky the Bear, I am a woman who lifts up other women, but there are some that don't out there. Yeah, I know. Oh. 8 ball, are you a butthole today? Who thought that would be a good idea? Shirley Roth, actually, I always talk to younger women and tell them what I missed out on in my life, and always to be open-minded. All right, what would you, okay, a therapist, I think, have we had this conversation? What would you do if you could go back in time and talk to your 20-year-old self? What would you say to your 20-year-old self? Assuming that you're like at least 25 or 30. Sinbad, things were so different after the 60s. My bestie lives 12 hours from me in Orlando. That's probably why she's still my best friend, right? Hola, I love having a male chum to chat to. I find them easier. Sinbad, my hubby of 45 years, is my very best friend. Capri Law, I love women, especially women in their 80s. Yep, Baka, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Mel Stiller says, wisdom doesn't come with age, it comes with overcoming difficult experiences. 100% agree with that. Absolutely. Look at, Mello's daughter. You know, she's what, 13? She's gone through more than I have gone through in my years, you know? Yeah. She unfortunately has grown up very quickly. Ola says, I tell my 20-year-old self to get her shit together, but I know she wouldn't listen. Therapist, you know, I promise this won't even matter in like 3 weeks. Not even 3 weeks, like 2 hours or a day. Only fan, I would tell my 20-year-old self the lottery numbers for the following week. There you go. Or you would bet on the Super Bowl, or you would do, yeah. Of course. I love it. Therapist, you know, some people are don't be the toilet paper. That's funny. Yep. Julie, only fan, you and me both. Cha-ching. Lily Wayne, I had tremendous admiration for my mom and grandmother. Totally looked up to them. Didn't have to look further for strong role models. That's nice. Missy Russell, if lunch is back at 2, does that mean we start at 2:30? I don't think they're behind. I don't think so. I don't think it's delayed. And if it is, maybe it's just a few. I hope not. I haven't heard that this is delayed. Capri Law, if I tried meeting up with my 20-year-old self, we'd both cancel last minute on each other. That's funny. That's a good one. That one made me chuckle, Capri. And that's truth. That's some truth. That's true. I don't even know what I would tell I don't know what I would tell my 20-year-old self. I don't even know. Shirley Roth, I would tell my 22-year-old self, finish your education. You can always find a better man. I don't know, Missy, if we are delayed. I'm not sure, to be quite honest. Well, we'll find out in literally 1 minute, because we got 1 minute to go. Oh, why, hello there. Meow, 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 meow. Come here. Meow, meow. Come here. Oh, meow, meow, come here. Come say hello. Yeah, come say hello. Meow, meow. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Come say hello. Yeah. That's a good girl. Come say hello. Yeah. That's a good girl. We got some purr meows. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. That's a good girl. The queen has arrived. Yes, she has. Yep, she's doing some purr meows, and now she's showing me her butt. Did she just say hello? Yeah, she's like meow, meow, meow. Yes, the purrs are amazing. Meow, meow. Meow, meow, Super Ball. I have two about to pounce the TV speakers. Nice. Super Ball singing songs. Meow, meow. That's a good girl. Mittens here, Super Ball. Mittens rolls closer to the tablet. Actually, she just ate. Lily Wayne, she literally just ate. You're glad you're not the only one that talks to your cats like that? Old says hello. Pammy with the Super Ball emojis. Ooh, Ken dropping 3 emojis on you. Irish Amy saying, "Oh, happy Super Ball." Yeah, she'll go girl. All right. Sinbad, Kiki just meowed at Super Ball. Yeah, meow. Kiss my butt. You're a good girl. Sassy just came in unimpressed. Who are you talking to? Why isn't it me, traitor? I know, it's so funny. A little ASMR, see if I can get her. Are you purring? She's purring. I don't know if you guys can hear her or not. Yeah, it's a good girl. Meow, meow. It's a good girl. Yeah. Hi. Oh. Can you hear that? Yeah, I can. Just ate. Yep. Gonna purr for 15 minutes and then go to sleep. All right, it's 5 o'clock here on the East Coast. Her purring is loud and clear. Cool. Thank you, Julie. There's your go, girl. All right, 5 o'clock here on the East Coast, 5:03. We are just waiting. It's 2 o'clock there, so we'll see how far they are behind. She's inspecting the, oh, there she is. It's a good girl. I should do a YouTube channel of just kitty purring. Pumpkins? Pumpkins, that's a great name. Oh, that's yours? Pumpkins just meowed and screeched at me? That's funny. Plumpkins. All right. 5:04 on the East Coast, 2:04 on the West Coast. Oh, they're back. Whoop, whoop, whoop. They're back. All right, see you on the other side.
When you and Mr. Baker went through that kitchen door, patio door onto the patio, Exhibit 8 on the screen then. Just to go back, did you see, can you tell from here, do you know where the victim was sitting when you first saw him?
I know he was sitting in a chair facing the door.
So there's 2 chairs on the right side, one of those 2 chairs, do you believe?
Yes.
Okay, and he was facing the front door?
Yeah. Well, the patio door.
All right. Now, here's another angle, and this is Exhibit 8. It's got a page 8 in the bottom left corner. This is the door that leads to the kitchen, correct?
That is correct.
And you both came through that door. You were behind Baker?
Yes.
Now, I do have to ask you to walk through what happened when you came through that door.
Baker had covered his mouth and started stabbing him, and I had covered his eyes. And I stabbed him once.
Did Baker say anything during all of this?
No.
And did you see where Baker was stabbing him?
He just started in like the mid area and everywhere. I closed my eyes. I closed my eyes after he started stabbing him, after I stabbed him once, and then I pulled the knife out, and then he started running toward the house.
So you recall that you stabbed him one time. Where was that at on his body?
And on the neck.
Was he still seated in the chair?
Yes.
Did he ever get up from the chair that you recall while this was going on?
No.
Is it fair to say it happened quickly?
Yes.
Now, were you simultaneously, your stab was occurring at the same time that Baker was stabbing him?
Yes.
Could you tell where on the body Baker was stabbing him?
Mid area, neck area. Then he went lower. Like I said, I closed my eyes. I didn't really see a whole lot.
Did you ever hear the victim, Fabio, say anything?
No.
During the entire episode when you're outside on the patio, did Baker say anything to you once you were already on the patio and you were stabbing the victim?
No.
Baker ran back into the same door, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you follow him in there?
Yes.
What happened immediately after the stabbing?
He told me to go in the garage.
Did you know how to get to the garage?
Yeah.
How did you know how to get to the garage?
It's the layout of the house.
Is that from your last time that you've been in the house, you knew where the garage was?
Well, when we came through the front door, we passed the garage.
Okay, so you knew where the garage was?
Yes.
Did you go straight from the patio then to the garage?
Yes.
Exhibit 7, page 14. There's 2 photographs here. Is that the garage that you went into?
Yes.
Now, when you said go to the garage, did you know why you were going to the garage?
Yes.
Why?
Because prior to going up there, he said that he just bought a brand new Porsche. This is, again, before I even got on the plane. So he knew that there was a car going to be in the garage.
So before you ever came to LA on January 22nd, 2017, Baker told you that the victim, Fabio, had a new Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any other conversation about this Porsche before you came to LA, other than the fact that Fabio had bought a new Porsche?
He asked me if I could drive stick.
When did he ask you that?
on the phone in December, I think.
Was the plan then for you, before you went to the house, was the plan then for you to drive the victim's car out of the house?
At one point.
At what point was that the plan? If you know.
I don't remember, but I do know he was like, "Can you drive stick?" Which gave me the assumption, that he wanted me to drive, but I didn't. I was like, no.
Okay, so this is in the early stages in December 2016. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, during that time frame, though.
Talk a little more into the.
I apologize. I apologize.
There you go. That's good.
During that time frame, though, you didn't have a plan where this murder was even going to be committed.
No.
Okay. But at that time frame, he still asked you if you could drive a stick.
Yes.
When you're going up to the house to commit this murder on January 23rd, 2017, did you know that day that you're going to the house that the plan was to leave in the victim's car?
Yes.
How did you know that?
Baker told me prior to putting me in the trunk. He let me know that he's home by himself, and so the car should be in the garage. The car that he had mentioned in December. And then when we got, like I said, prior to putting me in the trunk, he's telling me all this and said, just get in the car. After the event took place, he said, get in the car. So in my mind, he was planning to drive out of there.
Did he tell you, and when you say get in the car, you're now talking about the Porsche?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you that day on the 23rd, you're going up the hill to the house, there's been a conversation about the Porsche. Did he tell you anything about the fact that you're going to drive the Porsche away, or where the keys were, or anything of that nature?
No, but he seemed to know where everything was.
Your Honor, I'm going to let that be stricken speculation.
Stricken.
Did he tell you if he knew where the keys would be?
No.
Now, prior to going to the house, did he ever talk to you about a safe?
Yes.
What did he tell you about a safe?
He said that they have a safe, and that I'm going to get her to give me the code to the safe or leave it open. That's what I remember hearing.
Okay. And when he was referring to her, who did he say he was talking about?
The defendant.
That he was going to get her to give the code to him or leave it open?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what was kept in the safe? Were you ever told?
No. No, I was told. I was told that he collects things. So he
Who
also
told you
said
that?
Baker told me that. He also said that you got to make it look like a robbery.
Baker told you that?
Yes.
And when did he tell you that?
When he got in the car, actually. And a little bit prior.
Now, we've talked about two cars. When you got in the car to go to the location, or when you're about to leave after the murder? Which car are you talking about?
That came up on the way, and then when he got in the car with a pillowcase, he began to make it look like a robbery.
Okay. So after the stabbing, you went straight to the garage. Did you get in the car?
I got in the car.
And the photo you're looking at up on the Exhibit 7, was the Porsche parked in that garage?
Yes.
Do you recall, was it parked facing in, like facing the door to the house, or was it parked facing out?
I was backed into the garage.
Did you go straight to the car and get in?
Yes.
And where did you get in within the car?
The passenger side.
Do you know where, at that moment when you went straight to the car, do you know where Rob Baker went?
Through the house.
And how do you know that? Did you see him?
I didn't see him, but I had heard something, so I assumed he was rummaging through the house, looking for something.
You can object to whether you assume you're on.
Stricken.
Did you hear something, or did you hear Rob inside the house?
I heard commotion inside the house.
What kind of commotion are you talking about?
Didn't say. I went from the patio through the kitchen straight to the garage.
When you said you heard commotion, are you able to articulate what you heard?
I heard rummaging as I entered the kitchen.
And when you heard that, where was Rob at that time?
I do not know. I did not look for him.
When you were sitting in the car, how long was Rob inside the house while you were waiting in the car?
Maybe 2 to 5 minutes.
And then he came out to the car?
Yes.
What did you see him do when he came out to the garage?
He went somewhere in the garage and pulled something off of the wall and put it in a pillowcase.
Okay, on Exhibit 7, that's up on the screen right now, which had a left page number 14, there's a white cabinet type thing right beside the door that leads into the garage. Did you see him in that area at all?
Yeah,
And did you see him take something from on top of that area?
he did, and put it in the pillowcase.
Did you see what the item was?
No, I did not.
Did he tell you what it was?
No, he did not.
When you talk about a pillowcase, was this a pillowcase that you had seen before, or was this the first time seeing a pillowcase?
First time seeing a pillowcase.
Did you see anything else that he had with him?
Everything was in the pillowcase. He didn't have anything else in his hand other than keys.
He had keys?
He had keys.
Were they keys to the Porsche?
Yes.
The item that he put in the pillowcase, could you see the shape of it?
It was square-ish, rectangle, like a box.
All right. Did you ask him what it was?
I did not.
Did he tell you what it was?
He did not.
He gets in the car at the pillowcase. Do you know any of the other items inside the pillowcase?
No.
Then what happened after that?
He put my head down.
How did he put your head down?
He put his hand on my shoulder, then moved up to my head and put my head all the way down in between my legs.
Did he tell you why he was putting your head down?
No, he did not.
You're still in the garage. Was the garage door at this time, when you're waiting in the car before you pulled out, was it open or was it closed?
It was closed.
Did you see him at any point turn off the electrical panel or switch it off?
I heard it.
You heard the noise of what?
Of a circuit box. Click, click, click.
Do you know where, or did you see him go anywhere near a circuit box?
He went toward the side of the wall after he got off. After he moved from behind the car. He went from behind the car to the side of the wall of the garage, and then got in the car.
The side of the wall in the garage?
No, I'm sorry. The side of the wall of the garage, then pulled the garage, the emergency garage door opener, then got in the car.
Okay, when you said the side of the garage, you're talking about the left side or the right side?
The right side.
Over here?
Yes.
Is on that side? Okay. And then you saw him pull the manual garage door opener?
I did.
Is that what's in 7? It's hanging down from the ceiling right above where the Porsche would have been parked?
Yes.
Okay. Did the garage door, was he able to get the garage door open?
Yes.
Then what happened after that?
He started the car and drove out of the driveway. And once he hit the street, he told me to put my head down in between my legs. And then I heard him say shit. And then he just kept driving. Everything was quiet. Once we got down to a light, he slowed down and he drove straight, turned left, handed me a few things, he said, throw us out the window. Then he parked and told me to get out.
What did he have you throw out the window?
Didn't look.
Was
But it was a set of keys. I do remember holding like a fob.
Do you recall throwing a key fob out the window?
I do.
But you don't know what that was to?
No.
What other objects do you recall throwing out the window?
Keys. It was a watch. It felt like I think it was a watch and like a card. It's a handful of items. And he said, throw it out the window, and I threw it out the window. And then he kicked me out of the car.
I'm sorry?
And then he kicked me out of the car.
Okay, did you ask him what those items were or where they came from that you're throwing out the window?
No, I did not.
Did you ask him why you're throwing them out the window?
He told me to get out the car, so I just got out of the car. So there was no time for questions.
So you didn't ask him?
I didn't ask him any questions.
Are you still within the neighborhood of this house at this point? Meaning within a few minutes of leaving this house?
Yes.
To your recollection, was it kind of a fairly large neighborhood?
Very.
But again, you don't know your way around there?
No.
When he turned off the circuit breakers, do you know why he turned off the circuit breakers?
Objection called for conclusion.
Ask for him.
Did Robert Baker tell you why he turned off the circuit breakers?
No, he did not.
Did you ask him why?
No, I did not.
As he told you to get out of the car now, how far away are you from this residence approximately? If you know.
Maybe a mile, whatever, down the hill to the light, next to a grocery store, through an alley. So yeah, maybe like 0.5 miles.
When you got out of the car, did you recognize where you were?
No.
You heard him state shit while you're driving. Do you know what that was in reference to?
No, not until after.
Well, did you determine after what that was in reference to?
Yes.
What was that?
Objection, no foundation. How you determine?
Sustained.
Did you come to learn later why Rob Baker stated shit? Did he tell you why he said that?
He told me later on the phone that his daughter came home.
That whose daughter came home?
He said his daughters came home. The victim's daughter came home.
The victim's daughter came home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is your head down the whole time as you're driving away from the residence?
Yes.
Were you able to see any cars that passed you?
No.
When you got dropped off then, did you have your burner phone with you on this day?
No.
And that's the burner phone he gave you the day before when you arrived at the airport, is that right?
That is right.
Why didn't you take it this time?
He told me not to.
Do you know if Baker had a phone with him?
I don't.
So when he dropped you off, he said, get out of the car. Where did Baker go?
I have no idea.
So what was the plan?
I have no idea.
So what happened?
Once I got out of the car, I just started running through a neighborhood, and I ran and ran and ran, and I had realized that I had a knife on me, and then I buried it, and then I ended up on the main street, and then I kept running until I saw a bus stop, and I was getting ready to rest there, and then Baker pulled up in a different car, and I got in, and then I told me to put my head down again.
Did you have a discussion with Baker on where he was to find you once he told you to get out of the car?
No.
Do you know where he took that Porsche?
No, I do not.
How much time passed until Baker found you near this bus stop?
Wow, maybe like almost 10 minutes, past 5 minutes. I was running for a little while. No, about 5 minutes or so. It wasn't that long, but it felt like a very long time.
Do you remember any landmarks of where you got dropped out of the car or any landmarks of where you ran?
I remember I got dropped off by a tunnel. that led into another neighborhood. And then I remember running and turning into the neighborhood, and I ran straight. Then I went down a dead end, and then I turned around, and I kept running straight again, turned right, and I kept going straight again until I turned to a left. As I'm running, I'm trying to figure out where the main road is. And once I figured out where the main road is, I turned left. And then I ended up on the main road.
Do you know what that main road is?
Might have been Winnetka.
Right? You talked about a tunnel. If I may mark as People's 250 and exhibit a Google Map photo of what appears to be a freeway with a tunnel.
All right.
250? Do you recognize that as the tunnel that you just testified about?
Yes.
Now, in November, again, of 2024, were you shown this photo after you described it, and then identified at that time as the tunnel in that neighborhood?
Yes, ma'am.
So is that still fairly in the neighborhood? Again, it's a big neighborhood where the Sementillis lived?
I would say so. After crossing a main street.
As far as burying the knife, where did you bury it?
In a bush by a pole somewhere.
Was it related to this tunnel at all?
What do you mean?
Was it in relation to the area right around this tunnel in 250?
Where I buried the knife?
Yes.
No. It was a little further after I got out and ran through that tunnel.
Now on February 26th, just last week, did you go out with some detectives from the Robbery Homicide Division, LAPD, in an attempt to try to locate the area where you had buried that knife 8 years ago?
I did.
Did you walk them through the best you can remember your path of travel to where you believe was the area where you buried it?
Yes.
Did it look the same to you?
No.
What was different?
A couple houses under construction. A couple driveways were different.
Did you see the
It was
area?
high noon, so it wasn't the time of day either. So I think that place, I didn't really remember anything.
Did you see the area where you believe the bushes had been where you had buried the knife? Were you able to locate that area?
The area itself?
Yes.
Yes, I believe I was, but I don't think the bushes are there anymore.
So did you find the knife?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also said that Baker then picked you up, minutes later, 5-10 minutes later, near a bus stop. How did you know to go to a bus stop? Why did you go to the bus stop?
Because I wanted to take a rest and get rid of my clothes.
When he told you to get out of the car, did you know how at that moment you were going to meet back up with Rob Baker?
I did not.
But he found you.
He found me.
When he came back, he said, I believe you said, was it approximately 10 minutes later?
Around that time, yes.
Okay. What was he driving at that time?
The rental he picked me up in.
My name Mark is People's 251, a photograph of a Nissan Versa Note.
Very good.
Do you recognize that car?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
Because that's the car he picked me up in.
Is this the same car that you went to the scene with when he put you in the trunk?
Yes.
And you'd parked that car somewhere in the neighborhood, you weren't sure where, before the murder, right?
Yes.
Now, when
it was at a grocery store, prior. Like I said, in the back, in a back parking lot area.
Okay. Somewhat of a distance from the Sementilli house?
Yes, ma'am.
When he picked you up in that car, did he say anything about where the Porsche was?
No, he did not.
Okay, so what did you guys do next?
He told me to take off all my clothes And I did so. And then I remember he dipped into a neighborhood and dumped them in a trash can. And then we drove back to his apartment.
When you say take off all my clothes, was that the sweatshirt?
Yes.
Was that the sweatpants?
Yes.
And what about the tennis shoes or the shoes?
The shoes as well.
What did he do with his clothes?
He took all his clothes off too and threw them in the dumpster with.
And that was a dumpster within the neighborhood?
Within some neighborhood.
Do you even know where you were at that point?
No.
Do you know if he dumped anything else in that dumpster?
I don't. I know he balled everything up to the best he could and just tossed it in the trash can.
What about that pillowcase that you said he came to the car with filled with some objects? Do you know what he did with that?
He might have balled that up with. I don't recall.
This is what you know. Did you see him take that pillowcase with those items out, including that rectangular object? Did you see him do anything with those items?
No.
Do you ever know what happened to the pillowcase full of items?
I do not.
At that point, did you go back to his apartment then?
Yes.
And is that the one on Independence?
That sounds familiar, yes.
All right. What happened when you got back to his apartment then? Did you form a new plan?
I remember saying I can't be here. He was like, I'm going to get you out of here. Where's all your stuff? And then he took all my stuff downstairs. He said, don't leave. Like, don't come out of the room. And I didn't. And then he was downstairs for a while. And then he came back up and he gave me the keys to the rental. And he said, follow me to this restaurant. You're going to park the car. And then you're going to get in my car. And that's what happened.
So your understanding is he wanted you to drive the rental to a parking lot at a restaurant and leave it there?
Follow him there, yes.
And what was he driving at that time?
I think he was driving his Expedition.
Did you end up doing that?
To some degree, I got pulled over.
Before that then, this is the 23rd. When was your flight originally booked to go back to Alaska?
The 24th?
The next day?
I think the next day.
Did you change that plan and decide to fly back early?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because I couldn't be there. Baker said, I got to get you out of here, and I couldn't be there anymore.
As you're driving that Nissan Versa, you said, was he following you or you following him?
I was following him.
And you're going to a restaurant to leave this car somewhere?
Yes.
Do you know where that is in the valley?
No.
On the way then you got stopped. Can you tell us about that?
I got pulled over for not wearing my seatbelt. I remember being nervous because of what had just taken place. And when I didn't have my driver's license, he pulled me out of the car and handcuffed me and put me in the back. Baker kept driving.
Do you know where he went?
The restaurant. The restaurant.
Okay, I don't want you to assume. Did you see him go somewhere or did he just kept driving?
He kept driving. I didn't see him turn off anywhere. I know he kept driving.
If I may mark as People's 252 a citation detail in the name of Christopher Austin.
You may.
So did you recognize what's printed here? You got a citation then? They gave you a citation?
Yes.
Okay, and that was for a seatbelt, but they handcuffed you and put you in the back of a car, patrol car?
Yes.
Okay. What happened there? Did they talk to you about anything other than this citation?
Asked me where I live. I told him where I lived. He said, this isn't your address here. And I said, no, I used to live there. I don't live there anymore. I live in Alaska. And then he said, Alaska, but I have you here. Well, he referenced the old address I had from record of used to living here. And I was like, that's an old address. I don't live here anymore. And then he started asking me about Alaska.
Okay. Nothing was brought up about what had just happened at the Sementilli house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I do have a stipulation, if I may mark this as People's 253 and read it into the record regarding the traffic citation. And council, please stipulate on January 23rd, 2017, at approximately 5:45 p.m., Christopher Brooks Austin was driving a silver gray 2016 Nissan Versa Note, California license plate number 7PGB686, Los Angeles Police Department motorcycle officer Julio Umana, serial number 34674, initiated a traffic stop of the vehicle driven by Christopher Austin on Van Owen Street, west of DeSoto Avenue for California Vehicle Code violation 27315B1, driver operating the vehicle without a seatbelt. Officer Umana issued Christopher Austin citation number E261417 for violation 27315D1 of the California Vehicle Code. So stipulated?
Received.
All right. Not to go into detail, but that was a motorcycle cop who stopped you?
I got in the back of a police car.
So, do you recall other police cars showing up?
Might have, but I got in the back of one police car.
All right. Did you then meet up with Baker?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To the restaurant that he had told me to go to.
Did you tell him what happened?
Yes.
Do you know anything about what this restaurant was called, where it was?
It was a diner on the corner.
When you got to that, did you have a conversation with Baker?
After I got in the car.
His car?
His car.
And what did you talk about?
I told him I got pulled over.
Okay. What else did you talk about?
He said, I'm going to take you to the... Well, first he said, don't worry about it, just pay the tip. He said, did you get a ticket? I said, yes. He said, just pay the ticket. I'm going to take you to the airport. And we just drove to the bus station that takes you to the airport. He didn't drive me directly to the airport.
Okay. Was there a Van Nuys? Were you in Van Nuys, a flyaway? Does that sound right?
That sounds right, yes.
Did you take a shuttle then to the airport?
I did.
Did you talk to him before you left about what you were thinking or feeling about what had just happened?
I did. I told him, I can't believe you had me do that. I'm never going to see you again. He said, and then he was like, you're good. Like, you're still a good person. I was like, I'm not a good person. Then he said, come on. And then he's like, don't worry about it. She wanted him dead. It's done. Don't worry about it. You're still a good person. He couldn't convince me that I was.
Did he give you anything at this time?
Yeah, he stuffed a roll of coins in my pocket. He said, take this. He said, this should be worth about $10,000.
When you say coins, what kind of coins?
They were gold coins.
Do you know did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
I knew he got them from the safe.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Stricken.
Okay. Did Baker tell you where he got those gold coins from?
He said he got them from the safe.
Do you know what safe? Did he say what safe he was talking about?
The victim's safe.
Did you take those gold coins?
I did.
And what did you end up ultimately doing with those gold coins?
I ended up cashing them out over time.
How much value were they worth ultimately, all of the coins?
About $6,000.
And what did you do with that money?
I paid debt.
Did you cash them out in Los Angeles or when you got back home in Alaska?
Alaska.
And these coins were given to you, how were they loose? Or were they the kind like from the bank where they're rolled up in a roll?
They were in a roll, a sleeve.
And he told you they were worth about $10,000?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes? Okay.
Yes.
So after he gave you those coins, did you take the shuttle then to LAX?
I did.
So what did you do since your flight was actually for the next day?
I went to the ticket booth and just changed my flight to the next available flight to Alaska, and they changed it.
And you went personally to the ticket booth, Alaska Airlines, at the airport?
Yes.
Or the ticket counter?
Yes.
And they charged you for that?
I believe so.
Did you pay it or did Baker pay it?
I think I paid it, but Baker reimbursed me. He gave me money for it.
Did he reimburse you the same way with you would use his ATM and withdraw money from an account?
No, he gave me cash.
When did he give you that cash?
The same time he gave me the coins. He had a couple dollars on him. He said, "Here, take this, change your flight, and get out of here."
So you took a nighttime flight, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. And you landed back in Anchorage, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right. Now, when you got back to Anchorage, who picked you up at the airport?
My girlfriend picked me up at the airport.
Was that your now wife, Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. What about your phone that you had left? Did you get your phone back then?
I did.
Did you use your phone, make any calls to Baker?
No, I didn't use my phone. I used hers. I put my phone on the charger because it was dead.
So what did you use Chloe's phone for?
I used Chloe's phone to call Baker and let him know that I landed.
Was Chloe's number then the 907-401-051?
That's correct.
All right. When you got back and Chloe picked you up, then did you tell her anything that happened?
No.
Did the burner that you had been given by Baker when you landed on the 22nd, where was that burner phone?
Left with him.
At what point did you leave the burner phone with him?
Well, the day everything, I didn't take it with me, so the day everything took place, he left it at his house.
Okay, so you never took it to the scene on the 23rd, correct?
No.
So you left that burner, you never saw that burner or used it again?
No, I did not.
Did Baker tell you anything about any directions when you got home to get a new phone or a new burner phone, anything of that nature?
Eventually, yes, he did.
What did he tell you?
Excuse me. He told me to go get a burner phone from somewhere. And
Did he tell you why to do that?
He didn't tell me why. Well, I knew why, so we can contact each other, not on our regular cell phones. So he told me to go get a burner phone, and I did what he asked me to.
Where did you go to get that burner phone?
At AT&T.
And that's in Anchorage?
Yes.
Okay. Did you end up paying for that burner phone?
I did.
Did he reimburse you or pay for that burner phone?
Yes.
And again, he sent you money on the account that you withdrew from an ATM, or did he give you money for that?
He gave me money for that.
Did Baker ever put money or minutes on these burner phones, meaning he paid for the service of minutes?
Yeah, the first time. I barely used that phone.
What other phone are you talking about?
The burner phone.
The burner phone in Alaska that you just bought?
Yes.
Was that set up through do you know what a Vesta account is?
No.
Okay. Was money put into an account for minutes from that phone from Baker, I guess is my question then.
Yes.
All right. You said you barely used it. Did you talk to anybody else on that burner phone that you remember besides Baker?
I think I talked to Birdsong once or twice.
Did you ever talk to Birdsong about what had happened in LA as far as the murder?
I never talked to him about it, no.
Did you text with him about it?
On the burner phone?
Yes.
I might have.
Okay. At some point then, did Baker send you a message on Facebook suggesting another way to communicate.
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me to download WhatsApp.
Did you know what WhatsApp is?
I did not at the time.
Do you now know what WhatsApp is?
I do know now.
Did you end up downloading WhatsApp and using it?
Yes, I did.
So what is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is, to my knowledge, an encrypted app that allows unseen messages through your cell phone provider.
When you say unseen, what does that mean as far as using this app?
It can't be tracked or traced. It's encrypted.
On that WhatsApp, were you able to call Baker on that WhatsApp?
Yes.
And you can text as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use that app then back and forth in the time after the murder to communicate with Baker?
Yes, I did.
Was that the only form of device that you used to communicate with him?
That and the burner phone. Yes.
And the burner phone. So you never used your regular phone, to your knowledge, again to communicate with Baker?
No, not to my knowledge.
Up until that point, had you regularly communicated with Baker on your regular phone?
Yes.
Okay. How often did you talk to Baker following the murder?
At first it was once a week. Then it became like once every 2 weeks. He would just, "Are you good? Is anybody looking for you?" I was like, "I don't know."
Were you good?
No, not even a little bit.
What was going on?
I started showing up late for work, calling out of work, and then I'd get another job that I didn't need. I planned my suicide a couple of times. I didn't want anybody to know. I was trying to figure out how to plan an accident in the winter. I just thought about how to get rid of myself, because he said I was a good person. I was like, I'm not good. People don't do this stuff. I was not a good person. I wasn't a good person. And so he would text me every now just to like check in, and I lied to him. I said, "Yeah, I'm cool." I'm not cool. I wasn't cool at all. And so I just buried myself in my work. I got like extra jobs if I could. People needed help doing stuff, I just did it.
Did you ever tell Baker the way that you were really feeling?
No.
Why not?
I'm supposed to be strong. You know? He told me, it's like, "You're good." Like I'm supposed to be Chris. Chris is always solid.
Did you ever talk to anyone about how you were feeling, the suicidal thoughts, things of that nature?
No.
Did Baker ever give you any advice or suggestions about who to talk to or to stay silent, anything of that nature?
He just said, "Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay busy. You're going to be fine." And I did that, but I wasn't fine. I wasn't okay.
Did Baker tell you any plans that he had with the defendant now that the victim was dead?
One of the phone calls came right before he said, I was like, "I'm going to take her to bike week." He said, "Once we get this money, we're going to leave the country. Then I'm going to send for you. And I want you back. So go get you a passport." I never got the passport right away. I didn't plan on getting in no planes anymore with him.
When he told you once we get the money, who was he talking about?
him and the defendant, and he mentioned we'll go to Mexico or somewhere and we'll just live out the rest of our days there.
Did he specifically state insurance money?
He did.
Objection, that's legal.
So,
He did. He said once we get this insurance money, we're gonna be good, and there's gonna be plenty of money where that came from.
So the plan was, he told you for him and the defendant to leave the country and then send for you at some point.
Yeah. Once she got the money.
She got the money.
He said once she get this money, and she bought a Mustang. I was like, I don't know what the relevance was.
When did he tell you she bought a Mustang?
I think shortly after.
Okay. And you said you don't know the relevance, but how did the fact that she bought a Mustang come up?
I have no idea. It wasn't relevant to me. I didn't care.
Did you actually have a passport when he told you to get a passport?
No.
Did you start making the efforts to get a passport?
I had already had paperwork for a passport.
Did you plan on joining them out of the country like Baker was suggesting?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't think I was going to be alive. I planned my suicide already.
You had no plans to leave the country.
No.
During this time frame, are you also communicating with Al Birdsong?
Occasionally.
And again, were you ever discussing...
This is vague. I object. What period?
Overruled.
After the murder, when Baker is telling you that the plan is he and the defendant are going to get the insurance money and leave the country, did you ever talk to Al Birdsong about any of this?
No. He would call and ask, "Are you okay? Is everything good?" And I was like, "Okay, yeah, it's all right." And he would say, "Don't say anything. Ask for a lawyer if anybody comes knocking on your door."
Birdsong told you that?
Yes.
Now, did you know in the months after the murder that Baker was going on trips with the defendant?
He told me he was going to take her to Bike Week.
And where is Bike Week?
Myrtle Beach.
Did you know what that was?
Yes.
And he told you that he was going to take her there. Did Baker tell you why he was going to take the defendant to Bike Week in Myrtle Beach?
No. He just said I was like, I'm going to take her to Bike Week, show her around. So, yeah, he did tell me, show her around, show her where he grew up.
Did you know Rob Baker to grow up in Myrtle Beach?
No.
It's overruled.
Maybe I heard wrong. Did you say show her around where I thought you said where I grew up?
That is what I said.
Oh. Did Baker told you I'm going to show her around where I grew up?
I remember him saying that.
That's what he said to you?
Yes.
Correct? You've known Baker since you were young, but not when he was young. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then did you have a relative that ran into them in Myrtle Beach?
Yeah, I had a biological uncle that goes down there.
And was that just a coincidence?
Yes. He had called me. He's like, I ran into you.
Check, Your Honor, this would be yours.
This thing.
That's fine. Now, once Baker was taken into custody on June 14th, 2017, you testified to this. Since he's been in custody, other than what you testified to earlier, maybe a call at the very beginning, do you have any communication with him?
I do not.
The burner phone that you were using in Anchorage when you bought that one, when you got back after the murder, are you, up until your arrest, did you still have that burner phone?
I did not.
When did you stop using that burner phone?
After his arrest, I believe.
And what did you do with that burner phone?
I got rid of it.
So you had the burner phone and you were also communicating with him on WhatsApp. Is that correct? After the murder?
I think so, yes.
Okay. When we talk about the no communication, at one time you were contacted by Baker after he was arrested, though.
On the burner phone.
No, on your burner phone. Baker,
after he was arrested or before?
After Baker was arrested.
Oh, after. No, okay, no.
He contacted you one time?
I think so.
Do you remember what he said in that conversation?
Don't say anything. I'm going to take care of it. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Did he say anything about the defendant being arrested?
I don't remember that.
Well, did you tell in your interview that he said don't mention her?
Yes, he did say that. Sorry. He did say don't mention her. I'm going to take care of everything. Don't mention her. Don't bring anything up to anybody.
Did he also tell you to put it all on me?
He did.
Objection, that is leading.
It is.
Did he tell you anything else?
He said, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. If anybody asks you, tell them I did it.
Now, after you were brought to Los Angeles then, you're extradited. And I'm almost done with you. You were extradited in October of 2024, and that means you were brought down here to face the charges, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point you were brought to court and you were formally arraigned, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, before that ever happened, were you visited in custody over right down the street here in Los Angeles by someone from the defense team?
Objection, Your Honor.
I was.
You may approach. Stretch by yourselves. I'm proud of you.
One moment, sir. When we're talking about days, times, things of that nature, do you know the exact days, times, dates, things of that nature? Meaning when I'm asking you what time you went somewhere, what you did something, I know you paused a lot. Do you know the exact time of every question I've asked you, the exact date in 2016?
Protection, that's
I love that.
Exact date of 2016 as far as like
Well-
when we went to the hotel.
I guess my question is, I've asked you different times, when did you go here, what time was it, things of that nature. Do you know exact times, or are you doing your best to remember?
I'm doing my best to remember.
It's over.
When you went in, and last thing, when you went into the house, did Baker tell you where Fabio was going to be?
Yes.
Oh, you have nothing to read? Oh, I'm sorry.
I probably might.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a photograph of Fabio from the Exhibit 13. Mr. Austin, do you see the person in that picture?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you know who that is?
It's the victim, sir.
I'm sorry?
That's the victim, sir.
You know his name?
Fabio's Sementilli.
Okay. Did you kill him?
I was a part of that, yes.
You stabbed him in the neck
Yes, sir.
in order to kill him along with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm still not clear. Why did you do that?
He told me to. I went with him.
So Mr. Baker had so much power over you that by just telling you, I want you to come with me and kill someone, that you did it?
He convinced.
Sustain.
He convinced me.
Okay, we know you did it because he asked you to. I'm asking you why you... Well, let me change that. So the only reason you participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli is because Mr. Baker asked you to.
Yes.
Why didn't you just say no?
Wasn't a very... He was like family. And he said that his girlfriend didn't want him around anymore. And so he asked me to do it with him. And I went.
And that was enough for you? That he was family?
Yes. That he was like family, yes.
And you would have killed anyone for him. Is that a fair statement?
No.
Did you even know Fabio Sementilli's name at the time you participated in his murder?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you even ask?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you remember the name that Mr. Baker used? Well, the name that you used for him when you were talking to the police initially, and the Perkins individual who was put in your cell as an informant for the police? You remember the name you used to describe him?
The victim or
Yes.
the dude?
It was motherfucker, wasn't it?
That's what Baker referred to him as. Yes.
In fact, the individual, which may I refer to him as the Perkins individual? Sure. The Perkins individual referred to him as motherfucker, and then you picked right up on it, and you continued to call him motherfucker whenever you were speaking to the police or the Perkins individual or anyone after that, correct?
I'm going to object on vague as to Perkins agent for this witness.
It's overruled. I already gave them
Whenever they went along, whatever they said, I said yes.
No, but you used that term to describe Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Why didn't you just ask Mr. Baker what his name was?
I don't know.
You didn't care, did you?
I did.
You
but I
cared what his
didn't.
name was in terms of killing him?
I don't know.
You don't know. Did you know? You did not know who his wife was at that time either, did you?
No. Not until, well, recently, until the when we went there.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what you mean by recently. When did you first learn the first name of Mrs. Sementilli over there, the defendant as you called her?
When did I learn her first name?
Yes.
When I got picked up. I had forgot her name.
When you got picked up by who?
By the police.
When?
When I was first arrested, October 2nd in 2024.
Up in Vancouver?
Yes, sir.
And they told you her name?
Yes.
Well, they asked you if you knew her name. Remember?
Yes.
And you told them you didn't even know her name, correct?
That is correct.
And you told them that you had never met her before. Isn't that correct?
Sorry, counsel, you're on the projector.
I'm sorry?
Nothing. There was an item on the projector. Thank you.
That's what I said, yes.
And that was the truth, right?
I told him I didn't know her.
Was that the truth?
Yes.
You didn't know her name and you didn't know her, correct?
That's what I told him.
And this was on October 2nd about of 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you if you had met her in Las Vegas in July of 2016, and you said no, correct?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
When they asked me, yes.
Okay. When they asked you. So, in essence, all the time that you were interviewed by the police, well, let me start so we don't get an objection of too many different items here. You were first of all, you had a Perkins person in the cell with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that person spoke with you for several hours about your case and why you were there and things like that, with you not knowing that he was working for the police, right?
Yes, sir.
You thought he was just another inmate like you.
Another person like me, yes.
Okay. And you told him the truth, right? No reason to lie to him, right?
What do you mean?
Well, he asked you why you were there and what had happened. Oh, I mean, we have hours of tape recordings.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
You told him the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, why would you lie to him? Correct?
I don't know him. I didn't really want to talk to him like that either.
Well, whatever you talked to him about, did you lie or did you tell him the truth?
I told him I don't know her.
You told him you don't know her.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the truth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And it's the truth today, correct?
I don't know her.
Well, did you meet her in Las Vegas?
I might have. I don't remember seeing her face.
Well, you testified just a while ago that you had not only met her, you'd met her several times, and you had talked to Baker about her and a whole conspiracy to kill her husband. Isn't that right?
You asked me if I had met her in Vegas. I told you I might have.
And is that what you told them? The police and the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir.
So you're not sure to this day whether you ever met her in Las Vegas?
Again, I might have. I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. And you didn't remember her name until you were arrested, correct?
Yes.
You never met her, correct?
I met her when she invited me to, when I met her at the gym.
Okay, so let's go back to that. So the only time you had met Monica Sementilli...
That I could recall.
Well, did you do your best to recall everything when the police questioned you?
I did.
You knew they were questioning you about a murder case, right?
That's what they informed me.
And that your life, your future life, or your imprisonment depended on what you told them, right?
Yes, sir.
And over again, they told you, if you got to tell us the truth. If you don't tell us the truth, nothing good's going to happen for you, right?
Objection as soon as facts are evidence.
Sustained.
Did the police in Vancouver, in fact, the two officers who interviewed you are sitting in the courtroom today, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Byers and Mr. Farrell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detectives. And Ms. Stiegel, the district attorney who just questioned you, was there also, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they interviewed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And they urged upon you to tell the truth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell them the truth?
I did.
And you told them that you had never met or spoken to Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
In the beginning, yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And they asked you about the murder of the man you called motherfucker, but we'll call Fabio Sementilli, his true name. They asked you about that.
He states the testimony.
That's overruled.
Could you ask me that again?
They asked you about your participation in the murder of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes, sir, they did.
All right? And you admitted to them that you had stabbed him once in the neck.
Yes, sir.
That you had participated in his murder, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And they asked you, why did you do that? And you said, because he asked you, Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes.
Right? And they asked you what the reason was that Mr. Baker gave you for killing Fabio Sementilli. Remember that?
Yes.
And you remember what you said?
Insurance money.
Insurance money?
He said, what I'm telling you is Baker told me that she wanted them dead. That's what I remember telling them.
You know that those calls, those interviews were all tape recorded?
I do now.
You know that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I wonder if I could play for the court, but show the court and the jury some of the language of the interviews that were conducted with this witness during the course of the Perkins procedure, just to give, so I could then question him about whether or not this is what he said and this is what they told him.
No, not right now. The answer to your question is a simple no. If it's for impeachment, yes. If it's to lay context, no.
Did the Perkins individual tell you that it was in your best interest to testify against the bitch, as they put it, meaning Monica Sementilli?
I remember him saying that, yes, sir.
Remember him saying that the bitch is trying to get out, remember?
I remember him saying that, yes, sir.
Remember him saying, but you know what went down, you know the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
He told you, you got to save yourself, man. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Remember him saying the bitch going to trial, so when you get ready to go to trial and you've been in jail, what you think a motherfucker that fixed to go for trial, that's fighting for their life, is to throw names. But you know what went down, right? You know the situation. Correct?
That's what he said, yes, sir.
He told you, but right now it's your life or her life, right?
Yes, sir.
You remember him saying, I know your situation, yeah, of course, you're going to have to switch your story up a little bit, but still, you got to get this shit right before they come talk to you, bro.
As it stands, that's the same.
You remember him saying, well, you got a job to do. It's up to you if you're going to do your job. You got 2 jobs you can do. You can do the job that's going to get you home or do the job that's going to get you gone. Do you remember that?
Objection, Harrison.
No, I'm not allow that.
Yes, sir.
You remember the Perkins individual saying, okay, so it was her setup and then your uncle's the one who's supposed to carry it out. So those 2 main motherfuckers right there, you just happened to get drug in the middle with some bullshit, right?
Which was very true, yes.
And then you said, yeah, I barely remember this woman, just seen her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that the truth?
That's what I told him, but that wasn't the truth.
Why'd you lie to him?
Because I didn't know him to be telling him a whole lot of information like that.
Okay. Remember him saying, so they need you to get this bitch because just think, if she get off, she'll get that insurance money. You see what I'm saying? They already know that the bitch done set this up, and you said, yeah. And then, I want you to listen to this. The Perkins individual said, when did you find out this bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Remember what you said?
I think I remember it said after or before.
Pardon?
I don't remember.
Well, let me tell you, because it's recorded. You can check it out.
Objection to the speaking.
That's correct.
Your answer was?
Objection argumentative.
One moment. Counsel, as he cannot recall, you can approach. You can refresh his memory. Right now, you're not going to read it at all.
Okay, so you don't remember, but you responded to that question I just told you the Perkins individual asked you?
I remember.
Asked and answered.
No, counsel, it's over.
I remember responding to him, but I know what I was told.
No, I want to know what you responded to him first. Would it refresh your memory? If I showed you a transcript or a transcript of what you said?
Yeah, I said it.
I'm sorry?
I said something. I told him. What was it? What did he say again?
Okay, the question was...
What's the question?
You were asked in that cell by the Perkins individual, when did you find out that this bitch wanted him off for the insurance money? Do you remember what you said?
I don't remember what I said.
Let me approach, if I may, and show you the line that's in the transcript. Read it to yourself.
The day.
This is on page 21, line 37 of the Perkins transcript. No, I'm sorry.
There is no line 37.
No, I apologize. This is on page 128, line 7 to 14.
Hold on, can you say that one more time?
128, page 128, line 7 to 14.
That's-
Can you read that to yourself? Read it to yourself. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your memory
Yes,
to
sir.
what you said in response to that question?
Yes, sir.
And what did you say?
I said, shit, the day I participated.
And the day you participated, you meant was the day of the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you told that individual, you didn't know he was police, but whatever,
Mm-hmm.
asked when you first knew that she was off for the money, you said, shit, the day I participated in the murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was that true?
No, it was not true.
Why did you lie?
Because I didn't know him to be telling him my information, and I didn't know why he wanted to ask me so many questions.
I understand, but you answered his question, correct?
I answered him. I gave him an answer. It wasn't a true answer.
All right, and later on, that day, you were interviewed again by the officers and the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And they also asked you when you first learned that Mr. Baker wanted him offed because his wife wanted the insurance money, and you told them the exact same thing the day that you participated in the murder. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie to them?
Because I didn't have an attorney present.
I see. And you were concerned that without an attorney present, this might incriminate you, right?
You could say that.
So it didn't concern you that you admitted stabbing him in the neck. You admitted that to them, right?
I did.
So that was okay, but what you were worried about is admitting that she had anything to do with it?
I'm sorry, what?
You never told anyone that day, October 2nd, 2024, in Vancouver, whether it was a Perkins individual or the police or the district attorney, you never told them that Monica Sementilli had anything to do with this. Isn't that right?
I never brought it up.
Well, they brought it up, didn't they?
I didn't brought it up until everything started refreshing.
Yeah, and you got refreshing when you got your attorney, right?
Yes.
Up here in California, in Los Angeles, a month or two later, right?
Yes, sir.
And you talked to him, right?
I did.
And I'm not going to ask you what he told you, but he told you, well, to this event, you knew that he arranged for you to have a proffer, right?
He had told me that, yes.
And do you know what a proffer is?
I learned about it the day he told me.
So let me shortcut it for you if I can. You tell me if I'm wrong. He informed you that you were going to meet with the district attorney's office and police, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were going to ask you questions, right?
Yes, sir.
And they were then going to determine, based on your answers, whether or not you were going to get a deal or not, right?
They brought that up, yes, sir.
Because you knew already that Mr. Baker had been sentenced to life without parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew you were facing that as well, correct?
Yes.
And you knew the only way you could save yourself was to testify on behalf of the prosecution, correct?
To tell the truth, yes.
To testify also, correct?
Yes.
So it was at that time was the first time that you ever said, oh, Mr. Baker told me that Monica Sementilli wanted him dead for insurance money, right?
After I spoke with my attorney, yes.
Right. And your attorney told you if you stick to this bullshit you've been telling, you're getting no deal.
Objection here, sir.
I'll withdraw the question, Your Honor. I apologize.
All right. Let me take our afternoon recess at this time for 15 minutes. The evidence applies. See you back here in 15 minutes. Christina, go sidebar just for a second. Hopefully you can...
All right, I totally see where Levine is going with this. He's trying to impeach him. He's trying to say, you lied then. Why should we trust you that you're lying? Are you lying now? Why should this jury trust you? I get it. We've seen this so many times. I just don't think it's working. What do you guys think? Do you think that this approach is working, this tactic? Mr. Levine is clearly trying to impeach Mr. Austin, basically saying, well, you lied then. Why should we believe you now? And he's like, yeah, I lied. And he's admitting that he lied, and he's saying, yes, I lied then, but I'm not lying now. I don't think it's working. I think he lied then because A, he's in a cell. He's scared. He doesn't know. He doesn't want to talk to this guy who's just asking him a ton of questions. And yes, he's trying to be like all, tough. And I get that too. He doesn't want to talk to this guy who's asking him a million questions. Then he goes to talk to law enforcement, doesn't want to talk to them because he doesn't have an attorney. So of course he's lying. But then when the jig is up, he's like, yeah, here's the truth. Here's the reality. So I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you buying, you think the jury is buying this? I mean, I totally believe Austin's credibility. I have no problem with him lying when he's saying that he's lying. So Mr. Levine's coming across as a bull. Yep. And the higher his voice gets, it's like, you get, the higher your voice becomes, the more, agitated you get. Victoria George, nope, not working. Nanar, I'm not with him at this point. Care Bear, no, I do not approve. I think he's putting off the jury. Ginny Farley, yep, defense throws spaghetti, as always. Oh, snap Sharon, I don't think jury buying this at all. Yep. Father, my lawyer told me the only chance in hell I had was to tell the damn truth. Yeah. Hey, Carol O'Neill. Christopher Austin must have felt he owed Baker big time to assist in the red rum for him. Was this established? Not yet, other than he knew him from his dad. He was his dad's age. So he just looked at him as an uncle kind of thing. Hard to believe he was just being a good buddy. Sinbad, Levine isn't convincing me. The truth always wins out. I think I posted earlier, I can totally understand. We've all gotten burned, right? We've all gotten burned by somebody, being dishonest to us, and I got burned pretty bad once. Some money was stolen by two people, didn't even know them, total hustle, all this thing. So I can see, I felt incredibly embarrassed. I was so embarrassed that I got taken advantage of. I got taken advantage of. That's just the bottom line. So I can totally identify with Austin right now. He was taken advantage of to the point where he committed a murder, for crying out loud, and he feels probably ashamed. He feels embarrassed. He said, well, let's go through. Hey, we got 15 minutes. Let's go through it. So the victim was sitting in his chair facing the patio door. Baker covers his mouth and started stabbing him. He said he closed his eyes after he stabbed him once on the neck. I mean, this poor guy, he's like closing his eyes doing this. Fabio was still on the chair. Now, here's the thing I don't get. Fabio was still on the chair. He never got up from the chair. We saw that. They showed it for like a split second, but we saw it. Fabio was like on his knees, like face down on the chair. So that doesn't make sense, and I'm sure defense is going to bring that up. They may even show the photo, and they say, describe how Fabio, say he never got up out of the chair, and then they show the picture and say, how did that happen then? If I was the defense, I would definitely bring that up. Fabio didn't say anything. Baker ran back inside. He was told, Baker said, go into the garage and get into the car. Baker asked him if he could drive a stick way back in 2016. Baker told him prior to be put in the truck that the car should be in the garage. So he got into the car. Baker told him that there was going to be a safe. He didn't tell him where the keys. Wow, camera just got kicked. He was told that Fabio collects things. He was told that it was supposed to look like a robbery. He said he heard some rummaging around in the car. I'm sorry, in the house. He said he sat in the car for about 2 to 5 minutes, and then Baker came out into the garage, and he pulled something off the wall and put it into the pillowcase. He didn't see what the item was, but he said it was kind of square. Baker had the Porsche keys. Baker, pushed his head down and said, get down while they were driving away. He kicked him out of the car. He said, here, throw some things out of the window before he kicked him out of the car. One was a key fob, there was a watch, handful of items. Later, Baker said, shit, and you guys were on it. That's probably when Bella was coming home, because we saw in the video, they're pulling out, and literally like a minute later, Bella comes home. So that's probably why he's like, oh shit, we have to hear from, well, I don't know if we have to, but it would be, I know Bella, she doesn't want to testify probably, but she probably should. After the arrest, he's like, I can't believe you made me do it. Baker's like, you're still a good man. She wanted him offed. Baker stuffed a roll of coins in his pocket, said this should be worth about $10,000. In fact, it was worth about $6,000. He said he paid his debt with that. Baker told him to download WhatsApp. He right after, he talked to Baker once a week, but then it kind of slowed down. And Baker's like, are you good? He's like, no, not even a little bit. He's like, what was going on? Well, he started to show up late for work. He started to skip work. He got another job when he didn't need to. He was planning his deletion. He didn't want to know anyone. He just wanted to, he was planning an accident in the winter. He was like, I'm not a good person. He said he would lie to Baker saying, I'm good, and he was not good. What just happened? Wow. Okay. That was weird. Baker was going to show Monica, then he talked about Bike Week in Myrtle Beach, and he said Baker said he was going to show Monica around where I grew up. So I guess Baker grew up in Myrtle Beach. I don't know. He said his biological uncle ran into Baker and Monica while they were there. And then the lawyer says, I'm almost done with you. I thought that was kind of a weird statement. And then second to last question, when you were extradited, were you approached by the defense? He says, I was. And that caused a sidebar, and then that didn't go anywhere. And then when you went into the house, did Baker tell you where Fabio would be? He said yes. All right, so now we're on cross. Oh, Dreamy, you're taking off? All right. I'm hoping that you're safe. I'm hoping that those storms blew through and you're all good. Hoping that you're okay. Have a good night. Drunky the Bear, I got caught in a car chase on the way home just now. Holy wow. It's on KTLA. Aaron and I were kicking around an idea of like just doing a, cops chase people. I know there's other channels, and I know Scott does that, so that's kind of why we shied away from it. But that would be fun to do just a channel on cops chasing. And it seems like it's always in LA, right, Drunky? It seems like it's always in LA. Oh, that's really funny. We'll have to go check that out afterwards. Care Bear, did anyone figure out how cops got pictures of Fabio face down on the chair if he was found by cops on the floor? That is a fantastic question, because that's exactly what happened. There's pictures of Fabio on his knees, face on the chair, and yet the CPR people were telling Bella, flip him over, flip him over, flip him over. And you're right. I think when they came, the first responders, he was on his back. That is a great question, Care Bear. That is a great question. Points to you. Yeah, it's on TV Live right now. It's always here. What is it with LA and being chased? That's so funny. All good so far, Dreama? Good. Good. Glad to hear that. Ashley, storms moved into my area about an hour ago. F1 tornado. Wow. Yeah, Brad, if you're still in the chat, you guys are in like a fire warning. I think North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. You guys are, I saw a fire hazard, fire warning because of the high winds. And therapist, I hope you're okay too. I know we're talking in the mod chat, so you don't have to answer here. Yeah. Care Bear says, doing well. Thank you. Good. Pammy, Ashley, there was a possible small tornado in Fort Worth early this morning. They've been talking about this. We follow a bunch of weather chasers online. Reed is one of them. We love watching these guys online. Yeah, they were talking about this over the weekend, that it was going to be nasty for the plains and then heading towards the south and the East Coast. So, nasty stuff. Where can I see that picture, day and timestamp? I could pull it up. I could pull it up for you guys. Let me pull it up. I don't want to linger on it because I don't want to get, I don't want to get in trouble per se, because it is pretty graphic. You know what I'm saying? I also want to, I want to honor Fabio as well. But, all right, I'm going to show this, and I'm going to show it real quick, okay? All right, are you guys ready? Definitely, it's pretty brutal, so I'm going to show it. I'm going to show it real quick. So that's Fabio. All right, so if you want to take a screenshot for yourself, go ahead. But so he was slumped forward. I don't get it. I don't know why. Drunky the Bear, I don't understand how Austin is crumpling from the defense questions. If he lies, his deal will not be honored. Yeah, no, he should just, well, I think he is telling the truth still. I think he's telling the truth. He's like, yeah, I lied, Yeah, it's brutal, guys. So they did show that. Yeah. So, but they're saying that he didn't. Well, Austin was saying he didn't leave the chair, and then. Okay, so Sinbad, you can take a screenshot of that. Just rewind it a little bit. There's another one too. Here's another one. Again, I don't want to show this for too long. All right, here's another one. If you guys want to screenshot this. All right, it's coming up. All right. So there's another one. So he was on his knees on the chair, but Austin's saying that he never got up out of the chair. And then CPR was telling Bella to flip him over and do CPR. And then I'm pretty sure the first responders said when they came that he was on his back. So there was another one, you guys. So if you want to screenshot those. And Fala says, I don't think he is crumbling as much as attorneys asking him what the undercover said. He doesn't always remember what the undercover said, so that is what the issue is. Yeah, 911 told Bella to move him and she couldn't. Yeah, 911 kept saying, get him on his back, get him on his back, get him on his back. And I don't think she ever did get him on his back. And then Monica came home too, I think. Probably pleading for his life. Possibly, but then why did Austin say he never left the chair? Yeah, Maddie's mom. I know, that's why I'm not going to linger on it. Give you a quick, if you guys want to go back, screenshot it, that's up to you, but I'm not going to linger on that. Once no longer alive, he probably fell to the ground. Yeah, of course. No problem, Sinbad. But the way Austin described it, Fabio's sitting in this chair, they come in, they hold him down, and they do it, and then he never left the chair. So how does then Fabio get up and then do that? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Drunky the Bear, Fala, I didn't understand why Austin says he never met Monica to the defense when he just said he was at her house. No, didn't he say he hadn't met her? Well, let's get to cross. Well, I'm going to wait. He said that he didn't know if he met her in Las Vegas. He said he met her at the gym, and then, yes, that they went back to her house. I think the defense is trying to figure out when he met her. And he was saying, no, the defense, or I'm sorry, defense was going on. When did he find out about the insurance money? I think so. Fala, could that be when Bella tried to move him and he fell forward? That could be. That could be. See, Fala, that's why we made you a mod. Because you come back with that. Let's go with that. That's a great answer. Yep, because if he's sitting in the chair and they're telling 911 saying, get him on his back, get him on his back. He's 300 pounds. There's no way she's going to just... So, oh my God, the poor girl. I feel so sorry for you, Bella. Oy. Yeah, maybe that's it. And I think Monica came home too and she was trying to move him as well. So maybe that's as far as they got him. Yep, file a good one. Hold on, who took the picture if he was on his back for first responders? I'll listen to the 911 call. I think she says he's leaning on the chair, so yeah, could have stood or rolled. Gold star for follow. But yeah, did then the 911 say that he was on his back when they got there? See, then there's that. Are you guys going to make me go back and look at the first responders? Are you going to make me do work, chat? Is that what I'm getting out of you guys? All right, let's see. All right, first responder, Daryl Yoshihashi. I remember him. I liked him. Massive lacerations, got medical equipment, made the 911 transcript is gone. Enter through the kitchen and back patio. Notice blood in the kitchen. Wife and daughter were there. Emotion that sticks out. Daughter being distraught. Nothing really happening there. Met with other paramedics and determined there was no other medical treatment possible. He made the medical assessment. Okay, didn't really hear anything about that. Well, let me look up back. Well, I can't do that. On his back. Let me try that. Nope, nothing's coming back for that. Delia. Who else? Yeah, there's just so much that has happened that I don't think I'm going to be able to. Probably would be on the back page. Yeah, I'm trying to find what the first responders say. All right. I'll do it during another break or something. No work for Squeegee. Butterfly Dana, I just hope one juror is not falling for what defense is doing. Sinbad 33, maybe Bella or Monica turned him over. It would be common to check for a pulse or CPR. We need to hear Bella's testimony. Follow. When do y'all go back and watch? Report back. Well, we know that Bella came home. She found Fabio in whatever condition he was in. She calls 911. 911 was definitely saying put him on his back. Try to get him on his back, get him on his back. And I'm thinking he's just spurting blood all over the place. I mean, good God, are you really going to try and put that guy on his back? I mean, oof. So the 911 call was put into evidence. Maybe we'll listen to it at the end of this. Maybe I'll go back and we can listen to it. Because Daryl says the 911 call is played. Another engine was there as they arrived. He made the medical assessment, got medical equipment out, and met the captain. Met with other paramedics and determined there was no other medical treatment possible. Massive lacerations, penetrating trauma. He's pronounced unalive at the time. So the 911 call isn't going to tell us anything other than they said get him on his back. Okay, Officer Gabriel Rebolico, he was the third witness. He said he got there around 5:45. He got the call. It took him a few minutes. He said both Monica and both daughters were there. Fabio was resting on patio, face down on the chair. So he was not on his back or on his side. So he wasn't like the very first responder, but he was one of the... But they had already made the assessment. They had already done work on him. Because that first responder, Daryl, got there at 5:06. So they did not move him, apparently. Because they didn't put Fabio on his back. They just left him as is. Yeah, who took that picture? Who was the... That was probably one of... maybe that was Corey. That could have been Corey Hawk. Remember Corey Hawk, you guys? She was cool. I love that name. Corey Hawk was the criminalist. She documents crime scenes, blood pattern documentation. 9:40 p.m. she was called to the crime scene. She collected biological evidence. Okay, so she was just collecting evidence. Okay, no, then there was the camera person. Then there was the I'm pretty sure she was a woman, female. Hold on. I gotta look back through here. Just give me a moment. So it wasn't Corey Hawk. DNA. Forensic scientist Jane Kwan, maybe? I know somebody went there and took pictures, and I'm pretty sure she was young. Like, she seemed like she was young. It could have been... Was it the forensic scientist? No, it wasn't her. Jane Kwan? I don't think it was Jane Kwan. Let me look up Jane. I know somebody went there and took pictures. Oh,
we're back on the record. Mr. Sementilli, defendants present, all counsel present, jury and alternates are present. Mr. Austin, you're still under oath, and Mr. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Austin, so let me ask you, if I can, did you decide, well, let me ask you this. You and Mr. Baker together, and you're saying along with Mr. Birdsong, Alfred Birdsong, is that his name?
Yes, sir.
So your testimony today is that Mr. Baker, you and Mr. Birdsong conspired to kill Fabio Sementilli. Is that right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, where am I wrong?
The conspired piece.
Okay. By conspired, I mean talked about it, planned it, carried it out. You don't have to be the one to carry it out if you are involved in planning it. Didn't you and Mr. Birdsong and Mr. Baker, according to your testimony, plan and carried out a killing of Fabio Sementilli? Is that right?
Yes, that's the information. Yes, that's the information. Yes.
Okay. And that's what you've testified here today, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't see Mr. Birdsong here in court, do you?
No, sir.
But according to you, he participated in this. He advised you. He coached you. he knew all about it, right?
Yes.
Is it your testimony then that the only thing that changed in your description of what happened between what you told the Perkins guy and the police and the district attorney in Vancouver is that you added the fact that Mr. Baker was communicating with Monica Sementilli and telling you that this is what she wanted as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, again, you never spoke to her about this, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never saw her except at the gym, correct?
And her home.
And the one time at her home. I'll get back to that. But there was no conversation at that time about killing her husband, right?
No, sir.
So other than that, all the evidence or communications, I'll put it, that she was involved in any way with the planning and killing of her husband is that you say Mr. Baker told you that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even there on the phone with her when she was allegedly telling him that, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
You weren't listening in, correct?
No, sir, I was not.
You didn't hear her voice, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't see any text messages, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, most of the time he was in another room and came out and told you, she tells me she wants to do it, wants him out of the way, she wants us to kill him, he's not home, all sorts of stuff like that, right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't even in the same room with him, right?
Not all the time, no.
Well, can you remember any dates? Let me ask you this. Can you remember any dates other than at the gym one time when he introduced you to her? Is that right?
Yes.
And as long as I'm on that subject, you believed, well, he told you she was just one of the girls he was seeing, right?
Yes.
You knew he had seen a lot of girls, right?
Yes, sir.
Was he married at the time that he introduced you to Monica Sementilli?
No, sir.
But he had been married to who, as far as you know?
Nikki.
Nikki, did you know someone like Dee as well?
I did.
All right. How many wives did you know he had?
4.
Okay. And how many girlfriends? Was that too many to count?
That's none of my business, sir. A lot.
Okay, but you saw him around a lot of girls.
Yes, sir.
A lot of relationships.
Yes,
right?
sir.
They came and went, right?
Yes, sir.
Kind of he used them and then discarded them, right?
Objection, argument.
The same.
And other than seeing her once at the gym and once at her home, you had no further information as to what her relationship was with Mr. Baker other than what you say he told you.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's your testimony that he told you she wanted him out of the way for insurance money, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony today that that conversation started in July of 2016, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times after that did he tell you they had a conversation about that?
He didn't.
Well, there were other dates that year in August, September, October, right? This was being planned for months, right?
I would get sporadic phone calls from him.
From him, not from her.
That's correct.
And some of the phone calls included Mr. Birdsong, correct?
Sometimes.
All right. And I assume at times you talked to them about things other than killing Fabio Sementilli, or was that the only thing you talked about?
We talked about other things.
All right. Let's focus just on the killing of Fabio Sementilli. How many times would you say you had phone calls from either Mr. Baker and Mr. Birdsong together, or Mr. Birdsong alone, or Mr. Baker alone that dealt with the killing of Fabio?
More than 7.
Okay. So it was clear to you that this was a plan they wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you it was a plan she wanted carried out, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you you were going to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you agreed, correct?
Not initially.
Well, when did you agree? Can you give us a month, a year?
When he sent the money to buy my plane ticket.
When he sent the money to buy your plane ticket. And when did he do that?
January.
He
said he's going to send.
I'm
he
sorry.
said he's going to send me. He said he's going to get my ticket. I'm going to send you a card.
Send you a card, the ATM card?
Yes, sir.
And your birthday was what?
The 20th.
The 20th?
Yes, sir.
So how long before that did he send you that card?
Maybe a couple of weeks prior.
And you got a ticket to come down on your birthday, correct?
After.
A day or two after your birthday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling me that at that time, 2 weeks before, when he sent you the card, you knew you were coming down to kill Fabio Sementilli because, according to Mr. Baker, she wanted him dead, right?
Yes, sir.
And you flew down anyway, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I couldn't even tell you, honestly. That the person I was so far, so long ago.
You have no answer for that?
I have no excuse for that.
Okay.
It was wrong.
Okay, obviously it was wrong. But what you told the police and the Perkins individual when they interviewed you in October of last year was that she was in an abusive relationship and that's my girl. Right?
That's what he told me, yes.
And you was like, oh. Okay? And then you were asked when you first learned that, and you said it was the day you arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why did you lie about the reason Mr. Baker wanted to kill Fabio Sementilli? What did that have to do with you?
Is that the question?
Were you trying to protect Monica Sementilli?
I'm sorry.
Why did you lie about the reason that you came down when you told the police and the Perkins individual that you were told by Mr. Baker it was because of an abusive relationship and you were just going to rough him up?
Oh, I didn't have an attorney present to tell them everything that I knew.
So you needed an attorney present to tell them the truth?
Yes.
See? And you needed an attorney present to get a deal, right?
I needed an attorney present to tell me that they got you on stuff, so you need to tell them exactly what's going on.
They got you and stuff, and you better tell them that she was involved if you want a deal.
That's not what my attorney said.
But that's how you took it, right?
No.
You got a deal, didn't you?
Did
So
I?
you're getting a deal, right?
Am I?
Well, I'm asking you, as you sit here right now, do you believe that as a result of your testimony today implicating Monica Sementilli in the murder of her husband, Fabio, that you're going to get a deal?
I signed if I testify truthfully.
Okay?
Yes.
And truthfully meant to testify consistently with what you told them at the proffer, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And that's the first time you told them that the reason Mr. Baker wanted Fabio Sementilli dead is because Monica wanted him dead for the insurance money, correct?
I told them everything that needed to be said based on my counsel telling me to go 2 feet in.
Okay, go 2 feet in. That meant tell them what they want to hear, right?
That meant tell them the truth.
Okay. And again, was there some reason you couldn't have told the truth before to the police and to the DA's office?
I didn't have an attorney present.
Okay.
And
Let
I
me
was
ask you
very
this.
reluctant to tell them anything.
I'm sorry?
I was very reluctant to tell them anything at all.
You were very reluctant to tell them anything at all, except for the fact that you killed someone by stabbing him in the neck. You told them that, right?
Yes.
You confessed to murder, where you could be in life for the rest of your life, but you didn't feel like telling him that Monica wanted him dead for insurance? Is that your testimony?
That's what happened.
Do you remember stating to, or did you ever state to the district attorney, Miss Degel, and I don't know if I pronounce it wrong, and I've known her for long. I'm going to ask Mike, because he knows everything. I know, that's embarrassing. All right, Miss Stagel, do you recall telling her at the end of the day, all you care about is seeing my girls? Remember that?
I do.
And things have to happen, but I mean, what can you do for me, you asked her, to make sure I see my girls? Go home, but like I understand, like, do I need to testify? What do you need? What can you do for me? What do you need from me so I can go see my girls? That's all that matters to me. Did you say that to her?
I did.
And was that the truth?
Yes.
I mean, what do you need from me so I can see my girls? I'm a man of, I don't know what this means, depressy, it's a misspelling. And I know you're investigators. They've been very kind to me. They did their job. She says, okay. And you say, what do you need from me just so I can go home to see, so I can go see my girls? You remember saying that?
I do remember saying that, sir.
And the truth is, now that you have testified to what they need, they told you to tell the truth, I understand that, you're going to go home and see your girls long before you would have had you been guilty or found guilty of this murder.
Well, that's speculation.
Maybe just staying on the first round.
Do you know that you were facing, well, do you know that Mr. Baker was sentenced to life without parole?
I found out later, yes.
How'd you find out?
I was told.
By?
My mother.
How did she find out?
She watches.
Just staying.
All right, but I think at some point you indicated that you found out because it was broadcast on TV, correct?
My mother watches a lot of it.
All right. But you didn't learn anything about Miss Sementilli at that time?
Well, she had mentioned her.
Well, you knew that they were both arrested together. It was all over the news, right?
Based on what I was told, yes.
And the news was that Mr. Baker and Miss Sementilli had been arrested for murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you knew Mr. Baker had pled guilty and was sentenced to prison, right?
Yes, sir.
The only one outstanding was Miss Sementilli, who was facing trial, and you, who had not even been arrested yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you confessed as soon as you were arrested to the murder, but you told them that she had nothing to do with it. You hardly knew her. You never saw her. And it was only because Mr. Baker wanted to rough him up because he was abusive to her, right?
I don't.
Compound.
It is.
All
right. I'll withdraw that. Thank you. Do you remember saying during one of the interviews, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm looking for some type of deal to go home to my girls. Remember that?
Yes.
And then I thought about it after watching your depictions of TV shows and things like that. And I thought about it, like I don't know what to, but if you need me to do something so I can go home to my girls, whatever you need I'm being accused of, I need to go get home to my girls, Heather. You told that to the district attorney, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the end result is that you're testifying here today, and you are going to see your girls sooner than you would have had you not testified, right?
Objection again, circulation.
It's the same objection I sustained before.
Mr. Austin, you described going to the house and after jogging up the street, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how'd you get to that location? Were you driven there?
To the street?
Yeah, where you jogged up and committed the murder.
Yes.
And you were in the trunk, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Of a Versa?
Yes, sir.
And you were also covered up with a mask and hoodie, and so no one could identify you, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, did Mr. Baker tell you why he was putting you in the trunk?
He didn't tell me why.
Did you ask?
No.
You had a knife, right?
He gave it to me, yes.
He gave you a knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he had a knife, right?
Yes, sir.
Where did he get that knife from?
I think he bought that knife.
You think he bought that knife?
That was the knife he bought from I want to say Walmart.
So he bought his knife from Walmart, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were with him?
Yes, sir.
And he bought your knife from Walmart also?
I think he already had a knife.
So you think he already had a knife?
At his house, yes.
Do you know that?
He's known to collect weapons, so yeah.
So you saw him buy a knife at Walmart and then give you another knife from his house for you to use, correct?
Yes.
So how many knives was bought at Walmart in your presence?
One.
But when you gave your proffer with your attorney present to the district attorney, didn't you tell them that at the Walmart Mr. Baker bought 2 knives? Isn't that right?
I think so, yeah. Did he buy 2 knives?
Do you remember that now?
Yeah. He bought 2 knives.
Yeah, he bought 2 knives.
Yes, sir.
I have 1 minute, Your Honor. Yes. I'm referring to the first proffer, page 73. 77.
I don't object on the purpose. This is like impeachment.
You intend to state that for impeachment purposes?
Yes.
There's no impeachment.
Well, okay. Do you remember describing...
Yeah.
I think this is a separate question.
It's a question. Do you remember describing to the district attorney during the proffer that there was a folding knife and then there was a hunting knife? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So You're saying now that Mr. Baker gave you one knife and then bought another one?
How do you mean?
Or did he buy two knives there? At Walmart.
Oh, I think he bought two knives. But also, no. He bought two knives.
But when you met with the district attorney, you said he had one knife and then he bought a second knife. Isn't that right? Didn't you originally tell them that he had one knife and he bought a second knife?
I did.
And then when they showed you a knife, you said, yeah, that's the other knife. I must have bought two knives, correct? He must have bought two knives.
Well, at some point he would have bought two knives.
Did you?
But that night he bought a knife. I remember him buying a knife at Walmart.
Okay. My question is, did you tell them that in the proffer that night he bought two knives?
Yes.
Why did you say he bought two knives?
Well, no. He had a knife. I know he had a knife at his house.
Okay.
And I know he gave me a knife.
But we're talking about what he bought at Walmart.
I know he bought a knife at Walmart.
But you ended up telling them he bought two knives at Walmart. So which is it, one knife or two knives?
I don't remember. I think it's two knives.
Okay.
I know he had two knives.
Let me ask you this. The police or the district attorney or both took you out to try to find one of the knives, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is like 7-8 years later, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just recently, right?
Yes, sir.
And this was the knife that you threw out of the car?
I didn't say I threw a knife.
Oh, and
Is that right?
How did that knife get into the bushes or wherever it was?
I put it there.
And when did you put it there?
When I realized I was running with it.
So you were running with it when you got out of the car?
Yes, sir.
After you left the house, you ran down the hill again with Mr. Baker, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, you drove away in the Porsche, correct?
I was in the passenger seat. Yes, sir.
How'd you get out?
What do you mean?
Did he stop and you got out?
He stopped and let me out.
And then when did you get rid of the knife?
Somewhere along the line of my jog.
And you said you were running and running and running and running. It sounded like a lot of running. Was it a lot of running?
Yes.
For what period of time?
Between 5 and 10 minutes.
And you ended up somewhere they showed you at Winnetka, some tunnel or something, correct?
After.
Okay. Where along that route did you get rid of the knife?
In a neighborhood.
And you don't remember what neighborhood?
Well, I went to the neighborhood recently, but I don't remember.
But it
where.
looked entirely different.
Yes, sir.
And you couldn't find it, correct?
That's correct.
And then you said you kept running and running, and eventually you ended up where?
Close to a bus stop.
All right, and you were going to get in a bus and get the hell out of there, right?
No, I didn't know what I was going to do.
Mr. Baker showed up.
Yes.
He showed up in what car?
The Nissan.
The Versa?
Yes, sir.
He picked you up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he drove you home, right?
To his house, yes.
So you were never in the Versa when it was leaving the scene of the crime and driving down the street that leads to Ventura Boulevard past the Ralph's Market, were you?
No.
You know what I'm talking about? You know Taft High School and the Ralph's Market?
Recently, I remember seeing Taft High School, yes.
All right. Did you drive down in the Versa in that car right after the murder?
No.
Are you aware that Porsche, along with the Versa, was seen exiting, going down that street just a few minutes after the murder?
Objection assumes facts, not minutes.
Sustained.
No.
So it's your testimony here today that you never drove that Versa down a road that led to Ventura Boulevard, passing Ralph's Market and Taft High School. You never did that.
No, sir.
In fact, the only time you drove the Versa was to follow him home from the bus stop?
To follow him to a restaurant.
To a restaurant. And do you remember the route you took from the bus stop to the restaurant?
Objection to statement testimony.
I'll allow this.
From his apartment to the restaurant.
All right. Tell me the route you took from the bus stop to his apartment.
What bus stop?
Did he pick you up at a bus stop after you were running?
Yes, sir.
What did he pick you up in?
The Nissan.
Did you drive home with him?
Yes.
The Porsche was gone.
Yes.
You don't know where it was.
No idea.
When you back, did you stop to eat before you got back to his house?
No.
All right. You went straight to his house.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then what? You were supposed to drive back to the airport?
No.
When did you get the ticket?
When he told me to follow him.
Follow him to his house?
To the restaurant.
To the restaurant. Now, you said that you were in the back of a police car?
I was.
Tell me what happened. You got pulled over with red lights and so forth? Right?
Yes.
Did you have a driver's license?
I did not. Not on me.
So you were a resident of Alaska at that time, correct?
Yes, sir.
With no driver's license.
On me.
On you. And a ticket for what?
Seatbelt.
So they stopped you for a seatbelt violation, or they stopped you for another violation and found out you were not wearing a seatbelt?
They stopped me for a seatbelt.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, and then this was how long after the murder?
I don't know.
Well, an hour, 2 hours, half hour, what?
Maybe almost an hour.
Okay. And what happened when they stopped you?
They did their standard protocol, license, registration. I told them
Were you able to show them either one?
No. Registration, yes. License, no.
You know who the car was registered to?
A rental place, Enterprise.
Do you know where that where that car was rented from? The actual Enterprise rental place?
Do I know the Enterprise? Which building?
Well, how it was rented from Enterprise, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Baker tell you that?
No.
How'd you find out?
Enterprise typically keeps a sticker in their windshield.
Okay.
And I took notice.
And do you know someone by the name of Paula?
No.
Friend of Mr. Baker's girlfriend?
I might have met her, but I don't remember.
Did he mention her at all regarding the rental car and getting the rental car or anything of that nature?
Said a friend rented it from me.
Said a friend rented it? Okay. So you're in a rental car without a license, and what do, the police?
They asked me to step out of the car and put me in handcuffs.
All right, and where'd they put you?
In the back of a police car.
All right, did they ask you any more questions?
They asked me if my address was off of Catherine Avenue. Off of Catherine Avenue. I said I used to live there.
Okay, so somehow they got that from their check of you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said you used to live there and now you lived in Alaska?
Yes, sir.
Did you give them your address in Alaska?
Yes, sir.
And your contact information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this was just an hour or two after the murder?
About that, yes, sir.
They ever contact you again, the police or anyone else, until October 2nd,
no,
2024?
Sir. No, sir.
When did you get rid of your clothes?
Shortly after Baker picked me up.
And where did you throw those?
I gave them to him and he threw them in a trash can in a neighborhood somewhere.
Did you see him throw his own clothes there as well?
Yes.
Where was that trash can, as best you recall?
In front of a house.
In front of?
In front of a house.
Any idea in what location compared to where the murder took place?
No.
Then you end up the next day going home, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You change your ticket, correct?
Yes, sir.
You paid cash for the change of the ticket costs, or did you use a credit card at the airport?
Might have used a debit card.
All right. And that credit card would have been in your name, is that right?
Yes, sir.
This was nothing that Mr. Baker gave you or bought for you except for reimbursing you, is that right?
Yeah, he just gave me cash.
He just gave you cash and he gave you some coins, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you felt so, well, you've described here and shown some emotion over the fact that you were involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And you have felt bad ever since, correct?
Still do.
Right? Bad enough almost to try and commit suicide, correct?
Attempted.
You attempted it. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And obviously it failed.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't try again.
No, I tried.
Okay. Did you ever think, because you felt so bad about what had happened, of notifying the police and telling them that Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli had killed her husband?
No.
Why not?
I was told not to say anything to anybody.
But you said you felt really responsible, right? Right?
I was a part of it.
You were a part of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't feel like telling the police who did it and how they did it before you committed suicide?
I feel like telling anybody.
And you didn't?
No, sir.
Did your wife ask you how the trip was down to L.A.?
No.
She didn't?
Well, no, she said everything good, and I said yeah.
Weren't you supposed to be going down for your birthday?
Yes.
And you told her that, correct?
Yes.
And at the time you flew down, you had no idea whether or not Fabio Sementilli was going to be in a house alone or not, or on a trip or anything, correct?
No, sir.
Not correct?
You asked, is that the question?
Yes. Did you know whether or not he was going to be home over that weekend so you could kill him?
Didn't know he was going to be at the house. No.
When did you find out?
When Baker told me.
When did he tell you?
When he picked me up shortly after, within that time frame of driving to his house.
So he picked you up from his residence where you were staying?
Picked me up from the airport.
Right from the airport, right to the house?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you how he learned that, or why you were going to the Sementilli house at that time?
I'm sorry.
Did he tell you where you were going?
When we was from the airport?
Yes.
No.
Did you know you were coming down to kill him?
Yeah, I knew.
So why'd you fly down?
So I was hoping it wouldn't even happen.
Did he threaten you in any way, Mr. Baker, with any physical harm or any other harm if you didn't agree to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No. No, sir.
Did Mr. Birdsong threaten you in any way if you didn't agree to kill Fabio Sementilli?
No, sir.
So you get down to the airport and then you're picked up by Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Driving to Versa, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he takes you immediately to the Sementilli house?
No, sir.
Where did he take you?
To his house.
So when you came down, your expectation was you were going to kill him, right?
Objection as to negative.
Outlaws.
Right?
That's what he expected me to do.
So when you landed at the airport and he picked you up, did you ask him, what's going on? When are we going to do this? How? Where?
Nope.
You didn't care?
He just started filling in information.
I'm sorry?
He just started telling me information.
Like what?
Said, look, I'm going to text her, let her know everything's still good. He asked me if I was good. I was like, I'm okay.
He was going to text her and find out if everything was good?
Yes.
Okay, did he tell you what that meant?
No.
And he asked you if everything was good with you.
I said yes.
And that meant, are you ready to go kill him?
No.
What did it mean?
My well-being.
Your what?
My well-being.
Your well-being. But you expected at that point to complete the murder, right?
No.
Isn't that what you came down for?
Yes.
So where'd you go from that point?
To his apartment.
So let me interrupt. Adjournment this time till tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Remember, tomorrow's a half day. The evidence implies not to discuss this case either among yourselves or with anyone else or express any opinion to the cause is finally submitted to you. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.
And they're done. I mean, just like that. It's like, boom, he just cuts it off. So I'm wondering if they are on a delay. Yeah. All right. All right, we got a treat for you guys hopefully tomorrow. All right, let's go through what happened here. Let's recap what happened. Okay, so this was crossed by Mr. Levine. So they he shows a picture of Fabio, and he says, I was a part of that in order to. Were you a part of this in order to delete him? He says, yeah. Excuse me, yes, sir. He says, I'm still not clear as to why. Austin says, he told me to. Levine, so Mr. Baker had so much power over you? Objection. That was sustained. The only reason you participated is because Mr. Baker asked you to? He said, yes. Why didn't you say no? Austin says he was like family, and he said that his girlfriend didn't want him around anymore. Oh, you know what? I'm going to end the poll. All right, let me end the poll. All right, we have 44 votes. 44 votes. Let me end that poll. 44 votes. Is Mr. Levine making headway with impeaching Mr. Austin? 88% say no. 11% said yes. All right. All right, let's continue on. So why didn't you say no? He said he was like family, and he said that his girlfriend didn't want him around anymore. And that was enough for you? He said yes. You could have deleted anyone? He says no. He didn't know Fabio's name at the time. He said his name was used in the cell. The name that was used in the cell was MF. That's what Baker called him. The agent said MF, and he picked up on that. He said, whatever they said, I said yes. Why didn't you ask Baker what his name was? He says, I don't know. He didn't know Monica. He didn't know who Monica was until recently. It's funny, rereading my notes, I'm like, he didn't know how. No, he didn't know who Monica was until recently. He first learned Monica's first name when he got picked up in October 2024 in Vancouver. But then he said he saw that she got arrested. So there's some little inconsistencies here and there. There's a lot of times where I'm like holding people's feet to the fire for lying on the stand or getting things mixed up. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that now. All right, so we're lining up a surprise for you guys tomorrow. So law enforcement asked so just keep that in mind. He first learned Monica's first name when he got picked up in October. Remember that, all right, chat? I'm tasking you to remember that. He says he first learned Monica's first name when he got picked up in October 2024 in Vancouver. He says law enforcement told her name. Law enforcement asked if he knew her name. He told law enforcement he didn't know her name or who she was. Agent talked for several hours, and he didn't know he was another person like him. I can't even make sense of my own notes. Did he meet her in Las Vegas? He says, I don't remember. I might have. He says he met her at the gym. That's what he can recall. Baker told me that she wanted him deleted. Says the bee is trying to get out. You know what went down. You got to save yourself. The bee is going to trial. I'm not going to talk like Levine was talking. To throw names. You got a job. You've got a job to get you home and a job that's going to get you done. You just happen to get dragged into some BS. He said he lied to the agent because he didn't know him. They already know the bee set this up. Agent, when did you find out about the insurance money? There's an objection. He says, I don't remember. When did you find out that this bee wanted him off for the insurance money? I don't remember what I said. Levine approaches. Let me refresh your memory, which he refreshes. He says, shit, the day I participated. That wasn't true. Lied because he didn't know the cellmate. He lied to law enforcement because he didn't have an attorney present. He saw Monica at the gym and at her home. No conversation at that point about deleting her husband. Baker told him Monica was one of the girls he was seeing. Baker wasn't married at that time. Baker had 4 wives. That's the first time we heard he had 4 wives. We only heard of 2 before. 4 wives. He had 4 wives. And then how many girlfriends? He's like, that's none of my business, sir. How many times did you have calls that dealt with the deleting of Fabio? He said more than 7. Interesting number to pick. It was clear it was a plan they wanted carried out. He agreed to participate when Baker sent the money to buy the plane ticket, which would have been, I think he said the 20th. Yeah, his birthday was the 20th. Baker told him she's in an abusive relationship and she's my girl. Why did you lie? Because I didn't have an attorney. He said, did you need an attorney to tell the truth? He said, yes. He found out about the arrest from his mother. I'm looking for some, okay. All right. Found out, so his mom told him about the arrest. I'm looking for something to go home to my girls. If you need me to do something, I'm looking for some kind of deal, whatever you need me to do. So that's kind of significant. I mean, there he is kind of admitting that he'll do whatever he needs to do, but why? I guess because law enforcement so wanted Monica to go down for this that they found out Austin was willing to do whatever he needed to do. So he's just going to sit there and say, yep, Monica this, Monica that. All right, so he found out about the arrest from his mom. So I thought that he said the first time he heard about Monica's name was October 2024. I thought maybe he had said something that his mom said they were all over the news or something like that. But okay. All right, you don't have to remember any further. And then here he gets kind of tripped up with this knives. How many knives? Baker bought 2 knives, but then the proffer, there was a folding knife and there was a hunting knife. I think he bought 2 knives at Walmart. I remember him buying a knife at Walmart. Well, which is it? I don't remember. I know he had 2 knives. So he's trying to trip him up. I mean, that's such a minor detail. But again, he's trying to say, hey, if you lied about this, you're going to lie about that. What are you actually telling the truth about? So I get where he's going with it. I get it. He put the knife in the bushes when he was running with it, but then they went back, like I think he said 8 years later, they couldn't find the knife. Well, duh. He was stopped so the day of, like an hour after this happened, he was stopped for a seatbelt violation. Can you imagine? He was stopped. I mean, if they had gotten him right there and then, he was handcuffed. He was handcuffed and put in the back of the car because he didn't have his license. And then they let him go. Oh, I am so sorry. Sorry. That came out of nowhere. He gave his clothes to Baker, and Baker threw them out in front of the house somewhere. He attempted self-deletion, and he was not successful, obviously, so he tried again. And then, did Baker threaten you? He says no. Did Birdsong threaten you? He says no. So, that's pretty much the way it ended. All right, so tomorrow we're going to continue. Now remember, tomorrow's only a half day. Tomorrow is only a half day. Metal detector like Scott probably dug it up a week later. Oh, I've got a story to tell you, chat. It's not juicy or anything, but I moved from Woodstock down to Fort Lauderdale, and I was in building a high rise, if you will. Well, not if you will. It was a high rise, right? So it was facing a major street, and I was just hanging out and probably just getting some sun, right? I was like on the 5th floor. And I was looking at the two-way either way. It's not a highway, but it's like down here in Florida, everywhere they have like these major throughways, right? So I'm watching traffic, and all of a sudden I see this person go running across the lanes coming this way, and then the 2 lanes going that way. He runs across the 2 lanes, across the medium, across the other 2 lanes. Cars are beeping at him. I'm like, what the heck's going on, right? And then there's like a strip mall, kind of like what Austin was describing. And there was a kind of a health food store that I would go to often, right? So this guy runs into the health food store, and within like 5 seconds, this car pulls up, and like 2 or 3 guys go running into the store. So I'm like, whoa, what's going on? So I'm just watching, and like maybe 10, 15 minutes later, a couple cop cars come pulling up. But before that, okay, so let me back up. So these guys go running in, they come running back out like maybe a minute or 2 later, and they go around the store, and then on this side of the store, it's like smaller streets, like almost like a one-way street and a bunch of houses back there. And I see these guys, I see something be thrown out of this car, and they speed off, right? And then I see these cop cars come, and so I go, I had a dog, so I took a dog for a walk, and I went to where these bushes were. And sure enough, there was a weapon. And I'm like, whoa! So I walked back to where the cops are, and I'm like, I think I got something you guys want to see. So the cops, I walked, and they kind of followed me, and sure enough, they picked up a couple weapons, and while I'm there, they're like, okay, they were on the radio, and I'm like, what's going on? And he's like, yeah, we just got them. We just got the guys who committed this. So it's pretty wild. Yes. Hey Mona was in court today. So that's part of our surprise for tomorrow. I don't want to give too much away. So when it happens, it'll happen. No, they did not. They didn't take my name. Nothing. Yep. So. Yep. Didn't take my name. They had enough. Oh, what ended up happening was they stabbed the guy. I forgot to tell you that. They ended up, this guy, whatever, got in a fight or whatever, and they ended up stabbing him in the store. So, yeah, I didn't have to testify because they had the weapons, they had the perpetrator, they had the victim. I think he was okay. I don't think he died or anything. They had witnesses. I mean, the store was full of people. It was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, broad daylight. There was probably 50 people in the store. Yes, I'm not going to give anything away. Don't want to ruin the surprise because I'm not 100% sure. So when it happens, it'll happen. I was a super citizen. Yeah. Yeah, it was interesting because I saw this car. I saw them throw something out. And I'm like, oh, let me go see what was just thrown out because I had no idea what they threw out. So I went down to check, and it was a couple of switchblades, and I'm like, oh damn, I gotta go say something. So, all right. I think that's about it for today, guys. It's after 7:30 on the East Coast. Tomorrow, we're going to pick back up on day 23. We're going to pick back up on day 23. All right, day 23 tomorrow. It's only going to be a 3-hour day, so which is fine because we've got a lot of prepping to do. We have family coming in for the weekend, so we're going to be doing a lot of prepping around the house. Erin was doing a lot of that today, so I'm going to help her tomorrow. And thank you for joining us, guys. Really appreciate your you spending your evening and your afternoon with us. We got in 2 days today, so kudos to you guys for powering through. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Erin. You know, she made a cool thumbnail, a new thumbnail for day 23. And thank you to our mods. OnlyFan, seems like you're with us. You go to sleep, you come back, and we're still streaming. So thank you, therapist. You know, I'm hoping you guys are okay. I know you had some storms roll through. Hellcat and Widespread Panic, Brett, I know you guys have some stuff, storms rolling through too. Fala, thank you guys. Thank you for being with us. Really appreciate it. And have a good night, everybody. We will, let's go through some of Baca saying thank you and good night. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, see you in the morning. Irish Amy, thank you. Appreciate it, you guys. Gina saying thank you. Shirley Roth, let's all go to sleep. Good night, friends. Deanna, thank you. Irish Amy, have a lovely night, everyone, and their fur babies. Yes. And Pammy, thank you. You guys are amazing. Deanna, thanks. Queen Anne, thank you. Thank you, Squeegee and Aaron. So pleased we finally got to Austin. I know. Thanks, chatters, for great company. Thanks, mods. See you guys. Love to you all. Sinbad 33. Have a good night, you guys. All right, Shirley, thank you. Cheryl C. See you guys tomorrow. Drunky the Bear. Thanks so much, everyone. We appreciate you guys too. Care Bear. Good night. Oh, Caprila, you made it back. Did you guys win? I'll wait until I find out if you guys won or not. Lily Wayne, thanks for catching us up. We appreciate it. And you, have a good night. Yep, everybody stay safe. Capri Law, did you guys win? Oh, Snap Sharon says, bless you all. All right, Capri, I'm waiting to hear from you. Cajun Bayou Queen, good night. There you go. Yes, we won. All right, on that, I will say good night. Maddie's mom, good night. All right, Capri. So glad you guys won. All right, guys, thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Bye.